I'm back. I'm back. You're back. The government take issue with your acts of defiance? Yes, namely the CIA. The CIA with Mr. Burns on top of it. Let's wait for more people to... But you're back. The government take issue with your acts of defiance? Yes, namely the CIA. CIA with... Oh my god. Echo. There you go. I was like, what the hell am I hearing from my thing? And it's the echo. I hate echoing. The same sentiment. What? Burns. Ah, yeah. That's right. Mr. CIA Director Burns. Okay, let's go. This is from Persona 3, by the way. Hey Lulu, do you know Marcellus Wallace from Cathedral Discord? I don't. What about him? I know Marcellus Wallace from Pulp Fiction. I know Marcellus Wallace from Pulp Fiction. Are they the same person? Did Marcellus Wallace exit the screen of Pulp Fiction too? He was known as SM before? Still doesn't ring a bell. Who are they? I know him. He's a smart dude. Studies a lot. What do they study? I study a lot. I'm smart. I'm smart. Am I smart? Am I smart? Hegel and Kant. Oh, I just can't with this Kant. Oh, I just can't with this Kant. Get it? See what I did? I just can't with this Kant. Hmm? Yeah? Oh, he's Libyan and he talked to me about the Tawargan genocide and ethnic cleansing during the Libyan civil war. Tawarga was cleansed of its inhabitants. Oh, that's interesting. Bazinga. That is very interesting, actually. I could use to talk to them. You can't. If you can't, you're a cunt. Love choice. This is tearing me apart. You are tearing me apart, Lisa. You're tearing me apart, Lisa. Like in the movie, the famous movie, the classic movie, the best movie, some would even say. Wait. You are tearing me apart. Apart. I'm just singing the song of Persona. Destiny streaming. Fact checking, Incept reporting on you and Israel. Israel, the thing that I'll be debating soon. You wanna watch a nice video? We're gonna watch Loner Box. Loner Box. Twilight. Jesus, what a long ContraPoints video. Why are you so mean, Elisur? What? What are you talking about? Mean to whom? Who am I mean to? Wait, who am I being mean to? What do you mean? I'm not mean. Okay, I wanna watch a video of Loner Box. Because I've had some problems with second thought before. I've had some problems with second thought before. And now it seems like I'm gonna have problems with him again. Oh, the movie. Thought I missed like an hour of stream. I think I just started. I'm happy. Yeah. I started later. Eh, so since there we go. I wanna see the video. I'm thinking the wrong bad director. How was the protest? Oh, yeah, I'm gonna talk about that. Or might as well. So basically, I've got a thing here. The protest at first seemed boring. I thought that the farmers slash peasants are a bunch of cowards. There were no vehicles. I thought they just sort of did a compromise, and that was that. Cowardly protesters. And then we all went to the parliament. Oh, and then it happened. And then it escalated. I actually thought that the thing would not escalate. I actually thought that it would end without any, that it, instead of anything happening, it would just end, just like last one. Just like the last one I was on. But instead, suddenly, there was a cordon of the police, and suddenly some people started using pyrotechnics in like a machine gun. And then the police came in and started gassing people and using flashbangs. And then I came in a little bit close to catch police people gassing protesters, and the wind blew my way and I got gassed. I got gassed by proxy, by being close. And then I sort of started coughing. My throat felt bad from the gas. And then maybe there was a car with a water cannon. And then I was sort of surrounded by people all of a sudden, because we were sort of moving away from the cops. And then suddenly some weird ball-like white object flew my way and hit me straight in the face. And I was like, ouch. You think you were filmed on the scene? Probably by someone. Probably. I've not seen myself on any other footage so far, but maybe. So I've been gassed and hit on the face. That's basically the gist of it. I got a few more interviews as well. I got a few more interviews in. And also, weirdly enough, quite a few protesters. Like, there was this one protester that came to me. Like, there were at least 10,000 people last week, okay? Am I really that distinct? Am I really that memorable? Am I really that, I don't know, specific looking? Am I really that specific looking that a protester came to me and was like, I remember you. I saw you last week. You were here, walking around, filming. There were so many people filming last week. Come on. Like, almost, there were so many people with phones out filming. And that guy just came up to me for some reason. I was like, why are you filming this? Why are you filming these things burning, huh? Why are you filming? I saw you. I saw you. And I was like, okay, so you have. You look Polish. I'm in Poland. Everybody looks Polish here. Thank you, TK. I do the real. No, I don't. No, I don't. No, I don't. And then, weirdly enough, just as I was preparing to leave the scene because my battery was dying already, and the cops were really moving in on the protest, people like the guy. Do you remember the interview that I already uploaded, the 6-minute one? For some reason, that guy who I interviewed last week, out of nowhere, when I was about to leave the protest, and there were a lot more people in this protest than the last, okay? A lot more. So the guy that I interviewed last week, out of nowhere, out of the ground, spawned out of the ground as I was about to leave, came up to me and was like, yeah, that's exactly what I was worried about last week. That is exactly what I was worried about that would happen last week. I was like, where did you come from? Where did you come from? I was like, yeah, I was afraid this would happen. This violence on both sides. Our guys and the police people. Look at those police people. They're just scared kids. I was like, what an unexpected encounter. What a quirk of fate that is. Damn. I was told he looked like Sean Connery. When he was needed the most, he reappeared. Literally. I was like, Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. That would happen. Violence on both sides. The protesters getting hurt and the poor cops. Look at those cops. Young kids. Frightened. It was funny. He didn't say anything last week, by the way. It wasn't this wasn't an "I told you so" moment, because the topic of "I'm afraid violence might occur" never happened when we talked. So he never told me that. So if he was afraid of that, then he certainly kept it to himself. He looked hungry for a fight. Well, no. In reality, he was like a wise philosopher. I was like, yeah, I was afraid of that. I was afraid of this happening. I was worried, deeply worried. I was deeply worried this would happen. Yeah. Oh yeah. Also, the protesters had um, little sort of uh, transparents that called for the prime minister to be hanged. Just saying. Like, one of the slogans on the transparent said um, to the current prime minister, "All that is left for you is a rope and a branch." So what hit you in the face? Was it a white ball? Are you it seemed like a white ball. I only saw it for a split second, flying towards me and then hitting me straight in the face. And I couldn't even dodge because I was squeezed between people. So even dodging it was like out of the question. Hello, Yorkshire pudding. Hello, new person on Twitch Politics. Hello. Hello, hello. How are you? Oh, we're gonna do a poll now. Yorkshire pudding. Hello. Tell me what brings you to this stream. What other political streamers do you watch? What do you think of this stream so far? I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. I've been gassed and hit on the face by a ball. So I'm doing my best. Also, right after the protest, I went to therapy. So this momentous event. So I went to a protest. I thought I'd stream as well, but I just physically didn't have the strength to stream that night. Is that a Polish Paul? What sort of? Yeah, it's a Polish Paul. Oh no, I hope you feel better soon. What were you protesting? I wasn't protesting. I just came to document the protest. I just went to document the protest. Twice. I went to document it twice. It was protesting about ducks. Fair enough. What was it about? It's the infamous Polish border protest against the Green Order, the EU, and grain coming in, agricultural products coming into Poland from outside of the European Union. They changed the rhetoric a bit from Ukraine to outside of the European Union, and even though mostly they said Ukraine. So Yorkshire pudding, what brings you to the stream? And tell me, you have to tell me what other people do you watch for politics, and how you're liking the stream so far. You have to tell me these things so I can have feedback so that I can adjust my, what do you call it? I can adjust my settings. I can do technical support. How do you like the turtleneck? It's red. Is there anything else that I can say on the protest that I went to? I'm probably gonna release the footage sooner or later. The interviews. I have to release the old interviews from last week as well. I like the stream very much. Thank you. I listened to a person called Let Me Just Look. Oh, who are they? I've never heard of them. Just looking around, seeing what's out there. I only just got here, so I can't say much about the stream. Sorry, I'm bad with names. 1 minute. It's okay. I'm bad with names as well. What else can I say about the protest? She's called Wikidex. I still don't know who that is. Maybe I'll check her out. So, oh yeah, there was one other thing that just left me perplexed about the whole thing, about the whole protest. You're right, that's right, there's one more thing that left me a bit... And that thing is... the foresters joined the protest. The hunters joined the protest. What do those groups have to do with Ukraine? I have no clue. I mean, I do have a clue. The answer is nothing. The answer is that foresters, hunters, miners, they have nothing to do with Ukraine whatsoever. But because just like the GOP tied the border thing to Ukraine aid, the protesters, the farmers, tied the Green Order to Ukraine and made it a joint protest. So just like that, hunters, miners, and foresters somehow became part of this anti-Ukraine protest, which I'm just... okay. Miners. Also, yeah, my actual children were taken to this event. It's not even funny. Actual kids were taken to this protest, by the way. There were people with whole families that came to this protest, and little kids that just rang the sirens. Or so yeah, you had people that mined the mines, and you also had minors as in underage kids on this protest that escalated into police gassing people. But you know, whatever. This is clearly a family event, a protest against the Green Order and agricultural products from outside of the European Union. She's from Croatia and talks about EU news and Russia. Did she mention the protest of the farmers? Has she mentioned that? An event for the whole family, exactly. Like last week, some of the farmers, some of the speakers were shouting, "We are now training the next generation to do what we do now by bringing our kids here." And I was like, well, that's worrying. Now that's slightly unnerving, considering the nature of this protest. Did your parents bring you to protests? Well, should I answer that? So when I was very small, I barely remember it. My parents did take me to a protest, yes. It was apparently in front of the Russian embassy. I only remember flashes. There were a lot of people, and there was a car burning. So, I guess that's my answer. That's my answer to that question. My parents were not the best parents, so. You should clip it. You should clip it and send me the link. Okay, let's watch the video now. Video. Okay, let's go. Got you there. True. True, you got me. You got me good. Free weekend. Play for free until Sunday at midnight Pacific. Mortal Kombat. Hearts of Iron 4. Trial of Allegiance. Now available. Capcom Publisher Sale. Save up to 87%. Valheim. Weekend deal. House 2 Flipper. Spring update. Traveler's Rest. Weekend deal. I wonder what this game is. Craft, farm, build, and cook. In Traveler's Rest, you will have to use all the available tools to become the best tavern keeper in the realm. Create unique dishes and drinks to please your customers as you discover the world and its colorful characters. Recent reviews, very positive. All reviews, very positive. I might add it to my wish list. I do like those sort of management sort of games. So yeah, I guess that's it when it comes to the protest. The rest will be told through the material that I will. It is actually highly discussed that because interestingly enough, and I actually saw it with my own eyes. I filmed it. The Confederacy politician Brown actually tried to de-escalate the thing between the police and the protesters. And there's actually, among the mainstream media, it is highly speculated that the whole thing that caused the clash between the police and the protesters was a Russian sort of provocation. That thing was actually done by Russian provocateurs. Thing is, it can take until Sunday to download the game. Mortal Kombat? I guess. So there was a lot of interesting things surrounding the protest itself. The fact that it escalated so badly at the end of it. The psyop, yeah, basically. Because I will give the protest that, even though it's full of ignorant people, there were a lot of anti-Ukrainian slogans thrown around, etc. But I will say one thing about the protest. The organizers did their best to keep it calm. They actually did do their best to keep it calm. And it escalated so quickly it was crazy. Monster Hunter World. Monster Hunter World is the game. If the music came in perfectly, you should clip it. Clip it. Make clips. I encourage you to clip. Clip me. Clip. Flip and clip. Okay. I'm gonna make the... So we're gonna be watching Loner Box. Because I'm interested in what he has to say about Second Thought. As I've said, I have my problems with Second Thought and the way he views the USSR and dictatorships in general. There was a pretty bad video that he made about that topic that I sort of looked into. So now we're gonna look again. Let's go.
It just be easier to give some concessions, to give Israel a slap on the wrist and make them stop the worst of their atrocities for at least a little while. This is not how world leaders, fascists, and oligarchs think.
World leaders, Fascists and oligarchs. Interesting insert of the word oligarchs. I must admit that I've heard the word oligarch used recently more than I've heard it used in my entire life. It's usually in relation to Ukraine as well. Oligarchs, and also the ranks of the words that I've not really heard used in a long time is holdings. Holdings is a word that I keep hearing now over and over and over again in relation to Ukrainian farming. Big holdings that are owned by international actors. Did the Yankee Tanky Crusher stream before? Yes. That it's okay. I'm gonna call him out during our debate on the 12th. I'm gonna call him out for his bad behavior.
What slapping the rest does he want? No, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that Biden was actually
He doesn't know. He doesn't
in part
know.
the one that secured aircraft carriers going in.
He doesn't even know. Damn. That is bad. He should know. He should know better. That is shameful. That is shameful behavior. He should know. Chat, should he know? At this point, I don't know if he should know. Based on his other video, I honestly do not know if he should know.
Into the Mediterranean to make sure that Israel and Hezbollah wouldn't go straight to war from October 8th onwards. That Biden has been repeatedly falling out with Netanyahu over humanitarian issues in Gaza, and he has actually been pressuring Israel to allow humanitarian aid in a way that it didn't seem like.
I mean, falling out is a strong word in my opinion. I don't think Israel has enough leverage to just be able to openly fall out of the United States and say, no, we're not going to do what you want. I think the level of dependency when it comes to Israel and the US is fairly big. And I'm pretty sure that if the US really put its foot down, Israel would have to listen. But maybe I'm wrong. Hey, does he know? He does not know. I knew that a Democratic Party is saying loner, but not that he already sold them his soul. Then again, he sold his soul to HelloFresh too. Democratic Party PAC. I mean, I'm not a big fan of Second Thought, so.
They were up for doing it before. No, he doesn't know any of that. He doesn't give a about it. He doesn't care.
Don't be vulgar.
Alright, Second Thoughts got a new Palestine video. What happens when evil wins?
This episode and others like it are brought to you by the generous support of my patrons on Patreon.
Oh.
Get some cool
wins.
perks and help support the show by becoming a patron at patreon.com/secondthought.
True. Become a Patreon and support Lucy. And I think you will get the perks which okay, there's one perk that has been here from the very beginning on my Patreon, okay? I always forget to advertise my Patreon. So I'm a little bit of an artist. You might have not known that I'm a little bit of an artist. I draw things. And I draw things, and when you become my Patreon, the amount of money you pledge becomes a discount from a single commission for art that you can make from me. Okay, it becomes you can commission art from me, and if you're a Patreon, you can deduct the amount that you pledge once per month. Seriously, defending Joe Biden on Palestine is monstrous. Just say that he's the lesser evil and keep your soul, you dead-eyed. Fuck. Stopping Israel is the one thing Biden can do. Is being the commander in chief. He could actually impose a no-fly zone over Gaza if he wanted to. I mean, yeah. Like, the fact is that and that is a thing. I don't know. I don't know why people don't mention that. But it is true that Biden apparently has lost a lot of popularity. And I believe that not a small part of it is actually his handling of the Israel-Palestine situation is what gave Biden a lot of crap. It's also what contributed to the now pretty shaky situation when it comes to the election. We cannot deny that, right? That is pretty undeniable at this point.
I also recently launched a new channel dedicated to the nuts and bolts of making a living as a creative. If that sounds like something you'd enjoy, you can check it out at the link below.
I'm a creative.
Holy shit, it's good editing.
Hold on.
Alright, I'm back with the lo-fi setup again. This is... You can check it out at the link below.
Holy shit, it's good editing.
Alright, I'm back with the lo-fi setup again. This is one of those topics where I don't want to be a professional presenter. I just want to talk to you as a human being who's been watching the worst image.
That is so sad when you have such good presentation, but what you're saying is not exactly up to par. All show, no substance. And yes, I believe what is being talked about is indeed progressive victory.
Images I've seen in my life over the past few months and try to work through some of it. On October 7th, 2023, the Palestinian resistance took the fight to the Israeli occupation and knocked the wind out of them a little bit. For those who somehow aren't aware of the situation in Gaza,
I have issues with calling Hamas the Palestine resistance. Why? Because Hamas is not really working for the cause of the Palestinian people. And resistance fighters are, in my mind, people who are actually fighting for the people that they sort of supposedly represent, you know? And then if you have sort of self-centered group of terrorists that basically their main goal is to accumulate and hold on to power, then I think it's a stretch to call them the resistance. I mean, they are they are the resistance in the sense that they are resisting, but I think that there is a bit more packed into the I think there's a bit more packed into the oh my god, I forgot the word. It's so embarrassing. Biden can do much with Russia, but Israel is a US military base in the middle of the desert. The concept, yes, there's a little bit more packed into the concept of resistance than simply resisting. Believe it or not.
And which you supported, which you were very happy for them to do. And then said that the people that they killed weren't civilians because their ancestors or even just different people from that area did crimes. Yes. Okay.
I think our resistance.
I don't know
is a
what he
very
thought was gonna.
specific
I don't know
Been
what
subjected to.
he thought was gonna happen next. I don't understand that. Like, I'm still not quite sure. Usually, when you support some kind of violent action, you're expecting some kind of outcome from it. Where's the thing? Just in case we don't know.
We don't know. Do I know? I know all too well.
Loner box, you smarmy.
Bastard. Is it?
This Dono is a J
Incentivize
down.
all sacred much.
Huh.
Incentivize all sacred much. He says, did the Palestinians actually take civilian hostage, or is that fake news?
Loner box.
I don't
you
care.
Smarmy.
The occupiers
I
are
don't-
not civilians. That is what it comes
Yeah.
down to. Like imagine
French-
like if
Sorry, go on.
Germany, let's say Germany to be non-controversial, invaded the United States, and they said, you know what, Cincinnati, Ohio is our ancestral home, and everyone knows that's blatantly false, but they take your home, they murder your grandma, they bulldoze like your neighbor's house. Are those people civilians there? No, they're occupiers, and those are criminals. That is, there are no civilians
criminals.
there in the illegal military occupation.
Yeah. So that's number one, very beautifully put. Number two, much more
Beautiful.
importantly, the track record.
Wait, so where is the illegal military occupation? Does second thought mean here the entirety of Israel? Israel has no civilians. I would like an elaboration on that. Does Israel have any civilians at all?
That's also it's so stupid. Like the only charitable, with the fact that he says illegal military occupation in there, which means it sounds like he's talking about the West Bank, unless he just considers all of Israel to be an illegal military.
I mean, that would need to be specified, no? That would actually need to be specified what he means by that, because he might very well mean just the entirety of Israel.
Occupation. It's funny that the most charitable interpretation you can have of what he just said is that he's insanely ignorant, that he just saw the news headline and thought Hamas had crossed from Gaza somehow to attack settlers in the West Bank. That's like the only charitable interpretation you can have of what he's saying, is that he's just insanely fucking stupid. Like, I don't know.
Palestinians has been 1,000 times better than that of the Israeli occupation, despite the fact that Israeli occupation does not need to brutalize. They already have all the power. But they still choose to do far worse. The worst that will happen to a person in Palestinian custody is that they're going to be like auctioned off for a prisoner swap, which is the historic track record also.
I guess we know that wasn't true either, but okay, let's see.
To a brutal and genocidal occupation for 3/4 of a century. It's a long story, and if you'd like to hear more of it, we put out a First Thought analysis episode a while back that covers the history of Israel and the beginning of
Again, like a genocidal occupation for 3/4.
Okay, and also whatever we think of the genocide claim, when it comes to Palestine, we need to recognize, even if somebody strongly claims that there is no genocide happening, we do need to recognize that there is a genocide case going on currently. There's an ongoing case on whether or not a genocide is happening. So at the very least, I think at this point, anybody who discusses this topic should recognize that at least a possibility of genocide happening is there. Loner Box is lying here because the settlements are illegally occupied under international law. They are neither the 1948 nor the 1967 borders, the latter being what the UN recognizes. It's more complicated than that, because the 1948 borders were not legally binding. They were just a proposal. A lot of people don't understand this. Yes, the UN proposed borders in 1988, But those borders were not proposed by a legal committee. You can look it up. It was just proposed by sort of I'd have to look up the actual naming, but it was proposed by a committee whose proposal is basically just that, a suggestion. The 1948 borders were a suggestion as to how the borders could look like. They were not legally binding in any sense of the world. And I mean by UN standards. By UN's own standards, the 1948 borders were just like a suggestion on what could happen. So that whole thing started from basically just saying, hey, this could be a thing, and Israel saying, okay, and the rest saying no. And then a war erupting.
Quarters of a century.
That wasn't really legal, binding.
Works if you think Israel is all like its existence is a brutal genocidal occupation, like because they weren't occupying Gaza and the West Bank until 1967, so it's not quite 3/4 of a century unless you think all of Israel counts. But
their ethnic cleansing campaign. We also did a deprogram episode with the wonderful people who run decolonizepalestine.com, and another good resource is Ilan Pappé's book, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. Pappé is an Israeli historian, so before you go accusing me of only suggesting pro-Palestine sources...
No, wait, fuck off. Everyone knows Pappé is a pro-Palestinian... because his ethnicity is Israeli? Because he was born in Israel? That's why? No, he is a pro-Palestinian historian. This entire book, the entire role of the Palestinian in this book is that they do nothing. They are just passive.
Actually, I have an author who is very much a pro-Israel writer. Like, has a very big pro-Israel... One moment, I have to take... So you have here like a war journalist book. A war journalist that specializes in genocide. Very much a pro-Israel book. But even this book and this author recognizes that Netanyahu and his cabinet are a bunch of fascists. So, you know... Okay, let's continue watching. Maybe to discuss Israel with Loner Box, I would certainly have to prepare a lot more. I'm more preparing for the Holodomor, to be quite honest. But I could look into Israel as well. If I put my heart and soul into it, I could throw my hat into the ring of Israel-Palestine discussion. Rashid Khalidi seems to be a better source.
Polite villagers who are very hospitable and who fought bravely when they were attacked by genocidal Israeli Zionist forces. That's the Pappé story. You don't learn anything about what even though it's called the ethnic cleansing of Palestine, you don't learn anything about the role of the Arab leaders in that time. You don't learn anything about al-Husseini's role. Actually, I think he actually just brushes off al-Husseini's role and blames it on I think he blames the Arab revolt and the Jerusalem riots and all that shit. I think he just blames it on British imperialism in this book. There's also a line at the end that I think is very, very... There's one example. I'll show you one example of this book where it's so clear, it's very illustrative of just his entire approach to the entire conflict. It's so
it illustrates
when you look
a
at the
bias.
part when he's talking about Rabin, this is just at the end, his sort of after the ethnic cleansing, and I'm just talking briefly about the post-48 period. So here he's talking about Rabin and Arafat. And if you look at the way he just sums up this area here, he says Israel's peace axioms were rearticulated during the days of Yitzhak Rabin, the same Yitzhak Rabin who, as a young officer, had taken an active part in the 1948 cleansing, but who had now been elected as prime minister on a platform that promised the resumption of the peace effort. Rabin's death, he was assassinated by one of his own people on the 4th of November 1995, came too soon for anyone to assess
cuck bastard.
how much he had really changed from his 48 days. As recently as 1987, as Minister of Defense, he had ordered his troops to break the bones of Palestinians who confronted his tanks with stones in the First Intifada. He had deported hundreds of Palestinians as Prime Minister prior to the Oslo Agreement, and he had pushed for the 1994 Oslo B Agreement that effectively caged the Palestinians in the West Bank into several Bantustans. So first of all, this idea, this break the bones thing is like a little bit dubious. I know a lot of people say it. It seems to me that the evidence for it is that an Israeli officer or like an Israeli military person did actually say break their bones, and they were actually put on trial for it. And in their trial, they said that it was acceptable from the top down. It was like Rabin's orders, basically. But it seems to be that all we know about Rabin's orders is that he had told his troops to move away from live ammunition and towards using like clubs to deal with violent protesters, as a way of like to stop people from dying. So you can take it or leave it. Like maybe Rabin said break their bones according to this one person who was on trial. But it's pretty, I think the evidence for this is pretty weak in the context of it. But was it not punished? Well, again, this one person was actually on trial, and he said that he felt betrayed. That is a legitimate criticism, though. The legit criticism you can make is that people dealt with the First Intifada in a disproportionate and incredibly violent way, were not properly prosecuted. But that's obviously not the same as he ordered his troops to break the bones of Palestinians, right? It's also assuming the only people who were throwing stones were throwing them at tanks and like not like slingshotting stones at people, or like dropping fucking like bricks from the top of buildings, which I think, did that happen in the first or the second Intifada? I forgot. But yeah, it's just like the language here is so, and you'll never hear anything in this whole section about Arafat's role from 64 onwards, about how Arafat's role was basically to try and destroy all of Israel.
By the way, the police actually were very, very restrained during the protest. Like, yeah, they did move in and did use force at times, but for the most part, even when the protesters were throwing things, even when the protesters were throwing pyrotechnics in the direction of the cops, they just kept the line without engaging needlessly. They actually did try to not escalate, which I found to be very interesting. Eventually, the police did move in, but the police did show a big amount of restraint in this whole situation, in my opinion.
And to achieve their political ends by launching terror attacks on civilians, like by attacking buses full of Israeli civilians, or by attacking people like over the border. So you'll never hear about that part, even though we're learning about the peace process here with Rabin and Arafat, because always with the Israeli side, you have to use all the right language to make it look as
Rabin, where's the, I have to say. That is so strange to be called Rabin, because Rabin in Polish is just the word for rabbi. Your name is Rabbi. How interesting.
Barbaric and as like comically evil as possible, and for the Palestinians you just don't say anything. For Arafat you don't say anything about what he was doing, like even though we'll talk about what Rabin was doing in 48 when he did actually order the biggest expulsion of the war, but you'll never read anything about what Arafat was doing from the 60s, the 70s, the 80s. None of it. And that's the gist of this entire book. It's not like, I wouldn't say never read it, because there are some bits in it that I think you won't get from other places. Like I think Pape was actually ahead of the curve with noticing that there were Israeli orders, I think, from kind of like the middle down to poison the wells with typhoid in Akira and in Gaza. Is it Akira or Acre? I don't know. But yeah, that was actually a thing, and that was a thing that other historians didn't pick up on until 2021, when the documents were released on it, and it turned out he was right. So there are a few, and you can also hear the details of how the actual, like the direct expulsions worked on the 55 villages that were directly expelled by Jewish forces, and the way that they did that was basically how they would have lists of people who were
Jewish forces, not Israeli forces. Interesting choice of language. I wonder if it's deliberate.
participants in the Arab revolt who didn't get prosecuted. They would get killed. Sometimes they would get killed. And then for the rest of them, they would order them to flee, to leave the village, and then they would fire gunshots over their heads if they refused, or to speed them up, basically. So you do learn a bit here, but if this is going to be like your comprehensive understanding of the 48 war, or the rest of this is going to be the conflict, you are just going to have this assumption that Israel is like this like comically, exceptionally brutal regime in the context of like even just like the rest of the world, just completely one-sidedly like brutalizing and massacring and cleansing and genociding a passive, peaceful population, which is just not really how it went down. It's a very, very simplified, like kind of dishonest way of framing the entire story. But anyway,
that is often what happens. Simplification and narratification.
He also does mangle a few quotes in a bit of a dishonest way as well, like the one with Ben Gurion's letter to his son about like, we must remove the Arabs and we'll use a war as the opportune moment to do so, which again is not really how the expulsion evolved over time. It was more of like an evolved process throughout the war. But anyway, yeah. So no, I wouldn't.
Hold on, I have to listen to this again.
I wouldn't contrast Pape with a pro.
I think there was something said here that is pretty irrelevant, because I'll listen to it again and I'll explain myself when I listen.
But anyway, yeah. So no, process throughout the war evolved over really how the must remove it of a dishonest. He also does mangle a few quotes in a bit of a dishonest way as well, like the one with Ben Gurion's letter to his son about like, we must remove the Arabs and we'll use a war as the opportune moment to do so, which again is not really how the expulsion evolved over time. It was more of like an evolved process throughout the war. But anyway, yeah. So
I mean, that's a technicality, which, by the way, just is a distinction without a difference. Because people often, when discussing the topic of genocide, say that there is a need for this preemptive planning to kill or destroy the group in part or in whole. But in reality, genocide is often something that is emergent, that sort of, if you will, evolves as the situation evolves. So my question is, using the genocide example, is a genocide any less bad if it evolves as the situation evolves, or is it just as bad as one that was planned beforehand? If the German Empire decided that they would destroy the Herero and Nama people because they figured they could not control them, is that better than if they decided to destroy the group beforehand? I'm not so sure. So
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't contrast Pape with a pro-Palestinian just because he's ethnically Israeli. That's really stupid. That's so dumb. Anyway.
Also did a deprogram episode with the wonderful people who run decolonizepalestine.com. And another good resource is Ilan Pape's book, The Ethnic Cleansing of Palestine. Pape is an Israeli historian, so before you go accusing me of only suggesting pro-Palestine sources, maybe give that one a read. You can find all these things linked in the description. For those who can't be bothered, here's a very short summary of what led up to this point. As anti-Semitism flared up in Europe in the midst of the World Wars, we also saw the development of the political Zionist movement, which was basically a push to establish a Jewish ethno-state somewhere in the world. That should have been the first red flag. Ethno-states aren't generally a good thing. You might be surprised to learn that Palestine was not the only option on the list. There were multiple other locations considered, on different continents, and all of those places were already occupied. As the evil of fascism threatened Jewish people in Europe,
There's also something I think a bit snaky.
the idea behind Zionism because before it was more of a... We have to remember that Zionism did not begin with Herzl. Herzl sort of redefined it in a new modern way by making it into a national movement, by making it into a more... Look at all these nations that are forming, the German nation, the French nation, the Polish nation, etc. We, as Jewish people, will never be accepted into these nations, period, because we're not part of them. We are our own nation, and as our own nation, we should also have a piece of land to call our own. We should forge our own national identity, and we should forge our own nation state. That was the basic idea. Interesting. Very interesting.
About saying just like Jewish ethno-state, because when people say ethno-state, what they really think, it always invokes the idea of white nationalism. That's usually the first example of an ethno-state that people learn about, is this idea of like white people wanting to ethnically purify their nation, or they say like London isn't British enough, or like America is becoming too diverse and white people will be a minority. But the problem there is you have a power majority group that is fearing multiculturalism with very little justification. They might try to cite like crime stats kind of dubiously, or like they might try to go for these crazy stories about like grooming gangs and shit like that, but it's very irrational. It's like a very like born out of xenophobia. Whereas the Jewish rationale for wanting a Jewish state was kind of legitimate at the time. Like obviously the choosing a place that was already populated was kind of fucking horrible, but the idea that they wanted an ethno-state, because for some reason, I guess like this substantial portion of Jewish people in the 1870s...
Legitimate is like a very interesting thing to ponder here, because keep in mind, a very big amount of Jewish people were not for that idea. It is framed like this now, but especially in Poland, the idea of Zionism was not well received. There's a... Oh gosh, I really wanna... You know what? I have the book, so I might as well look it up. I might as well look up the thing. Hold on. I do have the book at my disposal, so I might as well look up the relevant quotes. Because it is very illustrative. I noticed that nowadays, Zionism and its inception is just framed as something that was from day one too big to fail. That sort of had traction with people, with Jewish people, etc., etc. When the reality of the situation is that it wasn't all that popular, and that Herzl, on his deathbed, thought that Zionism had failed and that Jewish people are ingrates that do not deserve it to begin with. So let me see. I wanna... What's serce? That is something that I wanna sort of... Bear with me. It'll take me a moment to get the quote, but once I get the quote, you will see what I mean. About Poland. Poland is always the odd one out, isn't it? But it also happened to have one of the biggest Jewish communities in the world at the time, so I think quoting Poland is significant in this particular case. Please bear with me. Oh, there we go. I just found it. So I found it. You cannot build a movement on a high caused by a Congress. A Zionist activist, Itzhak Nissenbaum, who visited the Congress Kingdom of Poland a year later, mentioned in his memoirs, I spent 1 month in Poland, and no matter how I tried to spread the idea of Zionism, it was all in vain. The Polish Jews are just a source of constant bafflement to me. On the one hand, they pray 3 times a day, "May our eyes be witness to the return of Zion." But on the other hand, they became deeply rooted in anti-Semitic Poland, and they showed real active resistance at the idea of actually returning to Zion. The Zionists did not fare much better through among the assimilators, and this is a quotation. All enlightened Jewish people in our country will see Zionism as something disgusting. How can a loyal citizen of a country accept the idea of just leaving it? So that was the attitude towards Zionism when it comes to Poland. You see? Well, what's the value of listening a slap fight between a tanky and a grifter? You can always learn something new. So there you go. There you go. I just read to you what the attitude to Zionism was in Poland, basically, before World War I. And how a close associate of Herzl tried to spread it in Poland and just was baffled at how much a failure it ended up being.
Decided that they were going to be like ethno-fascists. Like, that's not really the case. No, they wanted it because of persecution, because they felt like living as a sparse community around the Muslim world, and especially the European world, was resulting in them getting pogromed and killed. So again, that morally loaded language is very silly, I think.
and to a lesser extent, the rest of the world, political Zionism won a certain amount of perceived legitimacy, especially among the British elite. In 1948, with the violent support of the British military, the State of
It
Israel...
would be like, and I think they understand this as well, because it would be like saying that fucking Algerians who wanted the French settler population to leave were ethno-staters. I mean, they kind of were, but like, okay, like, not in an unjustified way, probably not.
elite. Political Zionism of fascism threatened Jewish people in Europe, and to a lesser extent, the rest of the world. Political Zionism won a certain amount of perceived legitimacy, especially among the British elite.
Not
In
exactly,
1948, with the violent support of the British military, the State of Israel was founded on stolen Palestinian land.
Again, this thing as well with the violent support of the British military. Does this retard not know that Sorry. Does this guy not know, this person not know, that the British had very much turned against Zionism in large part since the Arab Revolt in the late 30s? Does this guy not know that the British fought against Zionist forces in the 48 war? They fought against the Irgun in and around Jaffa. There were certain villages where they were fighting against them as well. Like they even at one point, when Israel was advancing towards Gaza and Britain was worried that they were going to advance into the Sinai, because I'll give you a map just to show you what had happened. I think it was Operation Yoav when they did this. Israel-Palestine map. All right. So during Operation Yoav, what had happened was the Zionist forces had advanced down here, and they came around here and actually cut off Rafah from Gaza as well. So Gaza was closed in, and the Egyptian forces who were there were basically fucked. And they were actually pushing across the border in this area as well. And because Britain had an interest in the Suez Canal, they were really, really anxious about that, because they were actually fearing a Zionist advance all the way towards the Suez Canal. And Britain, in response to that, by the way, also Britain, who had an arms embargo up on both the Jews and the Arabs, were also threatening to resume and to they were threatening to resume arming the Arab armies because of that. Like, Britain and the Zionists were not friends at this point. The violent support of the Brit, and again, I guess he's obviously not going to mention the fact that very clearly the Arabs, and you can say it's justified or not. Like, I mean, I think it probably was justified, but the Arabs the Arabs wanted a war. The Arab leadership wanted a war. The surrounding Arab states wanted a war, because when the UN offered the partition plan, roughly based on like populations and just what was negotiated at the time, they wanted a war. The Zionists accepted this, the Arabs rejected it, and then they had a civil war. And then they had a real war with 5 different armies coming from different ends. So it's just such a... When you say this, like, with the help of none of that content... What was the sentence again, summing up that history?
Perceived legitimacy, especially among the British elite. In 1948, with the violent support of the British military, the State of Israel was founded on stolen Palestinian land. And it's important to note here that stolen land doesn't mean unoccupied space. It's not like the locals were going, "Ooh, you stole my empty patch of dirt." No. The European invaders forced...
See, that's some...
I have a very specific relationship to who I consider intelligent, you could say. I have a model, a blueprint in my mind that is, I guess, when it comes to what makes a person intelligent, my frame of reference has always been my grandfather. And unfortunately, compared to that blueprint, not many people measure up. My grandfather, who at the age of 84/85 would read 500 pages works of academics and write an, 80 something pages review, and could still remember all the names of his classmates from middle school in alphabetical order. He would always tell me that I should read faster, like that if I don't read if I take more than 4 days to read a 300 pages book, then it's slow reading. That I must read faster, faster. It was, it's a standard that it's very difficult to meet. And so I'm very hesitant to call people intelligent, including myself especially. So that's...
Summary is so horrible. Like, as far as support that Israel had at this time, they had support from financial support from different international Jewish organizations. I think Golda Meir actually managed to get quite a lot of funding from American Jews. She went to America expecting to raise, just before the war, she went to America expecting to raise $25 million for arms to prepare for the war. She came back with 50 million and then actually did another fundraiser and got about as much again. So they had a lot of arms, but the arms that they got came from Czechoslovakia, not from the United States. Like the British, if you want to say the British were arming them to some degree, especially out of World War II, well, yeah, but then the Jordanians were armed quite well by the British as well. I think there were actually British people in the Jordanian forces that were fighting against the Israelis. So, no, but again, this obviously people like Second Thought have to assume with the violent support of the British military in that really, really grossly simplified way, is because they want to push the idea of Israel as a settler colonial project, like an imperial project. So settlers, yeah, they did do that. They were settling. They called themselves colonial to some degree because they were establishing those settlements and buying up that land from wealthy Arabs, by the way, from wealthy Arabs. Some of them, a lot of them actually nationalists. They were selling the land to these people. But they were buying those settlements and strategically buying them in certain areas so that they could connect them and form a state. They were doing that. But when you try to say imperial...
If we're talking about Herzl times, keep in mind, Herzl himself very quickly came to the conclusion that buying up land for individual families is just a waste of time. He said it himself that without the backing of powerful sponsors, powerful European leaders, just buying up land was a waste of time. He said it. You can take it up with Herzl himself. And the truth is, also the truth is that Herzl actually, he was a journalist first and foremost, from what I remember. Herzl, he had a lot of connections. He had a silver tongue, if you will. So he was good with people. But even with those attributes, he could not in his lifetime support, sort of secure a nice steady funding for the Zionist project. All the wealthy Jewish people in Western Europe were against it because they saw it as a betrayal of their loyalties towards the countries that they were part of. And all the leaders of countries were not very keen on financially backing the Zionist project either. And there was one party that was semi-open to the idea of sort of backing and agreeing to a Zionist project, and that was the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire. But that was in return for Herzl securing a huge amount of money for the Ottoman Empire, something that Herzl could not do and never delivered, and therefore the talks between him and the Sultan never went anywhere. You know? Also, I will say this, just pushing things and quote unquote putting bringing something to someone's rat face is usually just a waste of time. It doesn't go anywhere. I mean, it can bring you some 5-second satisfaction of doing it, but it's a conversation killer. Where do you go from there? That sort of angle of conversation, you lied, is only useful in a court of law. People are chugging along. Well, I do my best to chug along. I do my very best to chug along. That is true. We're having an interesting conversation tomorrow, by the way. We're having a very interesting conversation tomorrow. About homelessness. Not to be rude, but I do believe I know what I'm doing when I debate. I think I did pretty well in all the debates I've done so far. So I do believe that I know what I'm doing.
You have to invoke the idea of a mother state. And here, I guess Second Thought has just kind of like shoehorned in the mother state being the British, which in 1948 they were absolutely not. If people try to make the argument, and actually I learned this quite recently, the idea of Israel being like settler colonialism, I think it originates from who's the guy's name? Settler colonialism, Patrick Wolf? But the problem with this term, particular settler colonialism, is that it implies that you need a mother state. Like that's this theory generally, organized or supported by an imperial authority. But for Israel, you don't really have the British and the French in the same way that you do with British imperialism in like Kenya or South Africa, or French imperialism in Algeria, or the Germans in was it Namibia? Yeah, you don't really have that same clear imperial mother state. But I think the theorist who came up with this idea for Israel, Patrick Wolf, I'm pretty sure their mother state that they add in here is the international Jew, because that's really the only thing you can have that closely approximates a mother state, which is kind of actually why people make the argument that calling Israel settler colonialism is anti-Semitic, because they substitute a mother state with an international Jew, which sounds kind of like they did get some funding, but overall they did not have the financial support of a state, of a mother imperial state.
No, not really.
So, anyway, God, I feel like you can go on for so long about how one sentence is just so grossly misinformed and misinforming. Ugh.
Forcibly seized critical farmland, port cities, stretches of coastline, places that were occupied and served a vital role in Palestinian life. Of course, all of this was perfectly legal according to very official pieces of paper, so the colonists could wave off the atrocities they committed to claim the land. One of these documents, UN Resolution 181, gave the settlers 55% of the land, which is made even more absurd by the fact that the UN had no legal right to do so and did not consult with the Palestinian people before adopting the resolution. Unsurprisingly,
Is this true. I thought the partition plan did involve Arab negotiators. Am I gonna have to dig into my book, my little book? As far as legal right, what are we appealing to legal rights? It was a General Assembly vote.
It is a reactor react. The one that's something
know.
that I like doing.
It's not as if there weren't offers that were previously made in the past, some of which were actually like for a binational state for Jews and Arabs. Unfortunately, both sides rejected the out of that. There was the 1939 Peel Commission, where the 1939 White Paper, where the British actually offered to severely restrict Jewish immigration right before before the like Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union, before Barbarossa and the Holocaust. They offered to restrict Jewish immigration within a period of 5 years, down to 75,000 over 5 years, and then to stop it completely. And then on top of that, they also offered that there would be an Arab state within 10 years. They offered that, like Arab self-determination within 10 years in Palestine. And they offered it contingent on Jewish-Arab relations, like pending Jewish-Arab relations. And al-Husseini, the Hitler-loving shithead leader, decided that was not generous enough because he wanted immigration to stop immediately, and he didn't want the state to be pending on Arab and Jewish relations. Like, that's probably the worst, I think. As far as like rejections goes, I think that's probably the worst example, because that white paper was voted down 6-4 by the Arab Higher Committee. It was voted down 6-4. But I don't know what you're saying on that. I'm pretty sure the Arab Higher, the 39 white paper was voted 6-4. It was rejected 6-4. Despite the fact that most Palestinians seemed to favor it. They were there was like a lot of optimism and a lot of celebration in Palestine at the time when that white paper was involved, because it was basically Chamberlain literally said, if we're going to upset someone, if we're going to like things up for someone, we're going to do it we're going to things up for the Jews, not for the Arabs. I can find it here. It's on page 158. Isn't it? Let's see. Whoop. Here. This was it here, right? They proposed a ceiling of 75,000 on Jewish immigration during the next 5 years, after which all immigration would require Arab agreement. The white paper put severe limitations on Jewish land purchasing, completely forbidding it in most districts,
Should we be seeing this video on screen, preferably? Oh, I'm full screen. Damn. I mean, preferably. It would be preferable for you to see the video, yeah. I mean, you do like watching me, but I realize that I should not be always the center of attention. I realize that I should be a little bit less self-centered. Gaming. That's right. I've been gaming all this time and I have not been showing you.
Was an independent Palestinian state with majority rule within 10 years. Arab-Jewish relations pending. At this point, the Palestinians made a major blunder. They never missed an opportunity to miss an opportunity, as Abba Eban was later to point out. Having failed in the revolt, and nonetheless having been offered major political concessions, the AHC turned around and rejected them under pressure from rebels whose slogan remained, "The English to the sea and the Jews to the graves." The AHC was dissatisfied mainly because the white paper failed to call an immediate halt to Jewish immigration, and because independence had been deferred and made contingent on Arab-Jewish unity. The Nashashibi, this is the rival family to the Husseinis, the ones who are a lot more, I'd say, reasonable, I would say, yeah. Supported the paper, not pro-Zionist, by the way, not pro-Zionist, but still a lot more, pragmatically minded. Supported the paper, but Husseini won the AHC support by a vote of 6-4. The Arab states accepting Transjordan closed ranks behind the AHC, despite the fact that most Palestinians appeared to favor the paper. Again, you can't really tell for sure because of polling and all that, but I feel like, again, these it's not a democracy at this point, so I feel like this was where they could have definitely used slightly more sensible leadership than Mr. Husseini. Also, just for both sides, Husseini was appointed by the British. He wasn't appointed by Palestinians. He was popular. He was a very popular nationalist leader, and part of his
You all
appointment
do
was
like
to
my bum,
appease the
so-
nationalist crowd. Yeah, he was. He wouldn't have been made Grand Mufti if it was done according to the original, like, kind of feudal voting system. It wouldn't have been him. He came fourth.
Everybody
it would have
likes
been an
my bum,
Ashashibi.
so that's good.
So, but yeah, this is Chamberlain here, right?
Oh,
If we must
famous
defend
bum.
one side, let us offend the Jews rather than the Arabs. The British, who are apparently violently assisting the Jewish colonization of Palestine. Yeah, it's so dumb. Was Benny Morris pro-Israel or not? He's pro-Israel insofar as like he's a Zionist. He's like a two-stater who thinks Israel has a right to exist, but he also supports, like, he opposes settlements and he supports Palestinian self-determination. Feudal voting, yeah, as in only a select number of notables could vote. Yeah, as in barely anyone. God, 3 minutes in, there's so much to. Ooh.
3 minutes. Oh my gosh.
They were pissed, and war broke out.
Damn.
What followed is today known as the Nakba, or catastrophe. Between 1947 and 1949, some 750,000 Palestinians were expelled from their ancestral home. The Zionists seized 78% of historic Palestine, ethnically cleansed and bulldozed over 500 villages and cities, and killed at least 15,000 Palestinians in the process. Today,
So, again, like, you can get into the weeds of it if you want. Like, I get when they say expelled. Like, if I would say expelled to 700,000, like, people, I think people know what I mean. Is I mean that some were directly expelled, others fled because it was a war, others left because, in part, because Arab leaders told them to, or because they thought they could wait out the war and then wait for the Arab armies to come in so they could have a clear path to destroy the Jewish state and all that shit, or at least take whatever they want. When it came to, some of them left because. Some of them left because, just because of the military attack. Some of them left because of demoralization. Even before the proper fighting was like really taking off, a lot of the Arab elites were the initial ones to leave because they just decided that things were a little bit too. They feared a war coming because the Arab states rejected the partition plan. So yeah, they had already left, and then the fact that most of the elites had left basically resulted in economic crises within places like Jaffa and Haifa and Akra and all those other places, and that demoralizes the fuck out of the local populations. That was part of them leaving as well. But yeah, as far as direct expulsions, it's at least 50.
A moment, I'll go to the toilet, then I'll be back. Oh gosh. Ugh, how annoying. What attacked me? A bug. I'll go to the toilet real quick, and then we'll continue, and then we'll just do all the other things that we have to do. I don't think it really matters what your reason, for what reason you become a refugee. Where will Lonerbox's argument lead to? Well, where will they lead indeed? Who knows? Maybe I'll be debating Origin of Logos. It's Lucy. It is me indeed. Maybe I'll be debating Lonerbox on Israel as well. Who knows? Right now I want to debate him on the Holodomor. That's the main thing I want to debate him on currently, at least. That is the thing. Okay, hello. That's Dodds. Hi, I recently watched Green Border on a local film festival. I thought the movie had a strong message about the value of human life. My Polish colleague who is center-right, said that the movie was trash and represented the Polish border guards unfairly. I think it represented the Polish. I think it's pretty fair to the Polish guards, to be quite honest. Lukashenko is all to blame, was her message basically. Did you watch it, hear about it, and has it stirred up strong debate in Poland? It has. I've not watched the whole thing. It has also. Are you a first-time viewer of this stream, or have you watched it before? Also, the Green Border thing was a big thing when it came to the election. The parliamentary election that happened right now. That was a big part of it. And no, Lukashenko is not to blame for how Poland treats the... Lukashenko is not to blame for how Poland treats the refugees on the Polish-Belarusian border. That is absolutely not the case. Fan of Holland for many years, though. Oh yeah, she made a lot of good movies. Europa, Europa, Citizen Jones, and more. Right? Very famous movie maker. So what other streamers, what other political channels do you watch? And how do you like my videos? Have you seen any of my videos? Good luck studying for a possible debate. I study all the time. I'm a lifelong student. Even though, technically speaking, I wish I was more like my grandfather. I wish I had more of the traits of my grandfather. Then I'd be like a beast. I checked on your YouTube. It seemed to be very up to date. I do try to be up to date, even though I have to edit everything myself currently. And I'm into Central Eastern European politics. So what other political streamers / creators do you watch? Studentka, that's right. I spent a couple of weeks in Czech Republic. I almost said Czechoslovakia. In the Czech Republic. Excellent. Beautiful. Today we actually will react to the State of the Union thing. Prague is love. Prague is life. Prague is love. Praga Česka. Let me see.
Or 55 villages included, or towns included direct expulsions. Other ones were people fleeing because they knew there was an IDF advance. Other ones were because of the stories about Deir Yassin, and definitely the exaggerated stories about Deir Yassin. So yeah, it's a little bit more nuanced in the way that he's putting it out. So it's not a feudal voting system. The position of Grand Mufti is a religious position, so the voters were Islamic scholars, ulama. But I consider that feudal, though, right? Is it not? Was it not because of the, or would you call that just like a religious hierarchy?
Religious.
I feel like that's more or less analogous to feudal, right?
I wonder. It can be. It sort of can be, like the Ottoman Empire.
Anyway.
Religious hierarchy. of
Today,
Iraq.
settlers who were there at the time laugh about the atrocities they committed on camera.
עומדת כיתה של זה עם ידיים למעלה, אז באותו יום הייתי רואה אותי, הייתי קוצר את כולם, עד כדי כך.
כמה אתה חושב אנשים הרגת ככה?
לא ספרתי. אני לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע עם 250 כדורים. ותראה, יריתי, נלחמתי כולם. אני לא יכול לספור.
Years from now, students will write papers comparing the Holocaust and the Nakba, and the racial animus that drove both genocides.
People do this. I've heard of history students doing comparing the Holocaust to the Nakba. What a fucking horrible comparison. I think even people, even like fairly pro-Palestinian scholars, when they compared the Nakba was really, really gross, right? As far as proportionally as well, because it's 700,000 people being displaced and like losing their homes and their homelands and shit like that. And that's like half of the Arab Palestinian population. That's why the collective trauma like runs so deep, because it was such a high proportion of them. But as far as like the deaths, I think in the massacres, it was about just under 1,000 people killed in the massacres by the Zionist side. And I think for Jews who were killed in massacres by Arab troops, that was like something like 200 or 300. Total deaths, if you include all the military, was like 15,000 in a war that lasts like just over like a year and a bit. I think everyone agrees historically that as far as not really about 13,000 civilians were killed, I'm talking about in the massacres. So I don't know if you're counting like a local, like an irregular as a civilian when they're, I don't think it was 13,000 civilians killed in the massacres. Are you sure? I thought that was hang on. I don't think that's true at all. I think the number of deaths in the entire war, including militants, was like 13 or 14, 15,000.
Okay. Is it super relevant to check now how many?
This is giving me the entire conflict. Weren't 800 civilians killed? Yeah, that's in the massacres, yeah. The rest would have been like through either during like the military campaign or in the fighting with soldiers and irregulars. Yeah. And I think on the Arab side, I think about 200 Jews were killed by Arab forces as well in massacres. Yeah. I don't know how many military casualties there were on the Zionist side, though. I think it was a couple of thousand, wasn't it? 1948 Arab-Israeli war.
I don't think this aspect is that
Give me the wiki. All right.
interesting or relevant.
Yeah, Israeli deaths was 6,000. 2,000 civilians, 4,000 fighters. Arab armies, yeah, 3 to 13,000, both fighters and civilians, yeah. So the massacres, I think 200 of these are in massacres at the hands of Arab forces, and about 700, 800, or 900 of these are massacres at the hands of Jewish forces. I think most people agree that compared to something like World War II or the Yugoslav War, as far as actual like war crimes and atrocities go, the 48 war was relatively low compared to wars of the 20th century. Definitely compared to the Yugoslav wars. Definitely compared to
very careful with these comparisons.
World War II. And that's on the Arab side as well. People try to say that the Arab side like committed this massively disproportionate amount of war crimes and they were like really gross. That's not true either. I think even the Arab side typically kept POWs and then gave them back at certain points. Like I think that was like typically what they did. I think the exception would be.
We must be really careful about these comparisons because when we do them recklessly, especially when we just start turning people into statistics, then we just enter the trap of saying, oh wait, comparing this statistic to this statistic doesn't look so bad. I don't think this is how we should analyze atrocities and war crimes, by saying compared to this number isn't so bad, so it maybe the act is not as bad either. I'm not sure what purpose this serves. Apart maybe in a legal setting, when you're trying to think of
Be like Kfar
how
Qasim. No, not
you try
fucking
these
hell.
things.
What was the... Not Kfar Qasim. What was the kibbutz? Etzion, the Etzion block. That was the one where basically all 130 defenders were killed apart from like 4. Yeah. And most of them were killed whilst or after surrendering. But as far as the entire war goes, comparing it to the fucking Holocaust, do people know how bad battles and wars get? If you compare like massacres, say like the Srebrenica massacre in the Bosnian War, where that's like 2 or 3 days and you've got like 7,000 people lined up and shot and thrown into fucking graves. Or if you've got like World War II with the siege of Leningrad and the amount of civilians who died there, or like I think in Stalingrad you've got like 10 to 15, 20,000. Was it 15,000? It was like an obscene number of Soviet soldiers who were killed by their own guys for trying to desert. So when it comes to like the sheer numbers and the sheer like level of atrocities, then the Nakba actually came out as one of the least insane ones, or the less insane ones compared to the other ones of the 20th century. So comparing it to the Holocaust is fucking mind-numbingly stupid. Like, holy shit. Anyway.
I mean,
And a lot of
there is
liberals
a-
currently both siding this genocide will nod very seriously.
There is, however, a purpose to comparing genocides. We must also recognize that. But the way genocides are compared is not in the way of, oh, was this genocide worse or was this genocide worse? That is not how comparing genocides is done. Putting aside the topic of whether or not the Nakba was a genocide, when you do a comparison of genocide, you do this to basically find out what the qualities and the specific traits of the individual genocides were, what the differences were, what the modus operandi were for each genocide. By comparing genocides, we basically discuss them. That is how that works. It's not to determine which one was worse, which one was more evil, in which one more people died, etc. That is not the purpose of comparing genocides. Because, by that logic, as many people claim, well, I don't know if many, but as some people claim, the Holocaust, because of its nature, cannot be compared to anything. That it's incomparable to any genocide. And that is just a conversation closer. If you cannot compare it to anything, then it's basically like nothing else that has ever happened. It cannot be discussed, it cannot be analyzed. And that is not a thing that you want. You do want to analyze, you do want to discuss these things. So you absolutely cannot allow yourself to be put in a position when you say that you cannot compare genocides at all, especially the Holocaust, to other types of genocide. All genocides are unique in a way. They have their own specific traits, they have their own specific circumstances. All genocides are unique to the point that genocides have their own unique names. The Holocaust, the Poraimos, the Holodomor. The names sort of represent the collective memory of those who were genocided. The Poraimos is, of course, the genocide that is often not talked about. The genocide of the Roma people in World War II, which was very similar in many ways to the Holocaust, but is not talked about nearly as much. It means the devouring. The devouring. The Poraimos. And yes, the children
and say,
abduction is part of
we just didn't know how bad it was. Just like the good Germans did back in the 40s. It was bullshit then, and it's bullshit now. A lot of people think that the Nakba ended in 1948. It didn't. That was just the first major escalation of a campaign of complete extermination that continues to this day. When you see the Twitter posts saying things like there was...
Do you think the Soviet desertion thing is a myth? Oh. Are you sure?
It's not a myth, by the way. No, it's not a myth. Killing Soviet soldiers for desertion is not a myth. I'm not sure.
I think in Stalingrad it was 15,000, wasn't it? Wasn't that like a well-known thing?
Who said that it was a myth?
In any case, in any case,
Soviet soldiers
comparing
were
the
very
Nakba
much
to
killed
like
for desertion.
World War II shit is just, it's so stupid.
I would like some
When he
evidence
says
that it
continues to
was
this
a myth,
day,
quote unquote.
I mean, again, it's not like they stopped removing people from what had become the state of Israel in 48. They did actually, they barred obviously refugees from returning. They did clear out villages, and especially the Negev. There was a lot of clearing out the Negev between the late 40s and early 50s. They did go into places like, especially on the Green Line, like Kfar Qasim, and committed massacres and did like removals. So he's and obviously people in Arabs who lived in Israel were like living under effectively military rule until 66. I know that now. But yeah, saying campaign of extermination again is so fucking dense. Again, because if it's
I'm not sure if I would call him pro Israel exactly. I'm not sure that's sort of what I'd call him. Hello, Gustavo. I think I believe he tries to be sort of objective.
If it's a
quote
massive
unquote,
power
on that
relation,
thing.
and Israel is the massive, fucking sophisticated colonial imperial power, how are they unable to stop the Palestinian population from growing if they're on a campaign of extermination? Like, they're on a campaign, you could argue, of like trying to claim territory and trying to expand their territory, and admittedly being given every excuse to by the
Also, this is a thing that people overlook. Even though it's a huge part of the US Convention of Genocide, genocide is not always a campaign of total extermination. Genocide can be just destroying a group in part, as the definition implies. Not implies, the definition just says it. A destruction of a group in whole or in part.
behaviors of like
It doesn't
neighboring
have
Arab
to
leaders.
be a campaign of
But
total
campaign of extermination tantamount to the
extermination.
Holocaust is so it's so dense. Ugh.
Was a ceasefire on October 6th, realized that the people...
Yeah, apparently there's like the power relation is so acute and so pronounced, and it needs to be recognized that this is it's a defenseless indigenous population versus an overpowering imperial like powerhouse. But also their 75-year campaign of extermination can't stop the population from growing. Like, God.
saying those things are either ignorant, in which case you can help them by providing resources, or are actively trying to obfuscate the truth. We know Israel has an army of paid posters to disseminate propaganda and shut down criticism online. Since the day the first European colonists set foot in Palestine, there has been a non-stop stream of crimes committed in the name of the political Zionist project. Palestinian homes are regularly and illegally demolished. Palestinians face arbitrary arrests and humiliating checkpoints just getting to school and back.
Do we also know that the budget for Hasbara is like actually kind of like low, like that they've had to stall it over like lack of budget? This is in 2023. The amount that Israel spends on Hasbara is actually not that impressive. Like that's actually why Israeli propaganda is so bad. Like that's why they always lose the propaganda war. But anyway.
Entire villages are ethnically cleansed specifically for recently migrated European and American Jews to build new settlements on Palestinian land. Again, these settlements are internationally recognized as illegal by international law, and this point is reiterated at every UN summit to no meaningful change. The Gaza Strip, populated by over 2 million people in an area about the size of...
Well, at least that's one relatively accurate representation of international law. I think it was in 2004. That was part of the thing about the wall. That the settlements were illegal. I don't think that's very controversial. If they're not illegal, they're immoral as shit, so I don't even care if they're illegal or not, but I'm pretty sure the argument that the settlements are legal is pretty weak, I would say. I don't think it's as blurry as things like 242 and 194 and shit, yeah.
I was under the
Detroit
impression that
is entirely cut off from the rest of the world. All entrances in and out of Gaza are controlled by the Israeli military. Imports and exports are heavily restricted, and employment opportunities are essentially non-existent. Nearly all water resources are undrinkable by design, and civilian infrastructure is regularly targeted by Israeli airstrikes.
But he says like by design. It's such a, oh my god, like again, why do people say this? Like, I guess that's the thing, is if your narrative it's a campaign of extermination, I guess you probably do believe that one time Israel just felt like closing in all of Gaza and controlling all the exits and entrances and controlling all the imports and ruining the fucking sewage system, and actually not addressing the fact that one of the reasons that the infrastructure in Gaza was so is because one of their their treatment systems for water were enough for the population at the time, but now the population's grown, they haven't been enough. But the problem is that sending resources in to get new treatment plants for water is running the risk of raw materials being used by Hamas. Like, that's kind of the problem. Also, yeah, like if it's about extermination, is Egypt involved in this war of extermination? Because they control the crossing at the south, and they've done the same shit that Israel has. So I guess like Egypt is complicit. Egypt is also part of the Zionist project, apparently, to exterminate the Gazans. Or would it be because Gaza has had a like very multifaceted relationship with Israel throughout history? Israel didn't really control Gaza at all from 48, 49 up until 67 because it was under control of Egypt. Israel would move into Gaza every now and then, and they would do raids, and one or two of them actually ended up in massacres as a response to Fedayeen attacks. That was one thing. And then between 67 and the 80s, you reached a point near the end of the 80s where something like half of all Gazans were working in Israel. Like, they were going in and out of Gaza every day. And then you have like the first Intifada, and then you go up to where those work permit systems start to like rapidly decrease. And then you have Hamas coming in. From 87, they become founded. And then by 2005, 2006, 2007, they are very, very prominent in Gaza. They win the election. They seize control over Gaza despite attempts from the Americans and the Israelis to remove them. And then the massive restrictions and the blockade and everything comes full-fisted. It's not like
oh my God.
Israel did this for no reason.
What wording?
But I guess you can't really give that context, can you? Because it has to be like a campaign of extermination. Again, why don't they do this to area? Why don't they put the same kinds of restrictions on areas A and B? Why don't they tighten it to that degree in areas A and B? They do have restrictions in areas A and B, but they are nothing like the restrictions in Gaza, because Gaza is a unique situation where they do actually have to worry about imports, not only of direct material, but also secondary material that can be used to make rockets or can be used to make weapons. Like, Hamas brags about this. They brag about the fact that, like, if a fucking building gets destroyed by the IDF, they can, like, salvage the remains of that building, like, whether it's wiring or concrete or anything like that, to make weapons. Yeah, we know that, or to build tunnels. We know that they do this. It's so uncontroversial, but I guess we're not gonna. I don't even know why you can't just make that point and then argue that it's excessive. There probably is. There probably are plenty of parts of the blockade that are excessive. Like some of the food imports up until 2010, around that period, were really difficult to justify. Like there were certain food items that they just like blocked for very dubious reasons. I guess they were worried about new importers coming in, and every time you have a new importer, you have to have new checks and new balances. But
well, there are two main problems with the blockade of Gaza, aren't there? One, that it basically denies the very nature of the place, which is to be on a hub of trade and business between different countries. Gaza in its sort of like in its idea is supposed to be the opposite of locked. It's supposed to be open to both sides. It's supposed to blur the lines between borders. The second part is that, of course, it deletes any sort of self-determination to the region. It makes it completely dependent on Israel on every single thing. Literally. Lots of things have happened. Indeed.
At the border before it comes in, but still, like, yeah, some of it is actually quite punitive, but it's assuming that all of it is not even punitive, it's just part of the extermination campaign. Wow.
Permits are routinely denied for the
It can be both. It can be both a part of an extermination campaign and punitive. It often is. It often is both.
building of homes, civilian infrastructure, roads, sewage systems, and schools. Call it what it
Those
is.
things are not mutually exclusive.
A concentration camp.
Hey.
If you force a population into an enclosed area, you control the food, the water, electricity, fuel, medicine, literally everything that goes in or out. If you put a high-tech fence around it with facial recognition and automated guns, if you routinely kill the people inside to further your goal of an ethno-state, what separates you from the Nazis? It's hard not to get angry when...
Oh my fucking god, man. Imagine if, like, because we...
I mean, the ghetto comparison is not really... I think the ghetto comparison is not entirely unreasonable, to be quite honest. There is a point to be made that Gaza does resemble in some respects what the ghetto was, even though the ghetto was much more extreme. But depriving of food, that's a big sort of point of comparison there. That is definitely one point of comparison that could be reasonably made.
We know if someone said this to second thought, and it's like they said it about the gulags.
The gulags?
If you close people off, if you arbitrarily imprison people, if you put them and make them... And
well, the gulags are a bit of a different thing. They are forced labor camps. But he also had the Wagers. You could sort of make a comparison there.
subject them to hard labor, and if you don't... What separates you from the Nazis? Well, first of all, they would say that...
I mean, that is not a bad question to ask in regards to the...
That's double genocide theory, because the Nazis weren't actually using those camps to gas people. The Soviets, because the Nazis weren't... What separates you from the Nazis? Well, first of all, they would say that's double genocide theory, because the Nazis weren't actually using those camps to gas people. The Soviets weren't using those camps to gas people. And then they're also probably saying like, oh no, that was actually the criminal system. You know, the gulags were actually just the standard Soviet prison system, and they were...
Well, they weren't gassed per se, but the method is not what makes a genocide. It's like the intent and the sort of... a specific method is not what makes a genocide a genocide. We have to recognize this. And while, yes, in the gulags, people were not... gassed per se, they were put to hard work while being given minimum amount of resources to actually survive it. So, you know,
dealing with reactionaries and foreign agents and landlords, like people who owned an acre of farmland, those pieces of shit, like, fucking hell. I think there are probably quite a few important parameters that separate that from the Nazis, right? It's not like there was some de facto Jewish government that didn't recognize Germany's existence and spent 20 years firing fucking rockets at Germany, or like launching militant groups from the de facto Jewish authority into fucking
Well, now I have to ask, if those things were a factor, then would it suddenly make the Holocaust more sympathetic or more excusable? I don't think it would. But that is an interesting line of reasoning that is being walked into here.
Germany to like go and murder random German civilians like in Berlin. It's not like that was happening, was it?
And if it did, then what? What if it did happen? What would be the takeaway from that? What would be our sort of
Also, why would people do this? Like, people make these videos about how awesome and like pretty Gaza was before the airstrikes and everything. Would people do this about a concentration camp? Again, Gaza had lots of problems. It had so many issues with unemployment, with lack of opportunity, with the fact that they are closed off, with the fact that they're stateless, with the fact that they depend on foreign aid, with the fact that Hamas economic policy is incidentally kind of dog shit. They steal a lot of money that should go to the people. They have like a very, very oligarchical system where they just enrich the fuck out of their own leaders and who don't even live in Gaza and the families of those leaders. But it's not like Gaza was a concentration camp. Like, look at it. It's like, would people make videos like this about a concentration camp? I just don't think they would. Imagine like the fucking Nazis are coming in.
I mean, a golden cage is still a cage. That would be my point, sort of.
To attack the Warsaw Ghetto, and there are these montages of like, look how beautiful our existence was in the Warsaw Ghetto before these Nazi soldiers came in and started taking us to fucking Treblinka and shit. What the fuck? Auschwitz had a pool. Well, the problem is the people who make those montages about how Auschwitz had a pool, which it kind of didn't. It had facilities for the guards to use, but like, the problem is the people who make that argument are the Nazis, like, are the Nazi defenders. These montages are made by pro-Palestinian people.
Yeah, comparing to Gaza ghetto is pretty reasonable, maybe a little hyperbolic, but sometimes it's necessary to get a point across about the severity of a situation.
Generally. I think this one's...
Bear in mind, comparing two things, sometimes, like, just because you compare two things, it doesn't mean that you're even saying that they are similar or the same. You compare them to find out what the similarities are and what the differences are, and if there are even any similarities at all. That is the purpose of doing comparisons.
Not this particular one comes
you don't
from
go into a comparison.
There are other montages like this that come from pro-Palestinian people, or it's like, I think this one might even be ripped.
You don't go into comparisons with preconceived notions about, you know, I compare them because they are like sort of the same or necessarily similar. You can compare things to find out because they seem similar, but they might, during the comparison, turn out not to be similar at all.
From them.
When you're talking about this stuff, because it's so incredibly obvious who the bad guys are. And yet Israel dumps massive sums of money into pretending they're the victims. I don't know about you, but I've never seen a victim who can shut off their oppressor's food, water, power, and ability to move freely on a whim. So now I'm going to have to make an assumption, because I'm not going to waste my time.
Anyway, all this equivocating is messy, don't do it. I don't even know what you're referring to with the... Again, if someone... Let's assume that you buy the argument that Gaza is a concentration camp. I was like, okay, yeah, it is, sure, why not? Like, let's call it that. What do we do then? At the end of the day, what matters is what should be done about it. But I guess the problem is that people like Second Thought probably believe that Israel should just unilaterally withdraw from both Gaza and the West Bank, unilaterally take down the walls and all the border checks and everything like that, and just say, there you go, you're your state, we're not doing anything to do with you. And then just like whatever happens, happens, you know? Like if they decide that that's not enough and they want to, like Hamas says, if they want to do another October 7th, or if they want to do a billion other October 7th, like the guy was saying, then they just do that, I guess. And Israel, like, just takes the consequences, right? You know? And maybe they're entitled to do that as well, you know, because there's still stolen land in Israel. Like, a lot of those kibbutz villages and a lot of those communities are built on top of, like, what a Second Thought would call ethnically cleansed Arab villages. Like, that's the problem, is you don't get into any kind of, like, realistic or any kind of reasonable solutions.
I mean, to be fair, we don't really have any realistic solutions right now. We have a horrible, horrible situation going on with people standing for food being shot at. So
It doesn't give you anything. It's just grandstanding.
I'm trying to win over people who still think Israel is in the right, when they've seen all the same footage that I've seen. Either you're a decent person, or you're not. So the assumption I'm going to make is that if you're still watching this video, you're one of those decent people. We're on the same page. What's happening in Gaza is the most blatant example of genocide in modern history. For the rest of the video,
there were a lot of genocides in modern history, so I'm not sure if I would go that far. There were quite a lot of genocides in modern history. Modern history has borne witness to a lot of genocide.
I want to talk about what that means. What does it tell us when a country...
More so than Darfur? Like, more so than fucking Myanmar? Oh my god. Okay.
like Israel can commit these monstrous...
More so than Srebrenica? Like... Okay.
acts and face zero consequences. When it can be condemned by the vast majority of the world, including institutions like the UN, and get away with it. When we see this on Twitter, and the Western press still...
Does the Holocaust not count as...
I mean, still, get away with it. There is an ongoing case against Israel. We cannot just skirt over that. There is an ongoing case, so get away with it. We'll see, I guess.
As modern history? Well, he said that the Nakba was comparable to the Holocaust, so he's physically insane. Like, he's just...
Physically insane. Damn, physically
or like
insane.
Bangladesh and shit. Oh god, we got so many of them.
Physically
this guy is... like, every fiber of his fucking being is just, like, off somehow. I don't even...
still says that this is all...
as opposed to spiritually insane. Damn.
Palestine's fault. It takes 34 seconds of scrolling just to get to the names of children 1 year old. To put the scale of Israel's crimes against children in perspective, in the final years of the war, when Germany was really ramping up their extermination campaign...
Would you consider Bucha a genocide? I think it's been classed as a crime against humanity because I think it came from...
Single event. I think it's part of a genocidal campaign. Yeah. I think it's part of it.
So I don't know. Could it be? And I
don't think Bucha alone is a genocide. I think the entire Russian campaign, when you put it together, when you look at the elements, when you look at the sort of intent behind it, when you look at the rhetoric, when you look at the language, when you look at the actions taken, the deportations, the stealing children from Ukraine and making them Russian. When you look at all these parts and sum them up, it seems like we're looking at a genocidal campaign, indeed.
I think it's that way because it was more kind of like sporadically allowed, those killings, the way the footage I saw from the New York Times. I don't know if it would come under a genocide. I don't think anyone actually accused them of it. But compared to even, like, Bucha was so... as far as a crime against humanity, it was so clear cut, right? You can see people going up to their commanders, and then the commander just kind of making some hand gestures, and then they go to a bunch of people who are blindfolded and lined up, and then just shoot them, bang, 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 right? And then they just leave them in the street until the Ukrainians come and find them later once they've retreated. Bucha was so much more clear cut than anything we've seen from Israel and Gaza, at least in my opinion. clear cut in terms of like the intent of the people killing, like of the people doing the killing. But, or with like that theater that they literally drew out the word kids outside the building to let the Russians know that it was civilians taking shelter in the theater building in Mariupol, and Russia just direct hit it anyway. Like a direct hit, not fucking like bombing the car park or not bombing a building next to it and then like some collateral, like, and then it gets secondary damage. Nothing like that. Like actual fucking just pinpoint targeted. Yeah, shit.
Sure.
The Nazis killed 127 children per day in Auschwitz. Israeli occupation forces are now killing
I hate these comparisons. I hate these comparisons.
139 children per day. At time of writing, Israel has killed over 27,000 Palestinians in 4 months. Compare that to the 15,000 killed over a 2-year period during the Nakba. And yet, despite those numbers, despite the massive rally
15,000 if we're including militants as well and army people. Why are we not comparing like the Nazi military operations and the armies they were fighting with? What the fuck? You're going to compare like the number of people being gassed in one category, and in the other one you're going to compare like one army against 5 armies as well as a civil war. And you're going to use the raw death count. Like what a absolutely brain dead way to count. Like, if we're talking about Nazi killings, like, how long was the siege of Leningrad? How long did that last? Like, 2 years and a bit? 2 years and a bit, and you had fucking, like, 1.5 million dead. Like, 1 million Soviet civilians. Over one city. Over one... Man.
rallies for Palestine around the world, despite...
This is also like, if we look at the estimates for the siege of Mariupol as well, just that one city in Ukraine, we're not going to get the real numbers for that for a long, long time because it's under Russian occupation and Russia is not going to let anyone come in to count the bodies or anything like that. So they just have to go by taking aerial photographs of the graves that are emerging in and around the city. And even then, the estimates are going between sort of 25 and 75,000. Let me see. Where is the AP report on that? This is a really long article about this. I can't remember. Oh yeah, and then they've also decided to start renaming all the streets. This is the theater. Like direct hit.
Yeah.
Even though this says kids, like it says there are kids or children that are here.
Can I see the sign? Diety, which is very similar to the Polish word dzieci. So indeed, it does say kids here.
Even though this says kids, like it says there are kids or children that
Dzieci,
are here.
yeah. Dzieci. Dzieci.
Yeah, Russians like naming all the streets, and they've announced like building projects to let Russian settlers move in to Russify the city again. You can see that on Google Maps now. Yeah. More than 10,000 new graves, the AP found. The death toll might run 3 times higher than an early estimate of at least 25,000. Oh, that's where they got the 75. And Russian plans to demolish over 50,000 homes. And this, again, is one city. What was the original population of Mariupol? But people like Second Thought just don't give a fuck about this, right? Because it's fucking Daddy Russia doing it. Like, its population was 400,000.
Despite politicians getting shoes thrown at them and trade being disrupted, we still hear nothing from the corporate media. And we can't seem to budge the leaders of the Western world. Why?
Isn't today when Israel has to report to the ICJ? Yes, it is. Yeah, it's Monday, yeah. But I don't know if the report is made public today. And definitely not the ICJ's response today. That would be insanely fast, yeah.
The easy answer is that Israel serves the interest of the United States. Here's Joe Biden back in the 1980s.
There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion.
Damn. Joe Biden. Wow. Oof. What a... Damn.
investment we
What a difference. Damn. Looking at that archive, it always feels interesting to look at archival footage of politicians when they were much younger and how they just, how they gesture, how they speak, the tempo of their speech, the sort of the way they speak compared to now is always an interesting thing to behold.
make.
Whoa.
Were there not an
Exactly. Whoa. Whoa.
Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel
Jesus.
to protect her interests
Let's go.
in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel.
The US and its vassal states
I feel like points like this are just like they're just so extended because he's already made this little like stupid ahistorical case, and now everything's just like, oh well, now look what Biden's supporting now. Me. Hang on. Where's the Mandela speech where he talks about the PLO and Syria and Israel? Where is it?
You should keep
Didn't
things
remember it?
archived.
Here.
Should keep things organized and
in
archived.
Geneva and others, that we carefully define what we mean by secure borders.
What did he do here?
That we carefully define what we mean by secure borders. We do not mean that Israel has the right to retain the territories they conquered from the Arab world, like the Gaza Strip, the Golan. They are fighting for the right of self-determination. I went further, however, to say that the support for Yasser Arafat in his struggle does not mean that the ANC has ever doubted the right of Israel to exist as a state legally. We have stood quite openly and firmly for the right of that state to exist within secured borders. But, of course, as I said to Mr. Sigmund in Geneva and others, that we carefully define what we mean by secure borders. We do not mean that Israel has the right to retain the territories they conquered from the Arab world, like the Gaza Strip, the Golan Heights, and the West Bank. We don't agree with that. Those territories should be returned to the Arab people.
Mr. Mandela.
This dude's angry. Is that fucking Bibi? No way. Hang on. Because I know Netanyahu was always coming to these fucking talk shows. Like, there's no, wait.
Gee.
Is it? When he used to go on talk shows and shit like that, didn't he look a bit like that?
That would be so interesting.
Am I seeing it? Nah. This guy's mad though. But fucking yeah, it's like Mandela being a based fucking Mandela being two-state pilled.
That would be very interesting if it was actually Netanyahu.
depend on having strategic footholds all over the world. Israel is crucial in that regard, serving as a destabilizing force in the region, a useful intelligence outpost, a hub for Western personnel, and, of course, a lucrative trade partner, especially when it comes to weapons of war. But
yeah, I see your message, Saddam, don't worry.
Still, when the backlash is this intense, when politicians are being harassed wherever they go, when activists are shutting down weapons plants, blocking ships bound for Israel, when Biden's approval...
Well, blocking activists. Blocking ships regardless of where they're bound from, just to be clear, and kidnapping the crew. I mean, what's happened to those crew members?
They were sent to the Shadow Realm.
Where are they?
Gone.
The Chinese, is it the Chinese crew? No, it's not Chinese crew. The Galaxy Leader. Where is the Galaxy Leader crew? Because I think the ship is still in Yemen. Shipping industry calls for the release of Galaxy Leader crew 7 days ago. Does no one give a fuck about this? This is activism?
It's active.
Where are they?
It is certainly very active.
Season the 19th of November. It's been a while. Like 3 months. Activists. Fuck off, man.
Approval rating is the lowest of any modern president. Wouldn't it just be easier to give some concessions? To give Israel a slap on the wrist and make them stop the worst of their atrocities for at least a little while.
A little while.
This is how normal people think. This is not how world leaders, fascists, and oligarchs think.
Damn.
Joe Biden, as mentally unfit as he is for the job, is still the president of the United States. He is the most powerful man in the world.
Ageism.
Things like civilian casualties are nothing more than one of many pieces of...
What slap on the wrist does he want? No, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that Biden was actually, like, in part the one that secured aircraft carriers going into the Mediterranean to make sure that Israel and Hezbollah wouldn't go straight to war from October 8th onwards. That Biden was the one negotiating for that last humanitarian pause so they could allow humanitarian aid to go through. That Biden has been repeatedly falling out with fucking Netanyahu over humanitarian issues in Gaza, and he's actually been pressuring Israel to allow humanitarian aid in a way that it didn't seem like they were up for doing before. And also, he probably doesn't know that Biden has been putting sanctions on settlers, especially even for ones before October 7th who were committing crimes in the West Bank, for example, with the Huara riots last year. No, he doesn't know any of that because he doesn't give a fuck. Like, he doesn't care. Unless, I guess he just thinks the president can just, like, fucking, I don't even know, like...
Snap his fingers.
Can you just unilaterally sanction Israel until they stop the genocide? Until they do a unilateral ceasefire? Is that what he wants Biden to do?
People do overestimate what the president can do.
I feel like
Even
anything
the
a president
president of the
can
United
do will
States.
never be enough for someone like this. This is why people like Second Thought support dictatorships, because they want their idea of a good leader is someone who just does these massive, sweeping, uncontested, mental fucking moves that really don't have any guarantee of achieving any results, but just that they're doing something like
People
massive.
do really overestimate what what the realistic ability of what a president can do is. I can agree with that, certainly. That is unfortunately
disproportionate. That's the way this guy sees the world, right?
Paper that cross his desk on any given day. People hating him is part of the...
I think you're giving Biden too much credit, mate. No, I'm not. I think Biden can be doing more. But at the end of the day, if you have a population that you have to reflect the wishes of that population, it seems to be that most of the American population is still generally sympathetic to Israel. Like, you can only represent this so far. And as far as what exactly more do you want Biden to do with his executive power, as a president? Because I don't think he's going to get stuff through Congress against Israel, is he? With a 50-50 split.
The job. International crises are part of the job. He, like every other president, sees the rest of us as NPCs. Little Sims running around his country.
Damn.
We're insignificant. If we have a little red angry face over us, he can pull some levers and distract the majority of people with war over Ukraine.
Personally, the big criticism of Biden before
fuck you, Second Thought. Fuck you. Fuck you for what you just started saying. Fuck you. Really? Oh, you can just, distract people. If you have an angry face over yourself, Joe Biden can just pull some levers and distract you with some war in Ukraine. Oh, yeah, sure.
the war.
With war over Ukraine.
Personally, the big criticism of Biden before the war would have been his lack of resolve on settlements. I don't know why American presidents always just wag their fingers about settlements, but none of them ever actually do anything about it. Apart from, ironically, Bush Sr. That was a good example, but what's he saying here?
Yeah,
his desk on any given day.
The war in Ukraine is just a distraction for the American people who have angry faces over their heads. Like, sure, that's the origin of the war in Ukraine. Of course.
People hating him is part of the job. International crises are part of the job. He, like every other president, sees the rest of us as NPCs. Little Sims running around his country. We're insignificant. If we have a little red angry face over us, he can pull some levers and distract the majority of people with war over Ukraine or Taiwan.
That is just... wow. What a thing to say. Jesus Christ. Oh. Wow. Yeah. All these things are not their own huge conflicts with their own sort of reasons and their own geopolitical situations. No, it's just Biden pulling some levers in order to distract you from being mad. Welcome, Greater Rain.
I thought if we're talking about body count, the body count in one city alone, in Mariupol, might very well be higher than the one in Gaza. Why is that a distraction? What the fuck? How many settlers has he sanctioned yet? Is it double digits yet? Again, that's why nothing's good enough for you. I don't know. I think initially, on the day of the executive order, it was 4. And it'll probably go up.
So, just, wow.
Depending on ones that have committed crimes. Because I think the executive order was to sanction settlers.
Ukraine, Taiwan, those are just distractions.
Who commit grave crimes.
I think Blonerbucks mixed the point here a little bit. Because as far as I know, in Taiwan, body count is not even a factor still yet. It just says that those issues, the issue of Ukraine and the issue of Taiwan, are distractions for the angry public.
Against Palestinians. I think the 2 settlers that he sanctioned, in particular, were 2 who incited...
His point wasn't about body count. His point was about that these issues are not real issues, but just distractions.
The riots and who are.
Pointing to evil Russia, pointing to evil China, who are not as evil as the evil leaders would have you believe, but they treat you as NPCs. And they try to tell you that Russia's evil. They try to tell you that China's evil. And they distract you with these issues of Ukraine and Taiwan. That is basically what is being said.
Which
is pretty blatant, pretty transparent, pretty shallow, pretty stupid.
I think is quite fair. But I guess unless he's actually just taking up international vigilante law against every settler who commits crimes in the West Bank. I don't know.
Even just ignore them for a few months. And this isn't to rag on the average person. Most people are busy. We don't have the time to get to the bottom of every geopolitical issue. It's just to say that when
You're clearly an example of that. You are clearly an example of that. Of a person that does not have time to look into things. You're too busy creating really good edits of videos.
You are in a position of power, you have options to make your problems go away. And sometimes you don't even need to do anything at all.
Hello, Lisa. Lisa Blogger. Hello.
And the noisy troublemakers will eventually get bored and move on. What recourse do we have?
Again, Ukrainian war is just a distraction to make angry troublemakers bored. Same with Taiwan, apparently.
In a situation like that.
Good question.
It's easy to say, we just need to dismantle capitalism and destroy the perverse incentives that enable this genocide. But that's not a...
Is that the incentive? Is Israel doing what it's doing because of capitalism? Okay. Interesting.
Realistic solution in the short term. I'm talking specifically about the US here. We don't have anywhere near the level of class consciousness needed to build a revolution. Not in a timely manner, at least. So we find ourselves in a position where it looks like evil has won. Where no matter what we do, Israel is still going to bomb Gaza, and the US is still going to give them the bombs, and the media is still going to say that your eyes are lying to you, and it's actually the Israelis who are the victims. That sounds pretty bleak. And it is. There's no denying that this is a pretty grim timeline. The United States is a tremendous force for evil.
Israel has
There's also a pretty grim timeline when you say that the issues of Ukraine and Taiwan are just distractions for people to get less mad in the US. It's all about appeasing those USians, US stations, the US stations of America.
a lot of important contract with American private corporations. Misha, you are fucking retarded. I'm
Statesian.
sorry. Do you know how like Israel has basically
Statesians.
spent the last 2 or 3 decades like trying to normalize relations with other Arab countries, and every time they try to, it seems to be, especially with the Abraham Accords, like the big fucking wedge between them achieving that, say with Saudi Arabia, is their treatment of the Palestinians. When Israel aggresses on the West Bank or when they aggress on Gaza, their normalization prospects with the rest of the Middle East, with the very wealthy countries in the Middle East, goes way the down. I don't know why you think capitalism is motivating them to what? To basically turn themselves into like one of the least popular states on the international stage, where basically all the people supporting them now are going to be like America and like some European countries. And what is it? Micronesia, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, Palau, Nauru, like yeah, fucking the Finkelstein list of oceanic fucking countries, like. No, I don't think they're conducting war in Gaza because of capitalism. You fucking idiot. Like, eat glass. Jesus Christ.
World.
Oh my gosh.
There's a
don't say
reason
that.
it's the most hated country on Earth.
Wow.
And there's a reason most Americans aren't aware of
video
that
game.
fact.
I'm
But here's the thing, and this might sound a little...
not sure. I'm not sure if the US is the most hated country on Earth. I'm pretty sure it depends on where you are on Earth. I think Russia is, for example, hated in some places on Earth more than the US.
flowery at first, but bear with me.
Oh, don't forget the Marshall Islands.
Even though evil may seem like it's won, even though the US and Israel may seem impossible to overcome, there will come a day when historians can look back and soberly assess the crimes of these regimes as past projects. The US empire is on the decline. I made a video about that a little while back. It cannot sustain itself the way it has since the post-war years. The United States as we know it today will fade. It may not disappear completely, but its relevance will wane. Israel will go the way of Rhodesia and apartheid South Africa.
Uh-oh.
As long as projects like these are reviled and opposed by the majority of working people, they will eventually succumb to the weight of their own contradictions. And there's a fine line to walk.
I think in a way that when people talk about Israel succumbing to its own contradictions, that is actually kind of true, but maybe for a reason that this idiot probably won't never be able to elaborate on. There's a couple of main problems. One is that for some, like after the 67 war, Israel basically set itself on a fucking like downward spiral when it came to their approach to religiosity and like settler expansion, because for some reason, like with
Oh, it's loading.
people like Moshe Dayan and all that, like encouraging them. People in the West Bank after 67 decided that the West Bank was going to be theirs as well. And in a sense, they believed it beforehand. But then obviously with 67, they had the opportunity to go in there and build settlements. And lots of people opposed that. Like I think like Ben Gurion opposed that. Lots of Israeli, like pro-Israeli historians like Benny Morris opposes that. But they did it. They embedded themselves very, very deep within the West Bank, basically frustrating any kind of like territorial contiguity that a Palestinian state might have, unless you're literally deporting like hundreds of thousands of people. So the problem is that Israel has basically made the West Bank its problem, when lots of leaders, I think, rightly believe that it shouldn't be. It should have been there for a Palestinian state, and that problem is not going away, because the problem with Israel right now is this growing like extreme right-wing religious Zionist group, and the problem with them is that they have lots of babies. They have lots and lots of babies, and they are outpacing the population growth rate of the more secular Israelis who are more inclined or are more easy to pull over to more like liberal or left-wing positions. So the problem is, and that the problem with them as well, is not only that they're pulling the country to the right, the other problem is that they don't enlist in the army. So Israel is simultaneously increasing its the aggression of its population towards the Palestinians, but it's also reducing the size that its military can be. And then that is a contradiction that is going to massively fuck Israel. And that's not even to mention them wanting to expand their claims into the West Bank being accelerated by this increasingly religious and fanatical population, is that they are also increasing the amount of territory that they will one day probably end up having to annex. And if they have to annex that territory, they're going to annex into that territory with it a lot of Arabs. And either they ethnically cleanse those Arabs, which will turn them into an international pariah, or they run an apartheid state, which would turn them into an international pariah. So it's like there are a few different dimensions where Israel is absolutely f***ing itself, and in the future might actually just be sowing the seeds of its own destruction. Like that might actually be possible. Isn't military service mandatory? For some reason, there are religious groups that get exemptions. So no. Anyway.
Walk between this is inevitable and this cannot last forever. Assuming something is inevitable is not the...
Isn't annexation already the de facto situation in the West Bank under Smotrich? I don't know what you mean by de facto. Like, there are parts that the right wing definitely wants to annex. There are some parts that actually have been annexed. People don't know. It's not just East Jerusalem. East Jerusalem is annexed, but there are also parts of the West Bank, like small parts along the Green Line that are annexed as well. That is definitely where they want to go. Yeah, they do want to annex. Like they want the kind of like the Trump plan, right? And somehow areas A and B just exist as like literal like Bantustan territories with autonomy, but not sovereignty, not statehood. Yeah.
Correct approach. That leads to complacency. But recognizing that evil cannot stand against the determination of the masses forever, that's inspiring. That leads to people getting involved, joining organizations, actively working to prevent things like what's happening in Gaza. Hope and determination is the right approach, not complacency. And certainly not doomerism. Yes, it's incredibly painful.
Massive rally for Palestine in Indonesia. Remember the CIA committed genocide here in 1965? They remember. I'm just so curious. Hang on. Trust in both China and the United States has clearly declined amongst Indonesians, but more negativity exists in relation to China. In policy areas typically seen as China's stronghold, economic investment is standing and declined relative to the United States. For example, when asked which country is most important for Indonesia's economy, 18% choose the United States, while 12% say China. 4 in 10, 42% are in favor of investment for the United States, compared to 30% with regard to investment from China. In 2011, the majority of Indonesians said China would be Asia's leading economic power, a view now held by only 31%. 21%? Oh, wow. 6 in 10
You should know all that data.
Indonesians either strongly agree or agree that Indonesia should join with other countries to limit China's influence, an increase of 10 points since 2011. The majority of Indonesians now agree that Indonesia is doing enough to pressure China to improve human rights.
You should not look it up. You should have it all in your mind.
Attitudes to China. Where's attitudes to the United States?
Unless it's new information.
In a potential military conflict between China and the United States.
Otherwise,
1% think Indonesia should support China, and 4 think they should support the United States. Concern about foreign influence. 81% not concerned. More for China, but still mostly not concerned. I don't know. Like every time these people try to project their opinions onto like Asian countries, like Vietnam or Indonesia, or Philippines, and all that, it's like actually, it seems to me these countries either like America or they are kind of like a little bit ambivalent on America, but they like China less. I'm sorry, that's just funny. Fuck.
I mean, Vietnam, of course, will like the US. Because Vietnam hates China. It doesn't like... In the case of Vietnam, it's not, oh, Vietnam likes China less. Vietnam hates China, and there's a reason for that. There are many reasons for that we could get into, but yeah, the relationship between Vietnam and China is very specific. I guess I could see England or France being pretty hated for colonial reasons, even beyond the US, but also I feel like the US acts like the biggest obnoxious asshole on the world stage, as if everything revolves around US interest. I don't know. It might seem that way, but believe you me when I say that in Vietnam, the biggest obnoxious and dangerous asshole is China, not the US. Trust me.
Watch the footage coming out of Palestine. Yes, it's normal to feel overwhelmed or helpless. But all you have to do is search the words Palestine March or Rally, and you'll be reminded that millions and millions of ordinary people just like us are making a difference. We're helping get food and medicine to people who need it. We're educating our peers. And most importantly, we are scaring the criminals enabling this genocide, whether they admit it or not. Another thing to consider is that even though
I'm sure Biden is very scared of
second son
JT Chapman.
Is that his name?
Fuck me.
Though there are something like 40% of Americans who still support Israel.
Can you imagine a commentator like this in China, like doing the opposite thing? Can you imagine like a Chinese commentator or like even a Soviet commentator who has the same opposition to their home country that Second Thought has to the United States, like making YouTube videos like this and broadcasting? Jesus. He would literally get fucking drone striked before he even has a chance to like escape in his little cringe fucking sports supercar. Like, I don't even know.
Sports car?
He's American. That's what I mean. And he's like this virulently anti-American, saying like the leaders are scared of us. Can you imagine if someone who lived in China, like a commentator in China, spoke like this about the Chinese government, like, and spoke in the way that they do about China's enemies?
You know.
That number is dropping. YouGotnik made a fantastic video a few weeks ago about the era of war crime influencers, where he talked about this bizarre need the occupation forces seem to have to broadcast their hideous war crimes to the world. I'm sure you've heard the quote, "Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake." The Israeli apartheid regime is making a mistake by not cracking down on their stormtroopers blasting their war crimes out on TikTok. No one on Earth can watch these freaks cackling about blowing up homes and murdering children without at least a little bit of cognitive dissonance. Even the staunchest supporters of Israel are squirming just a little bit.
No.
Except, of course, the ones paid handsomely not to squirm. Israel has shown the world what...
Jesus. Paid not to squirm. Hey, what an assumption.
Paid not to squirm.
I do really hope with that ICJ fucking... Yeah, also, what did this guy say about fucking... Do we need to look at it again? Whatever this guy said about fucking Hamas, like, murdering Israeli civilians? Jesus.
What did he say?
I don't really know if the soldiers dancing, like, you'd have to, like, there's probably... I don't know if they're, like, are they saying that they're dancing because of, like, they're happy about war crimes? I don't know. Fuck, probably not. I'd imagine. There are some videos where IDF soldiers are being fucking mental. Like, there is a problem with that. And there is a problem with the absolute lack of repercussions from the Israeli government is really, really gross. Like, I really hope something from the ICJ comes out with that. Like, I know they said that they're trying to investigate some people who are advocating for genocide and all that, but one of the IDF's biggest problems is that if they really say that the worst excesses of the IDF are just that, they are worst excesses, then nothing better would show that than just like actually coming down hard on people who break the rules. Because I feel like right now in the IDF or even in like for settler populations, like they feel like they don't really have, they really don't feel like they have consequences. Or if they do have consequences, they're like nothing.
What it represents. It stands for genocide, apartheid, ethno-nationalism, a fascistic desire to cleanse a land they believe belongs to them.
It's just him saying that. Well, it's just there's like these videos of people dancing. I don't know. Oh, God.
ethno-nationalism, a fascistic desire to cleanse a land they believe belongs to them and build
like, see, that's a better example. Like, this guy is clearly just like gloating about the fact that people are fucking dying. So, yeah.
places and hotels on the graves of the indigenous population. No matter how hard the colonists try to erase the past by destroying mosques, universities, burial sites, entire villages, they can never convince anyone but themselves that they are indigenous to the land they are so callously destroying. Uprooting trees, salting the earth, poisoning the water. Native populations don't do that to the land they love. So, let them show the world who they are and what they stand for. Every video posted to TikTok, every piece of propaganda debunked. It will all go in the history books when inevitably this genocidal regime is relegated to the dustbin of history. The only way to ensure a bright and peaceful future in the region is to...
The dustbin, if it...
Second thoughts video will be in a history
For the
book.
amount of times you read that in like Russian Revolution literature, people talking about resigning things to the dustbin of history. Eesh.
to reestablish Palestine as it was before the Zionist project. A multicultural...
Actually, being good faith here, he's not going to show war crimes TikToks in his video hoping to monetize. It's the problem is that he assumes that every IDF soldier, like just filming TikToks, is doing it because they're enjoying war crimes or like wanting to, or like they're like happy about the fact that they're killing like civilians or targeting civilians or whatever. Clearly, there are some videos where you don't need to show actual war footage, but you can just show like TikToks that are captioned with people actually gloating about Palestinian deaths, because it's not like there's any shortage of that. But it's the fact that obviously Second Thought thinks it's like all the same, like like all Israelis are the same.
Cultural, multi-faith community with roots reaching far back into history. A beautiful past that should be celebrated, not bulldozed and turned into a theme park, not ethnically cleansed and its history rewritten to fit some modern myth. As much as evil will try to win, its own inhumanity will be its destruction. The world sees Israel for what it really is, and one day...
And yet you call Ukraine a distraction for angry Americans. I feel that there's a little bit of incongruence here, but what do I know?
Will remember Israel for what it really was. These days, it's pretty hard to find someone who will admit they supported Rhodesia or apartheid South Africa, but they're still around, pretending like they didn't act just like the supporters of Israel are acting today. So, what happens when evil wins? Evil doesn't win. At least, not forever. And the only thing that determines how long evil is allowed to persist...
I mean, it's not like the good guys... What happened to the Soviets and to Mao's China and shit? Like, did those guys win? I don't know. Fucking...
They're not exactly
one day,
good
though,
guys.
you know.
Soviet Union.
One day, the visions of a guy who was right.
Oh yeah, I forgot the Second Thought loves the Soviet Union. That's
in
right.
1868 is going to overcome the modern world of 2024. One day.
One day.
Evil never wins.
What a video.
is us.
Us. Me.
I mentioned at the beginning of the episode that I recently launched a new channel.
Okay.
A gaming channel.
Well, that was fucking distressing. I need I think I should look over the Destiny doc now so I can find some pro-Zionist talking points to get angry at instead. Oh god, we need to...
Damn. Loner Box is on a warpath with Destiny. To look at some... See? Didn't they debate or something? I have to think. Did they debate? When's the... See, I have this thing on the lip from the protest. When's the address of the Union? State of the Union address. I think it's like it's in 1 hour. 1 hour. 1 hour to the state of address. State of address. Yay. I'm gonna rejuvenate my hair. That was amazing, wasn't it, everybody? That was great. That sure informed me on what is happening. It sure informed me on a lot of things. What? Okay, we've got another reaction to do. Oh my god. Damn. The monitor never fails. I guess we have to get into this. Damn. Vladimir Sokolov wants to nuke Western cities. Let's nuke them. 1 hour ago, Russian monitor. Damn. The Russian monitor. Let's go. Let's see. Famous Russian media, as always. We're going to the Russian sources. We're going straight to the source of information. Be careful, this is misinformation. This is not true.
Для Франции, на самом деле, задача даже не получение
The goal of France is not just getting free resources from Russia.
бесплатных ресурсов с
Wait, what?
территории России.
Oh,
Для
okay.
Франции, на самом деле, задача даже не получение бесплатных ресурсов с территории.
Бесплатных ресурсов. Okay, I was cringing at the interview, but they don't have the Russian equivalent of the word resource as well. Resourсов. I must have misheard that.
Территории России. Для Франции, на самом деле, задача даже не получение бесплатных ресурсов с территории России, а уничтожение России.
But the destruction of Russia.
Окончательное решение русского.
Everybody wants to destroy Russia. And therefore, Russia needs to destroy everybody first. That's the idea. The final solution of the Russian question. Yes, that's right. Everybody wants to destroy us. Everybody wants to subjugate us. Everybody wants to answer the Russian question. And therefore, Russia must strike first and answer the world question. And, subjugate or destroy everybody. That's the bottom line, I guess.
Вопрос. Почему я считаю, что
Why do I think that we should
необходимо наносить
carry
удар
out
по
a
Западу?
strike against the West? Well, I just explained it. Because since everybody wants to destroy Russia, the West wants to destroy Russia, Russia should just destroy the West first. That is the main logic behind it. Not much else.
Да потому что я насквозь их вижу.
Because I can see right through them. Is he just about to say what I just said? Am I a genius?
Не Россия
They say Russia can't tell us how to help Ukraine.
указывает нам, как помогать Украине. Козлы.
You, goats, pardon me, lordy.
Не вам указывать России,
It's not for you to dictate how Russia can respond.
как отвечать. Вы это поймете.
It's not for you to decide how Russia responds to you aiding Ukraine against Russia's genocidal campaign.
Хотя нет, козлы это
You should understand this. Goats is too soft of a term. Major goats, to be precise.
мягко. Козлище. Так, наверное, точнее. Андрей.
Go ahead, Andrei.
Ну, тут спор немножко другой, потому что вопрос
The argument is a bit different.
не в том, что использовать
The issue is not whether or not to use nuclear weapons. Oh.
или не использовать ядерное вооружение.
The issue is against whom to use them.
Вопрос по кому применять. Вот часто говоришь насчет
You often talk about France or Great Britain.
Франции там или Великобритании.
Франция,
да?
Германия, Польша, Великобритания.
That's right. France, Germany, Poland, Great Britain. All those evil countries we should destroy first before they destroy us.
Таня, да?
Ну, это не суть.
That's not the main issue.
Есть и другая страна,
There is another country that presents a danger. Is it the US?
которая, собственно говоря, и представляет
Is
опасность,
it the United States?
которая стоит за
Which stands behind all of the aforementioned ones. Is it the United States?
всеми обозначенными. Я имею в виду
I mean the United States. Wow. I feel like a prophet. I feel like this genius mind that was just able to perfectly predict, perfectly. Wow, damn, I'm so smart to have figured out the power of Russian thought.
Соединенные Штаты, потому что именно они
Unlike other countries you mentioned.
одна из перечисленных стран может создавать
It can present an existential threat to Russia.
угрозу экзистенциальному угрозу России. Поэтому тут
The issue is,
вопрос идет о том, что либо мы начинаем,
either we started and conduct the first strike. A first strike of what kind? I've only heard first strike being used in a single context, the first nuclear strike, but
и наносим действительно первый удар, кстати, от обезоружения.
no one ever rejected an idea of a disarming strike. How would that even work? How would a disarming strike against the US work? How would you get all of the sides? That's just stupid. I'm sorry. This idea of a disarming strike has been rejected so many years ago as just unrealistic because there are so many sources of nukes. There's so many sites. It's just unfeasible. It's impossible to do a disarming strike at this point. It's just unrealistic.
Обезоруживающего удара никто никогда не отказывался.
Я никак не могу решить.
I just can't decide. Paris or Marseille?
Париж, Марсель.
Sociopath behavior.
Вот что касается...
Bucharest, naturally, but then Paris, Marseille, Lyon.
Вот что касается наших...
Ну, Бухарест, само собой, а вот потом...
Bucharest, naturally, but then Paris.
Париж, Марсель, Лион.
Хороший город.
Лион.
Lyon is a nice city. They have a festival of fire, so it should be burned.
Там праздник огня есть, да.
Лион, да.
What should we destroy in Germany for their Taurus?
Германии надо за Таурус, вот что уничтожить?
Hey, Germany is not giving Ukraine the Taurus, so why are you bitching about that?
Hamburg, да.
Hamburg.
Вот Гамбург.
Это Кирмиш, Гархен.
The town where you studied.
Где вы учились?
Гармиш-Партен. Ну, он маленький там.
Он не стоит.
Not worth a missile.
Да то и Гамбург.
Там...
The missile is too expensive. It's not anybody's fault. You cannot afford missiles due to some technical issues with your economy.
Там это дорога.
Или может Мюнхен?
Maybe Munich.
Ракеты дороже стоят.
The missiles are worth more than that.
Просто может провести голосование.
Maybe we should have an audience vote. Russia is just a state of mind, I'm telling you. Russia is a state of mind. Cackling on TV about what, I don't know, what cities should be nuked.
В аудиториях. Какие города им не жалко?
Which cities are they willing to spare?
Байден должен будет...
This is some wild fantasy. This sounds like some copium weird fantasy. We're totally gonna destroy them all. Which one should we spare from our wrath? On Thursday, Biden has to announce his program.
Вот в этот четверг объявить свою программу. Это последний ее
This is his last State of the Union.
State of the Union.
I mean, that was an interesting statement, just assuming that he will lose. His last State of the Union.
Здесь разница большая для Соединенных Штатов.
There is a big difference for the United States.
Вот что нужно Трампу? У него Хороший дом в Мар-а-Лаго. Я имею в виду.
Красивые же.
Что еще нужно человеку, чтобы встретить старость? Он считает, что он должен восстановить Соединенные Штаты. И именно поэтому если он победит, он будет восстанавливать Соединенные Штаты, отбросив весь лишний багаж. Я тоже за.
Притом абсолютно лично для него является Аляска, Калифорния.
Для нас важно продолжать то, что уже начато в этом году. И, скорее всего, для Соединенных Штатов главного...
Oh my God, I'm muted. How long was I muted? Oh yeah, I coughed. I sneezed.
Вот эти все европейцы, которые...
It's okay. I never said anything important. All of the Europeans that we talk about are puppets.
Говорим.
Jesus, all of them without exceptions are puppets. All of them.
Сейчас это марионетки. А вот
The main player in charge
главного для того, кто управляет, вот для него
is not having a good time right now.
Сейчас не очень хорошие времена. Если у него создаться ситуацию, надо создавать такую, при которой этому главному нельзя будет играть.
How would you go about that, Mr. Funny Glasses, round head guy? How would you make that a reality exactly in your fantasy imagination land thing?
Главный вообще не волнует.
The main guy is not a concern at all.
Я не имею в виду
I don't mean Biden.
И я не имею в виду Байдена.
I don't mean Biden either, because it's his last State of the Union address, last one forever.
Американцы как раз все жестко
Americans will strictly understand everything.
поймут. А вот европейцами
But we have to deal with Europeans.
Надо разбираться. Они должны понимать,
They have to understand they can't sit it out.
что они не отсидятся за спиной.
I agree with that.
Отключим газ.
Газ
Cutting of the gas won't
отключить
change
вообще
anything.
ничего не изменит. Прошла-то фаза.
That phase is over.
Мало этого, я скажу более страшное.
More than that, looking at the level of
Смотрев
destruction
на уровень разрушений и уровень ожесточенности, который
and the current level of ferocity in this conflict,
сейчас в конфликте, даже
even the use of nuclear weapons won't end this conflict.
использование ядерного оружия, конфликт.
You're doing most of the destruction, dudes. You're the destructive force. What are you talking about? Who's doing most of the destruction and killing now? I mean, technically speaking, Russia's just also sending thousands of Russian troops to just die, so...
Не остановит. Просто будет решать
It will solely accomplish certain military goals.
конкретные военные задачи. Уровень
The level of humanity's madness has reached its limits.
безумия человечества достиг уже своих пределов. Запад не...
The West won't stop at anything. Projection. Oh my God, such projection. Says a representative of a country that just sends waves after waves of people to die just so like a single city can be taken over. Авдеевка.
Остановится ни перед чем.
Ну вот начинается...
Поэтому с ним надо просто
We should harshly fight against it.
воевать жестко всеми
With all the forces and means at our disposal.
силами и средствами,
Ну
которые
вот начинать надо было раньше.
Should have started earlier with smaller things.
И с малого.
Это ничего не поможет. У
This is not helpful. I don't have a time machine.
меня нет машины времени, чтобы сесть и
To get into and travel to the
и
past.
уехать назад. Начинать надо было еще раз.
You should have started even earlier.
Значит, надо было, когда, знаете, в 1991
We should not have disintegrated in 1991. Wow. Now that's a sentence. We should have just stayed as the Soviet Union. We should not have disintegrated in 1991. Soviet Union should have remained the Soviet Union.
В том году не распадаться.
Rozpadać. We should not have rozpadać się w DR 91. We should not have rozpadać się. Rozpadać się jest niedobry. Niedobry, rozpadać. Bad things happen when that happens. Bad things happen when that happens, as we know. We should have remained whole. And instead, we're full of holes. So now, before the famous State of the Union, we're going to take a look at something. We're going to take a look at something cool. 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 Damn. That happened. But I'm not gonna get into it now. There's no time. Oh. Apparently, Mr. Peskov, which I call him Pieskov, from the word dog, said that Russian democracy is the best democracy in the world. Do you believe him? I believe him. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. The best democracy is a Russian democracy. We will no longer tolerate criticism of our democracy and claims that it is not as it should be.
Мы не будем больше терпеть критику нашей демократии и утверждение о том, что она не такая, как она должна быть. Наша демократия...
Our democracy is the best. We will keep building it. Oh wow, the country that moves towards democracy endlessly, just like the countries that move towards socialism endlessly.
Самое лучшее. И мы будем строить ее дальше.
Amazing. I love it. Yes.
Мы не будем больше терпеть.
We were no longer tolerated. Amazing. Now that's what I call a powerful statement. Now that's... Wow. I had to clap. I had to clap together with that person because that made an impact on me. That impressed me. That made a deep impression in me. That's why I had to show it to you and, you know, clap to show my appreciation of this statement. It's beautiful. So there's been talk of funding. There's been this great news of Czechoslovakia finding 800,000 shells from outside of the EU to quickly get to the front line of Ukraine. Finally, Ukraine could get some shells to, you know, fight back against the horrible situation that it's found itself in. 800,000 shells, which is, according to some estimations, 80 days of being supplied with shells. I wonder if 800,000 would still require Ukrainian forces to ration the shells. It probably depends on whether or not Ukraine can feel like they will be able to get more. But that is apparently about 80 days of being able to shoot. That's, I don't know, that calculation basically says that 10,000 rounds are being shot per day. So there's an article, of course, And the article is called Czechia finds funding to purchase 800,000 shells for Ukraine. Ukraine's allies have provided almost all of the funding required to carry out the Czech initiative to purchase hundreds of thousands of artillery shells. Source: Bloomberg, with reference to an unnamed government official speaking on condition of anonymity, as reported by European Pravda. Details. According to Bloomberg, artillery shells can be delivered to Ukraine in a matter of weeks once almost all of the funds are received. The exact timing will be determined by contractual obligations and delivery schedules, which may shift. A separate meeting of EU defense and foreign ministers is expected later this week to discuss the details. Bloomberg estimates that Ukraine requires at least 200,000 rounds of ammunition per month to continue its fight against Russian troops. On average, they fire 3 to 5 times more shells per day than Ukrainian forces can. Czech President Petr Pavel stated at the Munich Security Conference that the Czech Republic had found up to 800,000 projectiles of NATO standard caliber that it could send to Ukraine in a few weeks if it received the funding for delivery and, I assume, purchasing. The Czech Defense Ministry stated earlier that it was coordinating efforts and seeking previous commitments from Canada and Denmark, as well as other countries that preferred to remain unnamed. The Netherlands publicly announced its participation after allocating 250 million euro for ammunition procurement, as did Belgium, which will donate 200 million euro. France, Germany, and Latvia also expressed support. So, yeah. I guess it seems like the funding is there, which would mean that soon Ukraine will start receiving shells, which is pretty good news considering that, as we know, Ukraine is suffering from a critical shortage of shells and many other things. And maybe we could finally see things sort of turning around, provided that Ukraine actually gets those shells fast. We could be seeing some offensives. We could be seeing some recapturing of positions if Ukraine would not have to ration the shells as much. They could have more opportunities for strikes, especially since Ukraine has been doing the strategy of careful, precise strikes because of the rationing, while Russia has just been spamming without the careful accuracy their shelling. Which, by the way, should Ukraine get more shells and rationing would not be as much of a problem. I would hope that Ukraine would still stay with the strategy of precise strikes rather than trying to just spam the enemy with shells. I certainly hope that will remain a constant, even if Ukraine will get more shells. Complete Giga Chad. I mean, the Czech Republic has done well. I keep calling it Czechoslovakia, even though Czechoslovakia has not been a thing for a long time now. But yeah, the Czech Republic has done really well in this whole situation. I just think this should be a policy of the entire European Union right now. This two policies should be happening at the same time, simultaneously, on their own. building up capability of production of weapons and shells, etc., and at the same time buying weapons from third-party countries and then giving them to Ukraine as fast as possible. Because developing manufacture is a long-term project, and Ukraine just does not have time to wait for long-term solutions. It needs the weapons now. It needs the shells now. So it is really encouraging that the Czech Republic is looking for current solutions, for solutions that can be implemented right now and not someday in the future. It's also good that the Czech Republic, rather than just calling others cowards like France is doing, is actually taking action to aid Ukraine. I would like to see more countries doing less talking and more action. It is one thing to just. I would take this a lot more from the Czech Republic if Pavel would say, "Don't be cowards." I would take that so much more from the Czech Republic, because it's actually doing something, okay? So yeah, unfortunate as it is. Let us see. In 30 minutes the address will start. Where do I even look up the State of the Union address? I don't even know. Ukraine is destroying Russian planes 20 times faster than Russia is able to replenish them or build new ones. The defense forces of Ukraine are shooting down Russian planes. I guess it's not just limited to ships. They're shooting down the battle planes 20 times faster than Russia is able to replace them, said the older military advisor of the delegation of Great Britain to OBWE, Nicholas Olcott, during during a meeting of the Forum of Cooperation when it comes to the security of OBWE in where is it? In Vienna. This war is a tragedy to the Ukrainian nation, but it still inspires us all and reminds us of the tenacity and bravery in a fight for our country and the values of democracy and freedom. As our situation remains static, Ukraine still enacts great losses on the Russian invasion forces. By shooting down 3 more planes, the Su-34 in the region of Avdiivka and Mariupol, said Kot. So basically, even though Ukraine is facing a critical shortage of munition, it still manages to sink ships. A lot of the fleet on the Black Sea is gone, and shoot down planes. So now just try to imagine now what would have happened if Ukraine actually got the aid that it needed from the West. If the US unblocked the aid package to Ukraine, what would have happened then? Russia would have no fleet and no planes or something, I assume. I suspect, based on the trajectory which is being sort of based on what's happening now, I would assume there would be no fleets or something. It would be a carb stomp if Ukraine actually got what it needs in a timely manner. Unless by some weird, who knows, unless Ukraine would get really, I don't know, full of itself with weapons and would just misuse them or something. But that's, I don't know. It's doing very well with what it's got, or should I say with what it doesn't have. So I assume that if it actually got what it needed, the situation would be pretty clear cut from my perspective. That would be, yeah. It would be much different, that's for sure. The situation on the front would be much different. Who knows where the line of the front would be now even. I assume the bridge would be long gone if Ukrainian people would get all that they needed, which would cut off Crimea. That there's much speculation that could be done as to where we would be now if Ukraine received the aid that it needed. Of course, I would argue that Ukraine should have received aid in 2014, but that's a whole other conversation to be had. The aid came about 10 years too late. Oh yeah. I guess a thing happened. Speaking of which, speaking of shells and the shortage of shells, Lithuania has given Ukraine 155 millimeter shells. Lithuania has given a next badge of Ukraine help, and part of that badge was artillery shells, 155 millimeter. The Ministry of Defense of Lithuania has informed the world. I just wonder how many shells does this help package include. If it's like 1,000 shells, then it's like a pretty silly amount, but I really wonder how many shells Lithuania has sent. We're sending that which Ukraine needs most right now, and we listen to their requests and we support, said the Ministry of the Minister of Defense, Arvydas Anusauskas. Apart from the steady transfer of equipment and military equipment, Lithuania actively trains the Ukrainian army and offers treatment and rehabilitation to the Ukrainians, prepares consultations and expert consultations, and dedicates resources for international funds for supporting Ukraine, which is all good. Lithuania is a really great ally to Ukraine. It has been basically, I mean, all countries that are in short proximity to Russia are pretty great allies to Ukraine, because those countries understand what's happening. These countries understand the nature of the Russian invasion, sort of the policy of Russia when it comes to these countries. They understand well what a lot of what a loss of Ukraine would mean in the region. They understand well that what's at stake. That's true. Being occupied by a country for over 100 years will do that. It will sort of, it will give you, I guess, a taste of what it feels to be colonized. Now this is interesting news. The Guardian. How old is this article? Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about Elon Musk. Because Elon Musk has been a pretty interesting figure as of late. A very pro-Russian boy who keeps asking questions like, which is of course incorrect. If NATO was created to combat the Warsaw Pact, which is not true. It was actually the opposite. The Warsaw Pact was created against NATO. But if NATO was supposedly against the Warsaw Pact, then why didn't NATO dissolve when the USSR dissolved and the Warsaw Pact after it or with it? Why didn't that happen? Asked Elon Musk. There are so many like anti-Ukrainian, pro-Russian weird statements that we could get from Musk that it's just, there would be a whole collection that I could bring up of Musk saying things that are extremely stupid on the one hand and extremely anti-Ukrainian on the other. And recently there have been talks of suddenly that Russian soldiers have been using SpaceX against Ukraine. You know, have been using the SpaceX satellites, the Starlink system, the one that allows you to just connect to the internet from wherever as long as you have the whole dish thing. That's that technology that has been reportedly in Russian hands and has been used for war by Russia, which SpaceX has declined. Apparently, it's bought through some third-party ways. People are buying the Starlinks and just giving them to Russian soldiers, which apparently is pretty not easy to track who is using exactly the SpaceX near the front line. But now it seems that things have gotten a bit too far, maybe, and Elon Musk is actually being investigated for the whole SpaceX thing because it became a little bit too suspicious to ignore. As the article says, Democrats investigate Elon Musk's SpaceX over Russian misuse, quote unquote, of Starlink. House Democrats write to company about Russia's alleged use of satellite internet service in war against Ukraine, which has been actually confirmed on several counts that Russians have been using Starlink. U.S. House Democrats are investigating SpaceX over whether Russia has accessed the company's Starlink satellite internet service as part of its ongoing war against Ukraine, according to a letter sent to the company on Wednesday. The letter, authored by the Democratic representatives Jamie Raskin of Maryland, and Robert Garcia of California comes after Ukrainian officials claimed in February to have found evidence Russian use of Starlink terminals for satellite internet, calling it a systemic problem. Following the reports of misuse, SpaceX owner Elon Musk stated that the company had not sold any Starlink terminals to Russia directly, which is a very weaselly way to frame this, because they could sell it to Russia, for example, indirectly, which would make Elon Musk's statement technically correct, but also not really transparent and honest. Raskin and Garcia stated in their letter that Russia's alleged misuse of Starlink terminals outside of Russia's internationally recognized borders poses a serious threat to Ukraine's security, Ukrainian lives, and U.S. national security, and demanded the company report any complaints the satellites had been accessed. Russian procurement of use of interface with Starlink terminals each has the potential to advance Russia's brutal and illegitimate invasion of Ukraine, said the letter dated Wednesday. The Democratic lawmakers asked SpaceX to respond by 20th of March. So we still have sort of a bit of time till the 20th of March. The Kremlin has denied that its troops use Starlink, a subsidiary of Elon Musk-owned SpaceX. SpaceX did not respond to a request for comment on the letter, which was first reported by Washington Post. Starlink entered a contract in 2023 to deploy more than 400 of its terminals to Ukraine, where they provide high-speed internet connection vital to Kyiv's battlefield communications. The U.S. lawmakers' inquiry comes as Western countries scramble to help Ukraine with more arms and financing after Kyiv's failed counteroffensive last summer, and after Russian forces regained the initiative on the battlefield. Ukraine is preparing for more counteroffensive actions over 2 years after Russian troops invaded the neighboring former Soviet state. Kyiv has placed far more aid. Kyiv has pleaded for more aid, but a vital U.S. assistance package has been stalled by Republicans in Congress at the behest of former President Donald Trump, who is making a third bid for the White House and has praised the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Vladimirovich Putin. President Joe Biden plans to renew his request for a $95 billion aid package for weapons for Ukraine in his State of the Union speech on Thursday night. Actually, you know what? Screw it. We are going to look for some statements by Elon Musk. Why not? I don't think that's a problem. I actually think that's a brilliant idea to look for some more I'll be right back, and then we'll look at it. Jesus. Thank you, Strawman. Just saying that, maybe I should just show it. Alarming. Matt Walsh. The secret history of evil organization that pushed gender madness into mainstream. Alarming. I guess anti-Ukrainian nonsense is just not enough for Elon Musk, I guess. Of course, we'd get transphobia, because for Elon Musk, pushing his daughter away was not enough. But then again, who knows what came first, the chicken or the egg? The daughter leaving and him becoming a rabid transphobe, or him being a rabid transphobe to begin with and his daughter leaving because of that? What is this Matt Walsh nonsense? What is this?
Today on the Matt Walsh Show, there is one single organization most...
He looks so repulsive, I swear. The lips look swollen. The hair looks horrible. The whole face looks so, gosh, so off-putting. What an off-putting man. Especially the lips. Very...
responsible for pushing...
And the wardrobe. There's nothing that I can praise here. Nothing at all.
transgenderism into the mainstream. Most people don't know anything about
transgenderism into the mainstream. God. I don't even know what to say to this.
this organization, or even that it exists, and today we'll try to change that. Also,
even the voice is pretty horrible. So raspy.
House staffers are getting increasingly frustrated when people point out that the president is senile. Oregon officially recriminalizes drugs after their decriminalization.
Oh yeah, because Trump is not senile at all.
Experiment epically failed, and the drag queen RuPaul plans to send a rainbow bus around the country. Experiment epic senile. Oregon officially recriminalizes drugs after their decriminalization experiment epically failed, and the drag queen RuPaul.
I don't even know what this sort of. I don't even know what this is about, the decriminalization and recriminalization of drugs, so I'm not even gonna comment. If anybody knows what this is about, I'll tell me. About the epic failure.
Plans to send a rainbow bus around the country giving out inappropriate books to children.
How long is this? This is 1 hour long.
The story only gets more bizarre from there.
I'm not gonna go through this. Those people are so obsessed with the trans issues. So obsessed, even though in reality, trans issues are not a voter. The Republicans are not gonna win votes through trans issues. This is just the reality of the situation. Voters are not obsessed with trans issues like people like Matt Walsh are. This topic is not gaining traction. Even in Poland, that is much worse on trans people, by the way. The topic of trans people has just not gotten traction. The leader of Law and Justice tried for a bit, walking, doing tours, and saying, now the girl's name is Mary, but then Mary will become Thomas, and vice versa on a whim. And it just doesn't work. Polish people just didn't bite, and the Law and Justice Party, they just have to quickly pivot towards immigration and refugees. You know? That just had to happen. It's about to begin. It's about to begin. State of the Union. Oh gosh, how exciting. What is going to be said? Oh God. It's this buffoon.
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, Mr. Speaker.
The Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court.
Mr. Speaker. Down. Biden time, yeah. I'm not sure what I should be watching this on. Whee! Hooray! Hurrah! Hurrah! Apparently he will. Apparently he will say something about aid. State of the Union, State of the Union, State of the Union, State of the Union. I am. Hooray. State of the Union. Union of the State. Loner box was over for a bit. Oh, loner box was over for a bit now. Yay! I'm so excited. I can't even hide it. This is gonna be like, wow. Wowzers trousers. Wowzers trousers. Burp. Look under your chairs, people. Everyone gets an audit. Let me check something. He looks so... God, this is the guy blocking aid to Ukraine. I just cannot believe. What an awful looking man. What a horribly looking man. Yes, I'm now going to rate all men on their looks. That is what I'm doing now. That is what I'll be doing from now on for the rest of my life. Judging men on their looks. I like Kamala's hair. I hate Mike Johnson's everything. Damn, nothing's happening yet. Hey Lucy, just checking in. I can't stay long, so what do you think the chances are there will be Israeli protester in upper gallery? Well, we'll see. We'll just have to see. I'm hoping there will be some speak on aid to Ukraine. I'm really hoping for that. Speak, Biden. Biden, it's time. You're late. Late streamer. Biden is a late streamer. Biden is a late... Oh, God. Late streamer Biden. Late streamer Biden. Late streamer Biden. You're late. Damn. State of the Union. We should play Gaussing for Street Fighter when he comes out. Oh yeah, we should. Damn, I should. Let's go. I should. Damn, you're right. You're so right that I will just prepare it. Good thinking. He's gonna choose a random one. When is he gonna come out? Let's go. Let's go, Joe. Yo, Joe. As they scream and the... There we go. I'm ready. I am so ready. I'm readier than you. Readier than you. Readier than anybody else in this room. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You hear, Biden? We don't want Speaker Johnson. Johnson is a... Knowing is half of the battle. True. Yo, Joe. G.I. Joe, the American hero. G.I. Joe is there. G.I. Joe, American hero. G.I. Joe is there. Fighting for freedom whenever there's trouble. In the land and sea and air. G.I. Joe is there. Oh, God. Real American hero. G.I. Joe is there. Annually. It's an annual thing. The State of the Union address is an annual thing. G.I. the real American hero. He ran early. Yo, Joe! Fighting for freedom, whatever there's trouble in the land and sea and air. G.I. Joe is there. Boom, 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 boom. G.I. Joe is a unit, whatever, they're fighting against the evils of Cobra. Cobra! Okay. Damn. Really fascinating stuff over here. I don't want free pizza. I want all Oh yeah, I was about to do something, but I forgot. I'm gonna buy a game. Let's go. If I can afford it, that is. What's it called again? Oh yeah. Oh, let's see. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Is he gonna come out? Ever? Bernie's on a date. It's true. True. True, true, true. American hero, G.I. Joe. Mitch McConnell is Cobra Commander. And who's Trump? Serpentor? Yeah, I know my G.I. Joe. I know my G.I. Joes. In the land and sea and air. G.I. Joe is there. Made American hero. Yo, Joe. Uh-oh. Seems like I blocked 8 and I'm so proud of myself. Don't let it through. Don't let the 8 pass. Stand the line, Mike Johnson. Stand the line. What the hell? Hold the line, Mike Johnson. Hold the line. Don't let any aid pass through the cracks. Don't let any aid pass through the cracks. That would be bad. That would be so bad that it would, I don't know, make your...
I actually tried to walk.
I'm not even... It would make your head explode. Putin is so the destro. G.I. Joe. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, are you ready? Where is Biden? Why the clapping? Where's Biden? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, the President's Cabinet.
Mr. Okay, I guess we can do this now. The President's Cabinet. I'm doing it for all of them. Why not? Damn. So American. What an event. Send in the clowns. Fight. Oh, he'll be here. He'll be here. He'll be here. Don't worry, don't worry.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
It's the president! Oh, it's the president! No way! No way! It's the president! Oh, no way! You're doing well, my man. Did he just make that face? He just made that face. So many slurs. Oh god. Biden and his slurs. Esoteric slurs. Greeting with everybody. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Mwah, 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 mwah. I greet with everybody. Mwah, 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 mwah. Yeah, hello, boys. 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 How beautiful. Everybody loves me more. stalls. Whoa. There we go. Almost ready. Hello, Mike. So happy to see you. Mike looks a little bit tensed up. Mike does not look pleased to see.
Tony!
Hello, everybody! It's me, the president. Hello! 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 It is I. Hello, hello! Hello! Hello.
Thank you.
Thanks. Hello!
David Jill. Good evening.
Hello. Hi.
Good evening.
Hi.
If I were smart, I'd go home now.
Where you're not. What humor. What a dashing individual.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, members of Congress, my fellow Americans.
What a joke.
In January 1941, Franklin Roosevelt came to this chamber to speak to the nation. And he said, I address you at a moment unprecedented in the history of the Union. Hitler was on the march. War was raging in Europe.
Oh, damn.
President Roosevelt's purpose was to wake up Congress and alert the American people that this was no ordinary time.
True.
Freedom and democracy were under assault in the world.
True.
Tonight, I come to this same chamber to address the nation. Now, it's we who face an unprecedented moment in the history of the Union. And yes, my purpose tonight is to wake up the Congress and alert the American people that this is no ordinary moment either.
Yes, please do it. Wake up the Congress.
Not since President Lincoln and the Civil War have freedom and democracy been under assault at home as they are today. What makes our moment rare is that freedom and democracy are under attack both at home and overseas.
Uh-oh.
At the very same time.
At home, can you elaborate?
Overseas, Putin of Russia is on the march, invading Ukraine and sowing chaos throughout Europe and beyond.
True.
If anybody in this room thinks Putin will stop at Ukraine, I assure you he will not.
True. You know what you're talking about. Okay, nice. Why are you nodding, Mike Johnson? You're blocking the aid.
Ukraine can stop Putin. Ukraine can stop Putin.
I can believe
if
this.
we stand with Ukraine and provide the weapons.
He does not look happy. He's like,
That is all. That is all Ukraine is asking. They're not asking for American soldiers. In fact, there are no American soldiers in the war in Ukraine, and I'm determined to keep it that way. But now, assistance to Ukraine is being blocked by those who want to walk away from our world leadership. It wasn't long ago when a Republican president named Ronald Reagan thundered, "Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall." Now,
he does not. Wow, Mike Johnson does not look pleased.
Now my
that's my read.
predecessor, a former Republican president, tells Putin, quote, "Do whatever the hell you want." That's a quote. A former president actually said that, bowing down to a Russian leader. I think it's outrageous, it's dangerous, and it's unacceptable.
Oh, no clapping from Mike Johnson. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. No clapping this time. No,
America
no applause.
is a founding member of NATO.
Why not?
The
Why won't
military
you clap?
alliance of democratic nations, created after World War II to prevent war and keep the peace. And today, we've made NATO stronger than ever. We welcomed Finland to the alliance last year. And just this
now he
morning,
claps. Selective
Sweden
claps.
officially joined, and their minister is here tonight. I'm going to stand up.
Hello. Yeah.
Welcome.
Hello.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. And they know how to fight. Mr. Prime Minister, welcome to NATO, the strongest military alliance the world has ever seen. I say this to Congress, we have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. If the United States walks away, it will put Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple. We will not walk away.
Oh, reluctantly, but he did clap now.
We will not bow down.
Wow, hockey's cheap again.
I will not bow down.
Will Mike Johnson bow down?
In a literal sense, history is watching. History is watching. Okay. Just like history watched 3 years ago on January 6th, when insurrectionists stormed this very Capitol and placed a dagger to the throat of American democracy. Many of you were here on that darkest of days. We all saw with our own eyes.
I love interpreting the facial expressions of
They'd come
Mike
to stop
Johnson.
the peaceful transfer of power.
That is my favorite part of this
the
whole
will
thing.
of the people. January 6th lies
The body language.
about the 2020 election and the plots to steal the election posed a gravest threat to U.S. democracy since the Civil War. But they failed. America stood.
No clapping. Really? Really no clapping?
America stood strong and
Damn.
democracy prevailed.
No clap.
We must be honest. The threat to democracy must be defended. My predecessor and some of you here seek to bury the truth about January 6th. I will not do that. This is the moment to speak the truth and to bury the lies. Here's the simple truth. You can't love your country only when you win.
Oh, now he clapped. Now he clapped. Now we got a round of applause, even from the Speaker of the House.
As I've done ever since being elected to office, I ask all of you without regard to party to join together and defend democracy. Remember your oath of office to defend against all threats, foreign and domestic. Respect free and fair elections. Restore trust in our institutions. and make clear political violence has absolutely no place in America. Zero place.
Zero. Zero.
Again, it's not hyperbole to suggest history is watching. We're watching. Your children and grandchildren will read about this day and what we do. History is watching another assault on freedom. Joining us tonight is Latoya Beasley, a social worker from Birmingham, Alabama. 14 months ago, she and her husband welcomed a baby girl thanks to the miracle of IVF.
Oh.
She scheduled treatments to have that second child, but the Alabama Supreme Court shut down IVF treatments across the state, unleashed by a Supreme Court decision overturning Roe v. Wade. She was told her dream would have to wait. What her family had got through should never have happened. Unless Congress acts, it could happen again. So tonight, let's stand up for families like hers. To my friends across the aisle, don't keep this waiting any longer. Guarantee the right to AVF. Guarantee it nationwide.
Isn't that State of the Union supposed to be like talking about the State of the Union? Not a hype speech? I don't know.
Like most Americans, I believe Roe v. Wade got it right. I thank Vice President Harris for being an incredible leader, defending reproductive freedom, and so much more.
So much more.
My predecessor came to office determined to see Roe v. Wade overturned. He's the reason it was overturned, and he brags about it. Look at the chaos that has resulted. Joining us tonight is Kate Cox, the wife and mother from Dallas. She's become pregnant again and had a fetus of a fatal condition. Her doctor told Kate that her own life and her ability to have children in the future were at risk if she didn't act. Because Texas law banned her ability to act, Kate and her husband had to leave the state to get what she needed. What her family got through should have never happened as well, but it's happening in too many others. There are
in Poland, there was a countrywide ban on
criminalizing
abortion
doctors,
when
forcing
fetus was
survivors
damaged.
of rape and incest to leave their states to get the treatment they need.
There was no other state to go to.
Many of you in this
Poland.
chamber and my predecessor are promising to pass a national ban on reproductive freedom. My God, what freedom else would you take away? Look.
No, it's to transition.
It's a decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. The Supreme Court majority wrote the following, and with all due respect, justices, women are not without electoral power. Electoral or political power. You're about to realize just how much you're right about that.
Clearly.
Clearly.
It's going away. There's a new government. That ban is going away.
Clearly. Those bragging about overturning Roe v. Wade have no clue about the power of women. But they found out when reproductive
the
freedom
president
was on
in
the ballot.
Poland has no real power.
2022 and 2020, and we'll win again in 2024.
True. Biden is in trouble when it comes to the elections, unfortunately. It's not as clear-cut obvious that he will...
If you, the American people, send me a Congress that supports the right to choose, I promise you, I'll restore Roe v. Wade as the law of the land again.
Damn. Are you gonna clap? Are you gonna clap, Mike Johnson? No? You're not gonna clap?
Folks, America cannot go back. I'm here tonight to show what I believe is the way forward, because I know how far we come. 4 years ago next week, before I came to office, the country was hit by the worst pandemic and the worst economic crisis in a century. Remember the fear, record losses? Remember the spikes in crime and the murder rate, raging virus that took more than 1 million American lives, of loved ones, millions left behind? A mental health crisis of isolation and loneliness. A president, my predecessor, failed the most basic presidential duty that he owes to American people, the duty to care. I think that's unforgivable.
Oh, shaking his head.
I came to office
Mike
determined to
Johnson's
get us through one of the
shaking his head.
toughest periods in the nation's history. We have. It doesn't make news in 1,000 cities and towns. The American people are writing the greatest comeback story never told.
I disapprove.
So let's tell the story here. Tell it here and now.
Say it.
America's comeback is building the future of American possibilities. Building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down.
Yes.
Investing in all America, in all Americans.
True.
To make sure everyone has a fair shot.
Even me, I'm not an American.
No one behind. The pandemic no longer controls our lives. The vaccines that saved us from COVID are now being used to beat cancer, turning setback into comeback. That's what America does.
Yeah, America. America. An American tale.
Folks,
there are no cats in
I'm
America.
hearing the economy is on the brink. Now our economy is literally the envy of the world. 15 million new jobs in
and the
just
streets
3
are
years.
paved with
a
cheese.
record. A record. Unemployment at 50-year lows. A record 16 million Americans are starting small businesses, and each one is a literal act of hope. With historic job growth and small business growth for Black and Hispanics and Asian Americans, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs in America and counting. Where is it written we can't be the manufacturing capital of the world? We are, we will. More people have health insurance today. More people have health insurance today than ever before. The racial wealth gap is as small as it's been in 20 years.
I'm fascinated by Mike Johnson's
Wages
facial
keep going up,
expressions.
inflation keeps coming down.
Fascinated.
Inflation has dropped from 9% to 3%, the lowest in the world, and tending lower. The landing is and will be soft. And now, instead of importing foreign products and exporting American jobs, we're exporting American products and creating American jobs. Right here in America, where they belong.
Damn.
And it takes time, but the American people are beginning to feel it. Consumer studies show consumer confidence is soaring. Buy America has been the law of the land since the 1930s. Past administrations, including my
not gonna
predecessor,
actually directly grill
not anymore.
The House of the House.
On my watch, federal projects that you fund, like helping build American roads, bridges, and highways, will be made with American products and built by American workers. Creating good-paying American jobs. And thanks to our CHIPS and Science Act, the United States is investing more in research and development than ever before. During the pandemic, a shortage of semiconductors, chips, that drove up the price of everything from cell phones to automobiles. And by the way, we invented those chips right here in America. Well, instead of having to import them, private companies are now investing billions of dollars to build new chip factories here in America, creating tens of thousands of jobs. Many of those jobs paying $100,000 a year and don't require a college degree.
You don't have to get them educational things.
In fact, my policies have attracted $650 billion in private sector investment.
Give some of it to
clean energy, advanced manufacturing, creating tens of thousands of jobs here in America.
True. Give some of the money to Ukraine.
And thanks to our bipartisan infrastructure law, 46,000 new projects have been announced all across your communities. And by the way, I noticed some of you strongly voted against it, or they're cheering on that money coming in. I like it. I'm with you. I'm with you. And if any of you don't want that money in your district, just let me know. Modernizing our roads and bridges, ports and airports, public transit systems. Removing poisonous lead
public
pipes so
transit
every
is not that
child
great in
can
the
drink
US.
clean water without risk of brain damage.
Public transit sucks in the US. Not that great.
Providing affordable high-speed internet for every American, no matter where you live, urban, suburban, or rural communities, in red states and blue states.
Yes.
Record investments in tribal communities.
Yes.
Because of my investment in family farms. Because I invested in family farms led by my Secretary of Agriculture, who knows more about this than anybody I know. We're better able to stay in the family for those farms and their children and grandchildren won't have to leave home to make a living. It's transformative. The great comeback story is Belvedere, Illinois, home to an auto plant for nearly 60 years. Before I came to office, the plant was on its way to shutting down. Thousands of workers feared for their livelihoods. Hope was fading. Then I was elected to office, and we raised the Belvedere repeatedly with auto companies, knowing unions would make all the difference. The UAW worked like hell to keep the plant open and get these jobs back, and together we succeeded. Instead of auto factories shutting down, auto factories reopening, and new state-of-the-art battery factories being built to power those cars there at the same. The folks of Belvedere, I say, instead of your town being left behind, your community is moving forward again. Because instead of watching auto jobs of the future go overseas, 4,000 union jobs with higher wages are building the future in Belvedere right here in America. Here tonight is UAW President Shawn Fain, a great friend and a great labor leader. Shawn, where are you?
Where are you, Shawn? Joe. That sounds so great.
And Dawn.
And yet Trump is in the danger.
And Dawn Sims, a third-generation worker, UAW worker at Belvedere. Shawn, I was proud to be the first president to stand on the picket line, and today, Dawn has a good job in her hometown, providing stability for her family and pride and dignity as well. Showing once again, Wall Street didn't build America. They're not bad guys. They didn't build it, though. The middle class built the country, and unions built the middle class.
Who broke the strikes after the Ohio train wreck disaster that poisoned the city. Shh. Quiet. Be quiet. We're not here to criticize Joe.
I say to the American people, when America gets knocked down, we get back up. We keep going.
That's not an empty slogan.
That's America.
Those are not empty slogans at all. That's fine. Empty slogans.
That's you, the American people.
Empty slogans are fine.
Because of you, America's coming back. It's because of you our future is brighter. It's because of you.
You.
Tonight, we can proudly say the state of our union is strong and getting stronger.
Apart from the whole aid to Ukraine being frozen. But apart from that, it's strong. And just getting stronger.
Tonight, I want to talk about the future of possibilities that we can build together.
Mikey boy.
A future where the days of trickle-down economics are over, and the wealthy and the biggest corporations no longer get all the tax breaks. And by the way, I understand corporations. I come from a state that has more corporations invested than
I understand corporations. I was a corporate overlord.
And I represented it for 36 years. I'm not anti-corporation, but I grew up in a home where trickle-down economics didn't put much on my dad's kitchen table. That's why I determined to turn things around so middle class does well. When they do well, the poor have a way up and the wealthy still do very well. We all do well. And there's more to do to make sure you're feeling the benefits of all we're doing.
And yet,
Americans pay more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world. It's wrong, and I'm ending it.
Are you? We'll see. We'll see. We'll see.
was a law that I proposed and signed. Not one of you Republican buddies voted for it. We finally beat Big Pharma. Instead of paying $400 a month or thereabouts for insulin with diabetes, and it only costs $10 to make, they only get paid $35 a month now and still make a healthy profit. And I want to, but what to do next? I want to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for every American who needs it. Everyone. For years, people have talked about it, but finally we got it done and gave Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices on prescription drugs, just like the VA is able to do for veterans. That's not just saving seniors money, it's saving taxpayers money. We cut the federal deficit by $160 billion.
$1 billion.
Because Medicare will no longer have to pay those exorbitant prices to Big Pharma. This year, Medicare is negotiating lower prices for some of the costliest drugs on the market to treat everything from heart disease to arthritis. It's now time to go further and give Medicare the power to negotiate lower prices for 500 different drugs over the next decade. They're making a lot of money, guys.
A lot of money.
And they'll still be extremely profitable. Will not only save lives, it will save taxpayers another $200 billion. Starting next year, the same law caps total prescription drug costs for seniors on Medicare at $2,000 a year, even for expensive cancer drugs that cost $10,000, $12,000, $15,000. Now I want to cap prescription drug costs at $2,000 a year for everyone.
Everyone. Oh, come on, Mike Johnson. You really not gonna clap for cancer? Come on, Mike Johnson.
I'm gonna get in trouble for saying that, but if you want to get in Air Force One and fly to Toronto, Berlin, Moscow, well, even Moscow, probably. And bring your prescription with you, and I promise you I'll get it for you for 40% the cost you're paying now. Same company, same drug.
Moscow, what a slip. Moscow, ouch.
The Affordable Care Act, the old Obamacare.
I will not have mercy.
It's still a very big deal.
You have a job to do. You have a job to do. And I'll see you see through it.
Over 100 million of you can no longer be denied health insurance because of pre-existing condition. But my predecessor,
like being trans,
and many in this chamber want to take this prescription drug away by repealing the Affordable Care Act.
Uh-oh.
I'm not going to let that happen.
Shaking my head. Shaking my head, says Mike Johnson.
We'll stop you again.
Mike Johnson's like thinking, I'll so block the aid now. Just you wait, Joe Biden. You're not getting any aid.
Per person per year, reduce health care costs for millions of working families. That tax credit expires next year. I want to make that savings permanent.
Oh my God! Oh my God! He's squirming in the chair.
More than half our population.
Obama.
But research on women's health has always been underfunded.
Oh my God.
That's why we're launching the first ever White House initiative on women's health research, led by Jill.
I love it.
Doing an incredible job as First Lady.
Mike Johnson.
So pass my plan for $12 billion to transfer women's health research and benefit millions of lives all across America. I know the cost of housing is so important to you. If inflation keeps coming down, mortgage rates will come down as well, and the Fed acknowledges that. But I'm not waiting. I want to provide an annual tax credit that will give Americans $400 a month for the next 2 years as mortgage rates come down. To put toward their mortgages when they buy their first home or trade up for a little more space.
Woo!
Just for 2 years.
Woo! Woo, woo, woo. I'm gonna get a house in America now and get more space.
And my administration is also eliminating title insurance on federally backed mortgages. When you refinance your home, you can save $1,000 or more as a consequence. For millions of renters, we're cracking down on big landlords who use antitrust law, who break antitrust laws by price fixing and driving up rents.
Yes.
We've cut red tape so builders can get federally financing, which is already helping build a record 1.7 million new housing units nationwide. Now pass.
No clapping.
Now pass and build and renovate 2 million affordable homes and bring those rents down.
2 million? No way. 2 million? That sounds like a lot.
To remain the strongest economy in the world, we need to have the best education system in the world.
True.
And I suspect all of you, want to give every child, a good start.
True.
By providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. You know, I think I pointed out last year.
Oh, Mike Johnson,
I think I pointed out last year that children coming from broken homes where there's no books, they're not read to, not spoken to very often, start school, kindergarten, or first grade, having heard 1 million fewer words spoken. Well, studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school, go on to earn a 2- and 4-year degree, no matter what their background is.
It sort of makes sense, though. I went to kindergarten. I did.
I met a year and a half ago with the leaders of the Business Roundtable. They were mad that they were angry, I think, they were discussing why I wanted to spend money on education. I pointed out to them as vice president, I met with over
1 million people.
Those folks, don't hold me to the exact number.
Never mind.
And I asked them what they need most, the CEOs. And you've had the same experience on both sides of the aisle. They say a better educated workforce, right? So I looked at them and I say, I come from Delaware. DuPont used to be the 8th largest corporation in the world. And every new enterprise they bought, they educated the workforce to that enterprise. But none of you do that anymore.
No.
Why are you angry with me providing you the opportunity for the best educated workforce in the world? And they all looked at me and said, I think you're right. I want to expand high-quality
And then everybody
tutoring
clapped.
and summer learning to see that every child learns to read by 3rd grade.
What? By 3rd grade? What? By 3rd grade?
I'm also connecting local businesses and high schools so students get
learn
hands-on
to read
experience and a path to good paying job whether or not they go to college. And I want to make sure the college
By
is
which
more
grade? I'm
affordable.
sorry?
Let's continue increasing the Pell Grants to working and middle-class families and increase record
By
investments
3rd grade?
in HBCUs and minority-serving institutions, including Hispanic institutions. And I was told I couldn't universally just
By
change the
3rd
way in which
grade.
we dealt with student loans. I fixed 2 student loan programs that already existed to reduce the burden of student debt for nearly 4 million Americans, including nurses, firefighters, and others in public service.
Learning to read by 3rd grade.
Like Keenan Jones, a public educator from Minnesota, who's here with us tonight. Keenan, where are you?
That's terrifying.
Keenan, thank you.
By 3rd grade,
He's
should be
educated hundreds of students so they can go to college. Now he's able to help, after debt forgiveness, get his own daughter to college. And folks, look. Such relief is good for the economy because folks are now able to buy a home, start a business, start a family. While we're at it, I want to give public school teachers a raise.
Is Mike Johnson's gonna collapse or raise to the
By the way,
teachers?
the first
No,
couple years we
of course
cut
not.
the deficit. Now let me speak to the question of fundamental fairness for all Americans.
Yes, please
I've been
do.
delivering real results in fiscally responsible ways.
For 50
We've already
million.
cut the federal deficit. We've already cut the federal deficit over $1 trillion. I signed the bipartisan deal. Cut another $1 trillion in the next decade.
Mikey.
It's my goal to cut the federal deficit another $3 trillion
Don't
by
wear
making
your
big
emotions on
corporations
your
very wealthy,
sleeve.
finally beginning to pay their
Be
fair
a politician. Come on. Don't wear your emotions on a sleeve like that. Don't be so transparent.
I'm a capitalist. If you want to make or can make $1 million or millions of bucks, that's great. Just pay your fair share in taxes.
True. Do it, coward. God.
A fair tax code.
You look so depressed.
It's how we invest things to make this country great. Healthcare, education, defense, and so much
You
more.
look so depressed.
But here's the deal. The last administration enacted a $2 trillion tax cut. Overwhelmingly benefit the top 1%, the very wealthy and the biggest corporations, and exploded the federal deficit. They added more to the national debt than any presidential term in American history. Check the numbers. Folks at home, does anybody really think the tax code is fair? Do you really think the wealthy and big corporations need another $2 trillion tax break? I sure don't. I'm going to keep fighting like hell to make it fair. Under my plan, nobody earning less than $400,000 a year will pay additional
$4
pennies
million
federal
billion
tax.
dollars.
Nobody, not one penny.
Nobody, not.
And they haven't yet. In fact,
true.
The child tax credit I passed during the pandemic cut taxes for millions of working families and cut child poverty in half.
True, it cuts children in half.
Restore that child tax credit. No child should go hungry in this country.
That is true.
The way to make the tax code fair is to make big corporations and the very wealthy begin to pay their fair share.
You should get a lunch program for children.
55
I used to
of the
eat
biggest
lunch
companies in
at
America
school.
made
It was
$40
pretty
billion
cheap. It was affordable.
and paid zero in
So I
federal
ate
income tax.
lunch with
Zero.
my best friend at school.
Not anymore. Thanks
It
to the
was
law
an
I wrote, we
event.
signed, big companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. But that's still less than working people pay in federal taxes. It's time to raise corporate minimum tax to at least 21%.
Interesting. Yo,
so
Joe.
every big corporation finally begins to pay their fair share.
Yes. Do it.
I also want to end tax breaks
Hello,
for big
Archive.
pharma, big oil, private jets, massive executive pay when it's only supposed to be $1 million.
Hello, Archive. We're watching this thing.
They can pay them $20 million if they want, but deduct $1 million.
Look at
End it
Johnson.
now.
Look at Johnson.
You know, there are 1,000 billionaires in America.
How can you be so
You know what
transparent
the average
emotionally?
federal tax is for those billionaires? No.
You
They're
don't
making
get
great
pizza.
sacrifices,
Come on, you get
8.2%.
regular dinners.
That's
You get
far less
regular
than the
lunch,
vast majority of
like
Americans
regular
pay.
meals. You don't get junk
No
food.
billionaire should
as
pay a
lunch.
lower
You
federal
get
tax rate
regular
than a
meals.
teacher, a sanitation worker, or a nurse.
Like soup and second dish. And a little dessert.
I propose a minimum tax for billionaires of 25%.
It was
just
a different dish every
25%.
day.
You know what that would raise? That would raise $500 billion over the next 10 years.
High million,
Imagine what that could
billion,
do for America.
gazillion dollars.
Imagine a future with affordable
Gazillion,
childcare.
trillion,
Millions of
million,
families can get they need to
bronto
go to work to
zillion
help grow the
dollars.
economy. Imagine a future with paid leave, because no one should have to choose between working and taking care of their sick family members.
The U.S. is such a depressing
Imagine.
country.
Imagine
Paid
the future of
leave
home
has to be
care
a
and
topic to be
elder care.
implemented. Wow.
With people living with disabilities.
Wow.
So they can stay in their homes and family caregivers can finally get the pay they
Holy
deserve.
Shit.
Tonight,
The fact
let's all
that
agree once
paid
again
leave has to be
to stand
discussed.
up for seniors.
Wow.
Many of my friends
What a sad turn of
on the other
events.
side of the aisle want to put Social Security on the chopping block. If anyone here tries to cut Social Security, Medicare, or raise the retirement age, I will stop you. The working people who built this country
crap. Paid leave
more into Social
is not a
Security than
standard.
millionaires and billionaires do. It's not fair.
Wow.
We have two ways to go. Republicans can cut Social Security and give more tax breaks to the wealthy. That's the proposal. Oh, no. You guys don't want another $2 trillion tax cut? I kind of thought that's what your plan was.
Mike John. Oh, wow.
Well, that's good to hear. You're not going to cut another $2 trillion for the super wealthy. That's good to hear.
Wow.
I'll protect and strengthen Social Security and make the wealthy pay their fair share.
Oh my gosh, I love it.
Look.
He's not clapping. No clapping.
Too many corporations raise prices to pad their profits, charging more and more for less and less. That's why we're cracking down on corporations that engage in price gouging and deceptive pricing, from food to healthcare to housing. In fact, the snack companies think you won't notice if they change the size of the bag and put a hell of a lot fewer, same size bag, put fewer chips in it. No, I'm not joking. It's called shrinkflation. Pass Bobby Casey's bill and stop this. I really mean it.
The U.S. is such a depressing place. It's supposed to be the richest country in the world, and yet it's such a depressing place.
You probably all saw
no
that
paid
commercial
leave.
on Snickers bars.
I still can't get over it.
You get
How do you not
the
get
same
paid
amount,
leave?
And you got about, I don't know, 10% fewer Snickers in it. Look, I'm also getting rid of junk fees. Those hidden fees at the end of your bill that are there without your knowledge. My administration announced we're cutting credit card late fees from $32 to $8. Banks and credit card companies are allowed to charge what it costs them to instigate the collection. And that's more a hell of a lot like $8 and 30-some dollars. They don't like it. The credit card companies don't like it. But I'm saving American families $20 billion a year with all the junk fees I'm eliminating. Folks at home, that's why the banks are so mad.
Wait, paid leave is an absurd issue to complain about. Are you serious?
Are
you saying that seriously, that it's
my administration proposed rules to make
absurd issue
cable,
to complain about,
travel,
not having paid
utilities,
leave?
online ticket sellers tell you the total price up front, so there are no surprises.
That's
It
a
matters.
huge issue.
It matters. And so does this. In November, my team began serious negotiation with a bipartisan group of senators. The result was a bipartisan bill with the toughest set of border security reforms we've ever seen. Oh, you don't think so? Oh, you don't like that bill, huh? That conservatives got together and said it was a good bill? I'll be darned. That's amazing. That bipartisan bill would hire 1,500 more security agents and officers, 100 more immigration judges to help tackle the backload of 2 million cases, 4,300
Well, it's
more
about
asylum
blocking
officers,
Ukraine aid,
and
so
new policies so they can resolve
whatever.
cases in 6 months instead of 6 years now.
It's about blocking Ukraine.
What are you against? 100 more high-tech drug detection machines to significantly increase the ability to screen and stop vehicles smuggling fentanyl into America. That's killing thousands of children.
Oh, okay.
This bill would save lives and bring order to the border. It will also give me and any new president new emergency authority to temporarily shut down the border when the number of migrants at the border is overwhelming. The Border Patrol Union has endorsed this bill. The Federal Chamber of Commerce is, yeah. You're saying low. Look at the facts. I know you know how to read. I believe that given the opportunity for
You
the
know it's allowed
majority
to
in the
read
House
by
and
the
Senate
third grade.
would endorse the bill as well, the majority right now. But unfortunately, politics has derailed this bill so far. I'm told my predecessor called members of Congress in the Senate to demand they block the bill. He feels political win. He viewed it as will be a political win for me and a political loser for him. It's not about him. It's not about me. I'd be a winner. Not really. Lincoln.
Make
Lincoln
America
Riley,
great again.
An innocent young woman who was killed by an illegal. That's right. But how many of thousands of people being killed by illegals? To her parents, I say, my heart goes out to you, having lost children myself. I understand. But look, if we change the dynamic at the border, people pay these smugglers $8,000 to get across the border because they know if they get by and let into the country, it's 6 to 8 years before they have a hearing. And it's worth taking the chance of the $8,000. But if it's only 6 weeks, the idea is it's highly unlikely that people will pay that money and come all that way knowing that they'll be able to be kicked out quickly. Folks, I would respectfully suggest my Republican friends over to the American people, get this bill done. We need to act now.
Aye, aye, aye. We'll see. The expressions are nice though.
And if my predecessor is watching, instead of paying politics and pressuring members of Congress to block the bill, join me in telling the Congress to pass it. We can do it together.
We can do it together.
Apparently, here's what he will not do. I will not demonize immigrants saying they are poison in the blood of our country. I will not separate families. I will not ban people because of their faith. Unlike my predecessor on my first day in office, I introduced a comprehensive bill to fix our immigration system. Take a look at it. It has all these and more. Secure the border. Provide a pathway to citizenship for dreamers. And so much more. But unlike my predecessor, I know who we are as Americans. We're the only nation in the world with a heart and soul that draws from old and new. Home to Native Americans, and ancestors have been here for thousands of years. Home to people of from every place on earth. They came freely.
Every place.
Some came in chains.
The world.
Some came when famine struck, like my ancestral family in Ireland. Some to flee persecution. To chase dreams that are impossible anywhere but here in America. That's America. And we all come from somewhere, but we're all Americans.
There are no cats in America, and the streets are paved with cheese.
Look, folks, we have a simple choice. We can fight about fixing the border, or we can fix it. I'm ready to fix it.
I'm ready to fix it.
Send me the border bill now.
Pass the bill.
Transformational moment in history.
Well, trans history
happened
now.
59 years ago
trans
today
history.
In Selma, Alabama.
Trans history.
Hundreds of foot soldiers for justice marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, named after the Grand Dragon of the Ku Klux Klan, to claim their fundamental right to vote. They were beaten, they were bloody, and left for dead.
True.
Our late friend and former colleague, John Lewis, was on that march. We miss him.
Of course I've seen the American Tale. Of course. As a child.
But joining us tonight are other marchers, both in the gallery and on the floor, including Betty Mae Fikes, known as the voice of Selma, the daughter of gospel singers and preachers. She sang songs of prayer and protest on that bloody Sunday to help shake the nation's conscience. 5 months later, the Voting Rights Act passed and was signed into law. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
But 59 years later, there are forces taking us back in time. Voter suppression, election subversion, unlimited dark money, extreme gerrymandering. John Lewis is a great friend to many of us here. But if you truly want to honor him and all the heroes who marched with him, then it's time to do more than talk.
True,
Pass
actually.
the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Voting Right Act.
Let's talk more action. Damn.
And stop denying another core value of America, our diversity across American life. Banning books, it's wrong. Instead of erasing history, let's make history. I want to protect fundamental rights. Pass the Equality Act. And my message to transgender Americans, I have your back.
I'm not even an American.
Pass the PRO Act for workers' rights.
Oh, trans Americans.
Raise the federal minimum wage, because every worker has a right to a decent living more than $7 an hour.
Yeah.
We're also making history by confronting the climate crisis, not denying it. I don't think any of you think there's no longer a climate crisis. At least I hope you don't. I'm taking the most significant action ever on climate in the history of the world. I'm cutting our carbon emissions in half by 2030, creating tens of thousands of clean energy jobs, like the IBEW work is building and installing 500,000 electric vehicle charging stations. Conserving 30% of America's lands and waters by 2030. And taking action on environmental justice fence line communities smothered by the legacy of pollution. And patterned after the Peace Corps and AmeriCorps, I launched the Climate Corps to put 20,000 young people to work in the forefront of our clean energy future. I'll triple that number in a decade.
Triple. Triple, quadruple.
To state the obvious, all Americans deserve the freedom to be safe. And America is safer today than when I took office. Year before I took office, murder rates went up 30%. 30% they went up.
What was that?
The biggest increase in history. It was then.
What was that?
Through my American Rescue Plan, which every American voted
what
against,
happened?
I might add, we made the largest investment in public safety ever. Last year, the murder rate saw the sharpest decrease in history. Violent crime fell to one of its lowest levels in more than 50 years. But we have more to do. We have to help cities invest in more community police officers, more mental health workers, more community violence intervention. Give communities the tool to crack down on gun crime, retail crime, and carjacking. Keep building trust, as I've been doing by taking executive action on police reform and calling for it to be the law of the land.
Same.
Directing my cabinet to review the federal classification of marijuana and expunging thousands of convictions for the mere possession, because no one should be jailed for simply using or have it on their record.
True. Damn. Well said.
Take on crimes of domestic violence.
Don't criminalize drugs.
I'm ramping up the federal enforcement of the Violence Against Women Act that I proudly wrote when I was a senator, so we can finally end the scourge against women in America.
Is it on a clap? No. No. No.
There are other kinds of violence I want to stop.
Ending violence against women.
With us tonight
I can't approve
Jasmine,
of that.
Whose 9-year-old sister Jackie was murdered.
I cannot
with 21 classmates and
possibly
teachers
approve
in
of that.
elementary school in Uvalde, Texas. Very soon after that happened, Jill and I went to Uvalde for a couple of days. We spent hours and hours with each of the families. We heard their message, so everyone in this room, in this chamber, could hear the same message. The constant refrain, and I was there for hours meeting with every family. They said, do something. Do something. Well, I did do something by establishing the first ever Office of Gun Violence Prevention in the White House, that the Vice President is leading the charge. Thank you for doing it. Meanwhile,
what?
Meanwhile, my predecessor told the NRA he's proud he did nothing on guns when he was president.
Oh.
After another shooting in Iowa recently, he said, when asked what to do about it, he said, just get over it. There's his quote, just get over it. I say, stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it.
I mean, this is honest. Get over it. Get over yourself.
I'm proud we beat the NRA when I signed the most significant gun safety law in nearly 30 years because of this Congress. We now must beat the NRA again. I'm demanding a ban on assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. Pass universal background checks.
God damn, Mike Johnson.
None of this. I taught the Second Amendment for 12 years. None of this violates the Second Amendment or vilifies responsible gun owners. You know, as we manage challenges at home, we're also managing crises abroad, including in the Middle East. I know the last 5 months have been gut-wrenching for so many people, for the Israeli people, for the Palestinian people, and so many here in America. This crisis began on October 7th.
What about Ukrainians?
The massacre by a terrorist group called Hamas, as you all know. 1,200 innocent people, women and girls, men and boys, slaughtered after enduring sexual violence. The deadliest day for the Jewish people since the Holocaust. And 250 hostages taken. Here in this chamber tonight are families whose loved ones are still being held by Hamas. I pledge to all the families that we will not rest until we bring every one of your loved ones home. We also we will also work around the clock to bring home Evan and Paul, Americans being unjustly detained by the Russians and others around the world. Israel has the right to go after Hamas. Hamas ended this conflict by releasing hostages, laying down arms, could end it by releasing the hostages, laying down arms, and surrendering those responsible for October 7th.
The IDF should try not to shoot.
But Israel has Israel has a added burden because Hamas hides and operates among the civilian population like cowards, under hospitals, daycare centers, and all the like. Israel also has a fundamental responsibility, though, to protect innocent civilians in Gaza.
And yet, not exactly happening, is it?
This war,
more empty streets,
has taken a greater toll on innocent civilians than all previous wars in Gaza combined. More than 30,000 Palestinians have been killed,
war to begin with is a
most of whom are not Hamas. Thousands and thousands of innocents, women and children, girls and boys, also orphaned. Nearly 2 million more Palestinians under bombardment or displacement. Homes destroyed, neighborhoods in rubble, cities in ruin. Families without food, water, medicine. It's heartbreaking. I've been working nonstop to establish an immediate ceasefire that would last for 6 weeks to get all the prisoners released, all the hostages released. To get the hostages home.
Yeah.
And ease the intolerable and humanitarian crisis, and build toward an enduring, something more enduring. The United States has been leading international efforts to get more humanitarian assistance to Gaza. Tonight, I'm directing the U.S. military to lead an emergency mission to establish a temporary pier in the Mediterranean on the coast of Gaza that can receive large shipments carrying food, water, medicine, and temporary shelters.
We'll see how that
No U.S. boots will be on the ground. A temporary pier will enable a massive increase in the amount of humanitarian assistance getting into Gaza every day. And Israel must do its part. Israel must allow more aid into Gaza to ensure humanitarian workers aren't caught in the crossfire. And they're announcing they're going to have a crossing in northern Gaza. To the leadership of Israel, I say this: humanitarian assistance cannot be a secondary consideration or a bargaining chip. Protecting and saving innocent lives has to be a priority.
It is.
As we look to the future, the only real solution to the situation is a two-state solution over time. And I say this as a lifelong supporter of Israel. My entire career, no one has a stronger record with Israel than I do. I challenge any of you here. I'm the only American president of Israel in wartime. But there is no other path that guarantees Israel's security and democracy.
I swear.
There is no other path that guarantees that Palestinians can live in peace with peace and dignity. And there's no other path that guarantees peace between Israel and all of its neighbors, including Saudi Arabia, with whom I'm talking. Creating stability in the Middle East also means containing the threat posed by Iran. That's why I built a coalition of more than a dozen countries to defend international shipping and freedom of navigation in the Red Sea. I've ordered strikes to degrade the Houthi capability and defend U.S. forces in the region. As Commander-in-Chief, I will not hesitate to direct further measures to protect our people and our military personnel. For years, I've heard many of my Republican and Democratic friends say that China is on the rise and America's falling behind. They've got it backwards. I've been saying it for over 4 years, even when I wasn't president. America's rising. We have the best economy in the world. And since I've come to office, our GDP is up, our trade deficit with China is down to the lowest point in over a decade. And we're standing up against China's unfair economic practices. We're standing up for peace and stability across the Taiwan Straits. I've revitalized our partnership and alliance in the Pacific. India, Australia, Japan, South Korea, the Pacific Islands. I've made sure that the most advanced American technologies can't be used in China, not allowing to trade them there. Frankly, for all this tough talk on China, it never occurred to my predecessor to do any of that. I want competition with China, not conflict. And we're in a stronger position to win the conflict of the 21st century against China than anyone else, for that matter, than any time as well. Here at home, I've signed over 400 bipartisan bills, but there's more to pass my unity agenda. Strengthen penalties on fentanyl trafficking. You don't want to do that, huh? Pass bipartisan privacy legislation to protect our children online.
The detectors.
Harness the promise of AI to protect us from peril. Ban AI voice impersonations and more. And keep our truly sacred obligation to train and equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't.
Joe wants to kill Luffy?
That's why the song Support and Help from Dennis and the VA, I signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever. Helping millions of veterans exposed to toxins who now are battling more than 100 different cancers. Many of them don't come home.
True.
But we owe them and their families support.
Bennett.
We owe
Bennett,
it to ourselves
to
to keep
hell.
supporting our new health research agency called ARPA-H.
RPG?
And remind us remind us that we can do big things, like end cancer as we know it. And we will.
True. End cancer as we know it. And introduce cancer as we don't know it. Why add the as we know it? Why add the as we know it? Why would you add the as we know it
I gotta
part?
say a few more things. I know it may not look like it, but I've been around a while.
It's like Russia. Russia is also
When you
ending
get to be
cancer
my
as we know
age,
it.
certain things become clearer than ever.
Apparently, on the
I
cusp.
know the American story.
It's because
Again
of
and
those
again, I've seen the contest between competing forces
cancer
in the battle for the soul of our
resilient
nation.
wolves from
Between
Chernobyl.
those who want to pull America back to the past and those who want to move America into the future. My lifetime has taught me to embrace freedom and democracy, a future based on core values that have defined America: honesty, decency, dignity, equality, to
And all
respect
that
everyone, to give everyone a fair shot, to give hate no safe harbor.
Damn.
Now other people my age see it differently. The American story of resentment, revenge, and retribution, that's not me. I was born amid World War II when America stood for the freedom of the world. I grew up in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, among working class people who built this country. I watched in horror as two of my heroes, like many of you did, Dr. King and Bobby Kennedy, were assassinated. And their legacies inspired me to pursue a career in service. I left the law firm, became a public defender because my city of Wilmington was the only city in America occupied by the National Guard.
Having problems when he
after Dr.
tries
King was
to speak faster.
because of the riots. And
I think that's where he
I
sort of
became a
starts
county
to
councilman almost by accident. I got elected to the United States Senate when I had no intention of running at age 29.
And he tries to speed up. He tries
Then vice
to fumble his
president, our
words.
first black president. Now president to the first women vice president.
I sort of noticed that. And he tries to speed up the tempo of the speech. He's starting to.
In my career, I've been told I was too young. By the way, they didn't let me on the Senate elevators for votes sometimes. Not a joke.
Yes, not anymore. You won't hear that now.
I've been
That's
told
for
I'm
sure.
too old.
Oh.
Whether young or old, I've always known what endures. I've known our North Star. The very idea of America is that we're all created equal and deserves to be treated equally throughout our lives.
And yet,
we've never fully lived up to that idea.
True, you've
But
not.
we've never walked away from it either. And I won't walk away from it now. I'm optimistic.
Are you? That's good.
I really am. I'm optimistic, Nancy.
Nancy. Very specific.
My fellow Americans, the issue facing our nation isn't how old we are, it's how old are our ideas. Hate, anger, revenge, retribution are the oldest of ideas. But you can't lead America with ancient ideas that only take us back. You lead America, the land of possibilities. You need a vision for the future and what can and should be done.
True. I love those.
Tonight you've heard mine.
Platitudes.
I see a future where
I love them.
defending democracy, you don't diminish it. I see a future where we restore the right to choose and protect our freedoms, not take them away.
True. That's good. That's not bad. That's good.
I see a future where the middle class finally has a fair shot.
The middle class.
And the wealthy have to pay their fair share in taxes. I see a future where we save the planet from the climate crisis and our country from gun violence.
Save the world. We save
Above
the world.
all, I see a future for all Americans. I see a country for all Americans.
Even non-Americans.
And I will always be president for all Americans.
I'll always
because
be president.
I believe in America. I believe in you, the American people. You're the reason we've never been more optimistic about our future than I am now.
Oh, gosh.
So let's build the future together. Let's remember who we are.
Oh, gosh.
We're the United States of America.
Oh!
And there's nothing,
Amazing.
nothing beyond our capacity
Damn.
when we act together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's it, I guess. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. America. That's over. I guess we have to, damn. Damn. How beautiful. How wonderful. Full of dreams, full of promise. It's all so great. But will the aid package pass? That's my question. That's all I care about. I'm sorry. No offense. Cheers, mate. Cheers.
Thank you. We're going to get it back. Baptist preacher tonight.
I'll tell you what.
You were the Baptist preacher tonight.
I'll tell you what Jim Eason once
Baptist
said. So what did old Jim Eason do for you, Delaware?
You're the Baptist preacher
Someplace you'd help or
tonight.
someplace you'd hurt.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Come on now.
Good job, great job.
Amazing.
Great job.
Well done. Well delivered, the speech.
Great job.
Amazing. Amazingly well done. So cute. So nice. I am so proud of you.
Great job, Mr. President.
Great job, Mr. President. You have made us all proud.
So y'all can get in there.
Damn, Mr. President.
Here's what I worry about.
Mr. President.
If we pull away, the rest of Europe's going to pull away. They're looking for us.
We're going to get a deal done on Ukraine. We have to. Yes. There's no. Good job on the border. Thank you.
Thank you. Look, you give me accountability.
Oh, yeah. I'm sticking with it.
No, I really mean it.
No, really. Thank you, sir.
And this guy with you does too.
Oh, yeah, he does.
Good. It was amazing. You did a good job. You were right on.
Yeah, you were on fire. You were on fire.
Nobody's going to talk about cognitive impairment now.
Yeah. You were on fire.
I kind of wish sometimes there was cognitive impairment.
Yeah, well. Very good.
I'm working real hard.
I'm going to the toilet soon. It's time. It's time to go to the toilet.
Hey, I want you to know the Democratic Party was the first two people to vote. So and I, before you. He's not telling you. Because I went up to campaign for when he was running, and I was young, sure, and he was young too. Okay. And I was younger. And I got a call from my boss, always call home. And the kids.
Let's see if I can get out of the way. Can I get out of the way so y'all can take this?
And I got one second, so I got a call
I was coming to make the second course, but you didn't.
Thank you, Molly Strong. Thank you so much.
By the way, until it's all done,
Thank you. Get that aid to Israel, but also security.
This way, ma'am. This way.
I actually wanted to go that way so I could say hello to the camera. We have to go now. No, because there's chairs right there.
I'll be there in 2 weeks. I know. Mr. President, great job tonight. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You're not going to depart.
Thanks for coming.
Good job, Mr. Henny Duckworth down here trying to get to you, but she can't get out.
Maybe I should talk about this when I come back. Art is almost done. Excellent. Excellent. Okay, I'm just gonna leave you with this, and I'm gonna go to the toilet. Be right back.
Hey man, then we can swap with you. How about that?
Sorry about that.
I know I did, if she says it. I know that happened.
We're walking this way, so we're going that way?
Yep, we're going this way right here. 3 steps back.
Go back.
Thank you, guys.
Adam, do you got any space behind you?
Nope.
Good. We're going to see you for the first debate in my district. Texas State. Right where LBJ's statue stands.
Say hello to Senator Duckworth. She and I led the House Senate bill on our behalf.
Okay.
I shouted real loud. I didn't hear it.
There you go. You know, you got to come back to Pennsylvania, back to the Lehigh Valley. They loved you. They loved you there. I know. You don't have to tell me. I know. I know. You think you're in the prettier. You have the prettier part. Well, we can agree.
That's the speech.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You knocked it out of the park.
Knocked around. I don't want to get anything.
The best ever.
That's really good.
Mr. President, you brought the Irish fire tonight.
I'll tell you what. You know,
You were on fire, Mr. Biden, sir. Yeah, on fire. Yeah.
I was there, Mr. President. It was incredible.
That was great. That was top score. Excellent. Thank you. Thank you. That was well. Oh wow. I'm sure all of this will happen. I'm sure all of the amazing promises will be kept. I'm just waiting with bated breath. I cannot wait, I cannot wait, I cannot simply wait. The future looks bright and everything is incredible. I've never been so happy. I've never been so happy. I tried it a lot of pen smear. Oh, it's sent. America. That's right. That's right. What an amazing event. Mike Johnson. I've enjoyed the facial expressions of Mike Johnson, who refuses to clap at every opportunity. Damn. That's great. That's great. Except. Okay. Guess we're done with that. Whew. Corporate Overlord Lucy. Oh, it's done? Okay, let's see it. I'm gonna put it on this stream as always. Gmail. Oh, that's right. I bought a game. Corporate Overlord Lucy has a... Oh my gosh. Why honey? Why honey? Oh my god, why honey? Why honey? Why is my hair so short? Jesus. The artwork never fails. Okay, I'm gonna download this. Maybe this should be my waiting for stream thing. Maybe this should be my waiting for stream window. Yes, honey. Why, honey? Why, honey? Okay. Today I've learned that Biden's gonna end cancer just like Russia. Well, amazing. Of course, Mike Johnson is not gonna is not gonna clap for ending cancer. Of course. So funny that Mike Johnson didn't clap for ending cancer. Lucy Corporate. What did you just link? Back in the heads and minds. Or haze, as someone would say. Crack? Yes, honey. Jesus. Oh my god. Damn. What did you just link to me? Yay! Yes, honey! Yes, honey? Yes, honey. Look at that. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? Damn. All right. Rip Minor. It's okay. It's a really good artwork. Damn. Get him. Get him. Go and get him. Okay, we could talk about a thing. We could be talking about a thing now. I really like this. Lucy Corporate. Okay. I found us a thing. Hold on. Because there's a big topic that we are forgetting about. Reuters. There's been a lot of... You should totally share more of your art. Me, more of my art. Are you talking to me? Should I share more of my art? I might. I might do more art. So, the Zaporizhia topic. Zaporozhye. We're gonna talk it now. We're gonna talk about Zaporizhia now. About the fact that we're always a little bit at a risk of a little bit of a nuclear disaster with the Zaporizhia nuclear plant, which has had power cut off, which has been on emergency power quite a few times, which has soldiers, Russian soldiers near it, which sort of... which apparently back in the day is not so long ago, I think it was like 2023, replaced the specialists with buffoons that don't know as much what they're doing. The whole Zaporizhia power plant is it's like the biggest nuclear plant in Europe, as far as I know. And it's getting warmer. And yet, Russia's still occupying it. Oh, I'm sorry. Nuclear. I'm sorry. I said it incorrectly. I guess it's nuclear. Nuclear. Excuse me. Excuse me. But things are about to change as Things are about to change. As well, I don't know if things are about to change. They just made a call. They just asked. But IAEA board calls Russia to leave Zaporizhia 2 years on. The Zaporizhia nuclear plant. The nuclear plant. Let's see if the nuclear plant will be left or not. It's not that chilly. A Russian service member stands guard at the checkpoint near the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant before the arrival of the International Atomic Energy IAEA expert mission in the course of Russia-Ukraine conflict outside Enerhodar in the Zaporizhia region. Russian-controlled Ukraine, June 15, 2023. Reuters, Alexander purchased licensing rights. Vienna, March 7th, Reuters. The UN Nuclear Watchdog's Board of Governors voted on Thursday to demand Russia withdraw from Ukraine's Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, ZNPP, in a resolution passed days after the 2-year anniversary of the plant's capture by Russian troops. It was the board's fourth resolution condemning Russia's actions against Ukrainian nuclear facilities. The first was passed in March 2022, the day before Russia captured Europe's largest nuclear plant. The last was in November 2022. The resolution has been adopted by the majority of votes. Ukraine's mission to the International Atomic Energy Agency said on X. The text adopted late on Thursday said because the text adopted later on Thursday said the board called for an urgent withdrawal of all unauthorized military and other unauthorized personnel from Ukraine's ZNPP, and for the plant to be immediately returned to the full control of the competent Ukrainian authorities. The board also reiterates its grave concern that the Russian Federation has not heeded the previous calls. Well, what do you know? Russia doesn't care about nuclear safety. Russia doesn't care if, like, the nuclear plant is secure or not. Russia will not let the specialists in and actually maintain the nuclear plant. What do you know? I'm so shocked. I'm so surprised by this development that Russia would not heed the calls to just leave the plant alone to actual specialists. Who would have predicted such an outcome? I certainly could not ever in my life predict that Russia, of all countries, would refuse to leave. What a world we live in, when even an upstanding country such as Russia refuses to leave the nuclear plant. I'm shocked, quite frankly. What happened, Russia? You used to be so great. What happened? It used to be so grand. I bet it's the fault of the CIA. I bet the CIA made Russia, stay in Zaporizhia. I bet it's all the fault of the CIA. It has to be. I don't believe in any other explanation. I don't buy any other explanation as to what's happening. I think it's all because of the CIA and America. I believe that it wasn't for NATO meddling, Russia would have left the plant by now. That is my belief. You can quote me on that. You can quote me on it. It's all the fault of the Western US hegemony that the plant is still being occupied by Russia. And I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed by America. But you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. And what it is not particularly good. And by that I mean America. The worst country ever. America is bad. Remember that as we discuss things in the world. Remember that. Beautiful. What's happening here? I agree. Let's see what's happening here on the map. Just to be cool, I'm gonna switch it to Ukrainian. Ukraina. Kiev. Oh, I wanna see actually the Polish. I wanna see how the Polish cities are named. Let's see the map of the conflict. Warszawa is just Warszawa. Lublin. Ryashiv. Krakiv. I knew it! Krakiv is Krakiv. Gliwice. Wrocław. Poznań. What is this? Grudziądz. Gdańsk. Białystok. Oh, that's interesting. Why like this? Why Białystok? Okay, might make sense. Białystok. Belarus. Okay. Makes sense. I understand now. Where is the Poznań? I don't... I'm trying... It's fun to sound them out. Yes. It is fun to read the names of the Polish cities in Ukrainian. You ever listen to other countries' radio stations? No. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. Polsha. Polsha. Samostia. Where's the... I understand everything. Lublin. It's fun sometimes. I listened to Japanese radio. Sometimes I did catch some Japanese radio. But you know, that is a thing that I've sometimes listened to. Hey, let's go to Ukraine proper and see what's going on. Makivka. 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 Unknown lands. Civilian, no. Uh-oh. So we're looking... Pulse. Okay. Spartak. Vesele. Vesele? What? That's a... Vesele is a city? Avdiivka. Here, Avdiivka. Avdiivka. Damn, Avdiivka. No, Avdiivka. 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 Moving on in here. Status Nividome. So, unknown status. It's kind of interesting how radio news sounds, like the whoosh sound effects, etc. in between segments, stuff like that sounds funny. I don't know why. Maybe it just feels more dramatic than I'm used to. Maybe I should do the whoosh sound effects and do that. Whoosh. So they're going to Tonenka. Ferries are getting slow, but they are getting forward, fortunately. What is this map depicting of Ukraine? It's depicting the movement of Russian forces, the direction of the offensive. These are the gray ones are the unknown status lands. These are the lands that are occupied, that have been occupied, taken over. And the green ones are the liberated. As you can see, Avdiivka, which has fallen a bit ago. Here is Avdiivka. And already Russians have moved from Avdiivka, like here. Lastochkina. Severna. Lastokchina, Severna. Orlivka. Stepowe. Status niewiadomy. Status niewiadomy. Moving here. Kupiansk, sorry. Kupiansk. Moving in the direction of Kupiansk. Kupiansk. Here. Pretty slowly so far, but those two arrows are getting in the direction of Kupiansk. Let me see something. Kharkiv. Pretty far. Kharkiv. Klishivka. Sepogano. Sepogano. Maybe. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Damn. Let's see. Kurachivka. Kurachowe. Prusiana. Zaporizhia. Zaporizhia. Here. Oh man. Damn. It's pretty sad what's happening thanks to the GOP and their blocking of aid, huh? It's pretty not nice. Let me just say that. We'll see. We'll see how it will all go. Let's see how the topic of aid. Oh crap. Okay, let's go. Hold on. What the? Russia publishes the map of the new borders. We will not stop until this is the case. Medvedev statement. Okay. Breaking news, I guess. Let me check something. Let me check the current map real quick before we go to the... Let's see if the new map gives anything to Poland. Lviv, it actually doesn't, interestingly enough. Interesting enough, they did not do some wild scenario with Poland this time. So, Russia publishes the map of the new border. Will not stop until this is the case. Medvedev statement. Where do Russians borders head? Where we get the... God. We're gonna talk about this, definitely. This is so... Wow. This is so wild. Okay, let's go. I guess we do this now. Okay, let's get on with it. Let's get on with it. So this is the new map. That's the new map of that is what Russia says that it will not stop until it achieves. Russia, Chernihiv, Sami, Kharkiv, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, Mykolaiv, Odessa. Damn, not like over half of Ukraine just yoink, I guess. I mean, how do they even plan to achieve this result? Critical theaters, the Jack London Geopolitical Fund. Ukrainian territory claimed by Dmitry Medvedev as Russian territory. Ukrainian territory claimed by Dmitry Medvedev as not Russian territory. That is so... Okay, I have to check something real quick. Because this is fascinating to me for so many reasons. That I'm gonna go into in a second once my thing is confirmed, and I'm sure it will. Oh, come on, I need a map. I need a nice map. Come on, come on, come on. Give me a nice map. Oh, can I get a nice map? That's not this. Jesus. There we go. I wanna see which cities belonged to it or what. Okay. I guess. How interesting. I want to see the map here. Yes, I agree. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm having problems finding a map. There we go. There we go. Thank you. Jesus. Because a lot of the... I'm surprised. I'm surprised that basically Russia's just giving up on a lot of Western, at least in this scenario, they're giving up a lot of Western Ukraine. But that sort of weirdly corresponds to how the partition lines went, at least partially. A lot of Western Ukraine belonged to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Kiev was part of Russia, so I'm sort of surprised that I guess that Russia is sort of forfeiting Kiev, but Lviv certainly is within the Austro-Hungarian sort of sphere. This is very... Wait, hold on. This is the early part. There we go. This is a pretty nice map. If I want to see this map, we're gonna click it here to sort of compare it to the map that Medvedev is proposing here. So Lviv, this is Kiev, it was already in Russia. Your house is Russia, Lucy. I think so. I think that just might be the case. So this is how the partitions went. Prussia, Austria, Russia got the biggest, of course. Yeah. No, it goes far beyond. No, it actually takes... How bizarre. Like, Russia's starting to just throw those maps. There was this... This is another Medvedev map, I guess. Medvedev. I guess he did a speech recently in which he showed a pretty bizarre map, but that other map actually gave some territory to Poland. So I guess Russia decided, no, actually Poland's not getting anything. It's just Russia that's getting stuff. I guess they sort of threw out the propaganda of Poland being a culprit. They just sort of forgot about that part of the propaganda for now, so they just decided not to even bother with it. The propaganda that Poland is preparing to attack Ukraine anytime now. Russians being a hungry Kyler pillar. I guess it's just Luhansk, Donetsk, of course. Kharkiv is just taken, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, it's all just Russia. Well, good luck. I mean, it all depends on how the aid goes, I guess, but it sounds pretty far-fetched. Just how does Russia even plan to accomplish this? How many people will die before this comes to pass? How many died for Avdiivka? Over 17,000 soldiers? Like how many, like, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of soldiers will die before this will become a reality or something? Russia will run out of soldiers. We'll have to send robots and cyborgs or something. I don't know. The prisons will become depopulated. Russian prisons will become empty forever. This is regions of left bank and right bank Ukraine that Russian Security Council Deputy chairperson Dmitry Medvedev described as Russian on March 4th. We remember, yeah, in the video. But that March 4th, I'm pretty sure that March 4th video showed that Poland would swallow up Lviv and many other places, and that Ukraine would just be this small little place because Poland definitely wants to invade and take over Ukraine. Because in Russia's mind, in Russia's propaganda's sort of view, every country is basically like Russia. Poland is just biding its time to step in, take Lviv and a few other places. Lvov, I'm sorry, Lvov. Part of my family comes from Lviv. Did you not know? Did you not know that? I bet you did not know that. This is so wild. It would take 1 million casualties to take Odessa alone. Just how do they plan to achieve this wild, wild outcome? I mean, one can dream. One can indulge in delusional fantasy all they want. It doesn't make a reality. Showing these sad, sad maps does not make it reality. Jesus Christ. Okay, this post is pretty funny, so I'm gonna read it. This is pretty funny. Because during the last protest, there has been a lot of talk about Russian provocation, Russian psyop, and a person from Poland says, the whole invasion is Poland's fault anyway. It all goes back to the 12th century or something, according to Putin. That's true. That is true. It all goes back to the time when Poland Polonized Lithuania. About the guys that are commonly called, or rather commonly accused of being Russian agents, and whose surnames and names sort of make rounds around Twitter. I've met this environment partially, and a lot of these people just don't, in my opinion, have the intellectual qualifiers in order to be able to be Russian agents. These are the types of people, to quote Suvorov, a Russian, a Soviet, it is a type of people that the Soviet intelligence, military intelligence, would call shit eaters. They were all sorts of activists, lovers of Russia, and useful idiots. Maybe a lot of them would like to become Russian agents, but why would you pay them if they can do your work for free? Excellent. Excellent. I know, I saw the Tucker Carlson interview. That is, I do like these words. Many of them would love to become Russian agents, but why pay them if they will do your job for free? One more European country is now being protected from Russian evil. Sweden is joining NATO. Everyone benefits when one country's security improves, and that country can truly strengthen shared security. This rule has consistently worked throughout NATO's existence, and I am confident it will continue to work. Right now, in the midst of Russian aggression against everything that has kept Europe peaceful and united, everyone understands how critical it is to maintain alliances and partnerships, strengthen one's own security, and care for the security of one's neighbors. Sweden is a strong ally and a trustworthy country. I congratulate everyone in Sweden and across the Euro-Atlantic space. Ukraine has always been principled in its support for Sweden's NATO membership. And I'm grateful to Sweden for its support for our country. I'm confident that the day will come when Sweden will be able to congratulate Ukraine on joining the alliance. We're always stronger when we are together, said Volodymyr Zelensky, the president of Ukraine. Which is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful stuff. What? No, this is a lie. No, that's impossible. Whoa, wait, what just happened? What? You're kidding me. Okay, we're talking about this now. This is pretty big news. Holy moly. Wow. I can't believe this happened. I guess it's real. Dragon Ball creator Akira Toriyama has sadly passed away at the age of 68. Akira Toriyama is dead. Damn. The creator of Dragon Ball. The character designer for all of Dragon Quest died at 6. I wonder what he died of. I wonder what the cause of death is. This is so heartbreaking. Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z were some of the core memories of my childhood, and to this day they have an important place in my heart. I was just rewatching them for the first time this past fall. Rest in peace, you will go down in history. I mean, Akira Toriyama has basically already went down in history, of the medium at least, of manga. Like, Akira Toriyama is a major inspiration and a major sort of a major blueprint for a lot of the manga that came after. That's for sure. A lot of the shonen manga that came after Dragon Ball, there were, like, I'm pretty sure One Piece, Bleach, Naruto, and many other were just, a lot of them took cues from Dragon Ball. Hunter x Hunter as well. Iconic, yeah. It's pretty hard to believe. Akira Toriyama is dead. Damn. And of course, we should all remember about the, I don't know if less known work, but also Dr. Slump. It's funny because Akira Toriyama wanted to create a martial arts manga and couldn't think of it, and there's rumors say that his wife sort of came in and inspired him somehow by passing, sort of in passing. She came in with some, I think, tea or something and just threw out an idea that proved to be really good. The idea was to create a martial arts comedy thing. That was Dragon Ball. Comicbook.com. Akira Toriyama, the creator of Dragon Ball, dead at 68. It is with the heaviest of hearts that we announce that Akira Toriyama, the creator of Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Super, Sandland, and more, has passed away at the age of 68. And of course, let's not forget all of the work that he has done on the character design of the Dragon Quest characters. Toriyama's influence on the anime medium cannot be overstated, as his worlds helped forge many stories, both when it came to the Z Fighters and the anime world at large. For now, the official Dragon Ball website has released a statement regarding Toriyama's passing. Akira Toriyama was born in Nagoya, Aichi, Japan in 1955. He first introduced the world to Dragon Ball in 1984. Best year. With the story of Goku and his friends becoming one of the biggest anime properties of all time. Toriyama has continued to work on the franchise to this day, working on the manga along with the recent film Dragon Ball Superhero. The latter, regarding Akira Toriyama's passing, was shared on the official Dragon Ball website as reads as follows. Dear friends and partners, we're deeply saddened to inform you that manga creator Akira Toriyama passed away on March 1st. On March 1st. Due to acute subdural hematoma. He was in age of 68. That is bleeding out of blood vessels due to either disease or trauma, injury during or surgery. It's our deep regret that he still had several works in the middle of creation with great enthusiasm. Also, he would have many more things to achieve. However, he had left many manga titles and works of art to this world. Thanks to the support of so many people around the world, he has been able to continue his creative activities over 45 years. We hope that Akira Toriyama's unique world of creation continues to be loved by everyone for a long time to come. Yeah, based on Sun Wukong. We inform you of this sad news with gratefulness for your kindness during his lifetime. Funeral service was held with his family and very few relatives. Following his wishes for tranquility, we respectfully inform you that we would not accept flowers, condolences, gifts, visiting, offerings, and others. Also, we ask you to refrain from conducting interviews with his family. Future plans for a commemorative gathering is not decided. We will let you know when it's confirmed. We deeply thank you for your understanding and support as always. Damn. That was his sort of, representation of himself. Our thoughts are with the family and friends of Akira Toriyama during this difficult time. God damn. Subdural. Where is subdural? Oh? Oh no. That is a similar thing that happened to my grandfather. I see. A subdural hematoma is a type of bleeding in which collection of blood, usually but not always associated with traumatic brain injury, gathers between the inner layer of the dura mater and the arachnoid matter of the meninges surrounding the brain. It usually results from tears in bridging veins that cross the subdural space. Subdural hematomas may cause an increase in the pressure inside the skull, which in turn can cause compression of and damage to delicate brain tissue. Acute subdural hematomas are often life-threatening. Chronic subdural hematomas have a better prognosis if properly managed. So Akira Toriyama had the acute subdural hematoma. Causes. Subdural hematomas are most often caused by head injury, in which rapidly changing velocities within the skull may stretch and tear small bridging veins, much more common than epidural hemorrhages. Subdural hemorrhages generally result from shearing injuries due to various relational or linear forces. There are claims that they can occur in cases of shaken baby syndrome, although there is no scientific evidence for this. They are also commonly seen in the elderly and in people with an alcohol use disorder who have evidence of cerebral atrophy. Cerebral atrophy increases the length of the bridging veins have to traverse between the two meningeal layers, thus increasing the likelihood of shearing forces causing a tear. It is also more common in patients on anticoagulants or antiplatelet medications such as warfarin and aspirin, respectively. People on these medications can have a subdural hematoma after a relatively minor traumatic event. Another cause can be a reduction in cerebrospinal fluid pressure. Medications can have a subdural hematoma after a relatively minor traumatic event. Another cause can be a reduction in pressure, which can reduce pressure in the Another cause can be a reduction in cerebrospinal fluid pressure, which can reduce pressure in the subarachnoid space, pulling the arachnoid away from the dura mater and leading to a rupture on the blood vessels. So this is acute subdural hematoma is usually caused by external trauma that creates tension in the wall of a bridging veins as it passes between the arachnoid and dural layers of the brain's lining. So this is what did Akira Toriyama in. There must have been some trauma to the head, and it caused the veins to sort of pop. Damn. Maybe I'll even change the title. This is pretty... Damn. Oh, damn. At Akira Toriyama manga Dragon Ball. Akira Toriyama was really good at drawing dynamic panels. We might look at some Akira Toriyama work now to sort of get a demonstration of this. Hold on. Also, Dragon Ball's sort of drawing style has changed quite drastically since the inception of the manga. This is like from the second volume of Dragon Ball. Like the lines were much more round, much more, I want to say soft. Here we go, a good example. More characters were more rounder, everything was more rounder. And as it moved to a more dynamic action sort of type of manga, the art style became with more edges, with more angles, more angular, more edges, less round, to sort of, apparently less roundness translates to more dynamism when it comes to battle scenes. Like you can sort of convey force much better, apparently, through those more edge-like, less round shapes. Like here, see? The eyes became more ch-ch-ch, as opposed to, you can see the shapes are more sharp. More sharp, as opposed to the Dragon Ball sort of as opposed to the old Dragon Ball, see, in which everything was more round. And of course, Akira Toriyama had a really, see, it inspired a lot of artists to sort of even copy whole scenes as tribute. But Akira Toriyama had a really good also handle on the panels, on action moving from panel to panel. It was actually also something that Akira Toriyama was really good at. This is the very first page of Dragon Ball. Long ago, long ago, in a deep dark forest, far beyond civilization, beyond a towering range of, well, you get the idea. It's the kind of place a story like this has to begin. And it's like, the atmosphere of the manga was completely different at the very beginning than what it became. It was a lot more funny, it was a lot more comedic. Look at this. Let me show you the first page. The first page of Dragon Ball is here. Everything is still very round. And it's a lot more comedic in nature. Grandpa, I'm going to get some food. You see? And then as it went to more the time skip when Goku becomes an adult, the drawing became less round and more angular, sharp. As you can, I'm gonna show you a few examples here on the side. Here, the Son Gohan picture is a really great example of that. Really great example of that angular, more sharp type, as opposed to to better convey action, as I said, to better convey the dynamics of fighting. Let's find some nice whole page of Dragon Ball so I can sort of demonstrate what I mean with the panel control. Ugh. There you go. This is a really good. Okay, this is good. See this here? Really nice panel control. It's flowing from panel to panel. The action is really well readable. You can really read what's going on well with these panels. And often, like, manga creators can really fail when it comes to panel control. When it sort of becomes confusing, it sort of becomes not really readable. And Akira Toriyama was really good at making all the action from individual panel to individual panel readable. There we go. That's a really good example. Like the shocked Vegeta looking. Dynamically flying in this direction and catching the character. It is very well, sort of very good language from panel to panel of what's going on, conveying sort of where the action is moving, conveying sort of the dynamics. It's the panels are really dynamic. It's really difficult to believe that Akira Toriyama just died on the 1st from apparently internal bleeding in the brain. Damn. Maybe we should do some Akira Toriyama commemoration thing. Well, I'll be damned. Well, I'll be damned. President Sunday.
To the plot. The shields are the interest. The shields are what, like, change the dynamics of everything that make the world, like, interesting to explore. What they gave us is basically Star Wars, where the lightsabers are made of iron. Mm. It's like, who cares at this point?
No, and Daedalus, I don't think bagpipes suck. I think bagpipes are beautiful and amazing.
The what?
Talking about bagpipes in Dune is fucking stupid. Because it misunderstands sort of the very complex history that the Atreides exist in that they're not Scottish. But it's like, hey, these guys are.
Well, not that they're not just
Scots.
Scottish. They're like they even chose Oscar Isaac. Like they have an obviously like Mediterranean actor whose grandfather was a bullfighter. You know what I associate with Mediterranean bullfighters? The Highlands of Scotland.
It's just very strange, and it's weird choices sort of all around. And it doesn't matter.
What are you talking about?
It's very
Why
easy
Dune
to do
sucks?
so. But the reality is, it just does away with the point. And
Wait,
it
the
inverts
first
the point.
the
The
first
point is
movie
about
was praised
emancipation.
by people.
It just
What
does away
happened?
with that in favor of the same liberal bullshit, destiny-based ideology that this is where we're stuck.
Damn.
Unironically, I mean, like that's the moral. The fact there is a moral of the story, first of all, is like appalling. But that's the moral of Dune. It's like, no, don't follow the great man with the superpowers. Be a good liberal feminist. Ride into the desert.
What?
In protest.
Yeah.
Protest.
Yeah. I'm running to the washroom. I'll be right back. You feel free
That's
to.
okay. I'll yell at chat for a second.
Yeah. Don't get me
Bagpipes and Dune.
demonetized.
Here's the issue with bagpipes and Dune. They don't have them explicitly. It's just not a thing. The point of the world Herbert built is that it is ours evolved over the course of like 30,000 years. So there is stuff that has carried through language, some major language choices, some very specific major language choices throughout humanity.
Sniping.
But again, a big part of this, he never really said he was a Marxist at heart, but the way he talks through how he built and how he set these things up, the material conditions of each of these worlds creates the societies that live in them. There's the reasons that people are certain ways or behave certain ways or do certain things or culturally have certain setups is due to the worlds that they live on. To have bagpipes misunderstands the very complex history of the Atreides. There is stuff, there's balisets, there's other things that sort of have made it through, but
Right.
bagpipes specifically is like this weird on the nose visual thing to go, these guys are supposed to be Scottish. Okay, cool. These are the Muslims, which is not really how it works, because like the Orange Catholic Bible is like a combination of all of those things. Like there isn't just, oh, these guys are the Scots today. It's just a very, very fucked up sort of view of all of it. It's not that they would never have bagpipes. It's that it's just such an odd choice to just go, hey, these signifiers of Scottish. These are the white people. And these are the white people coming to this. So like there's desert people, the sand people, he didn't have them walk in a single file line. Like it was just like steps away from being the most tropey shit that I've ever seen.
Is it?
And that's not what it's intended to be.
I mean,
it's not what it's supposed to be.
Maybe.
That's the challenge you run into. And again, this film specifically, and when we start getting into the Arrival, when you get into movies, the question is the movie or the story that it's trying to tell?
Good night.
To me, the point is, and I'm not saying that you have to care about the author, but if the point is emancipatory freedom in very particular ways away from the way that story narratives and prophecy controls us, to literally just go, yeah,
Patriotism.
well, prophecy is pretty cool.
Do you know what the subtitles?
Yeah, exactly.
The subtitles. If you watch Dune Part 1 with subtitles, literally goes patriotic music as Gurney is running into battle. It's like, so it's not just ignoring the themes of Frank Herbert's novel. It's specifically trying to entrance the audience in precisely the thing it's trying to critique, which is like,
damn.
And the entirety of the story of the Fremen, like the reason I actually enjoy the take of this when it comes to like the white savior trope, like movies like Avatar have tried to take their own take, and Avatar is basically just saying, well, as long as the natives have the soul of a white person, they're okay. You don't need the skin of a white person.
I didn't know you.
Like it's broken in a lot of ways, but specifically, this is saying there is no such thing as a savior. Like that's
I'm the
point
savior
that Herbert's making, that the stories we tell and the narratives that are given to a people that are used to exploit them, they're put there by those in power. And those in power, whether willing or unwilling, are aware of it and feed into that. And that complex machinery that Paul is a part of, Jessica's a part of, the Fremen are a part of, the Emperor is a part of, It isn't that Paul's like, I'm going to totally try to save these people. It's not blunt like that. It sort of is in actually the movie. But in the book, it's not. It's a complex. He's going through his own thing. But because he's aware of his destiny that he's seen, and because the Fremen are aware of the stories, these things begin weaving together, and they find every excuse to follow him. There's that power in that story. And what happens with it and how awful it gets, and then ultimately how it gets reversed and changed around. That's an emancipatory tale that is far more powerful than just saying, yeah, just fight the power.
Well, even the premise of
that's
like
over. Wick TV, porn and Coomer. What? What is even going on? What is this? What? Confederation Bridge live stream. What is this? What am I watching? What side of a live stream is this? God damn. I'm really important.
There's no need to say who it is before it happens, but sucks when it gets canceled. Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to not say it who it is.
1,000 people watching. Oh, God.
It happens, and there, you know, for promotion, it's good, but there's a lot of reasons to not. Like, number one is people can try to harass the office and make them not want to come on my channel.
Network of things that exists is constantly pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing. And as you do that, and
Noah Samson debates Destiny's tweets and loses.
Once you've evoked this word, I don't really care anymore. And by the way, neither do you. If there was a genocide going on right now, we should probably militarily intervene.
We call them liberals. They're more focused on making sure people don't call this genocide.
I think Israel's goal is to eliminate Hamas. I think they have the moral authority to do so.
I mean, there is an ongoing case. I'm just going to remind that. I'm just going to repeat that again. There is an ongoing case against Israel.
Your obsession with litigating the applicability of the word genocide here without adequate legal background is getting in the way of a bigger point. Genocide or not, there is no dispute that Israel is committing horrific war crimes in its deliberate war on Palestinians.
But this is the problem. We're not talking about this now. Now we're talking about the ICJ case with the genocide. That's the issue. It's your fault for bringing up
There's a case.
These heavy legal terms. If you want to talk about the horrendous things that are happening right with the war, then just talk about the horrendous things happening in the course of the war. They are horrendous, and it's sad.
Hey, come on, man.
Well, I like how he just admits in the whole past 40 minutes of the video that I was.
Was that President Sunday failing at media analysis again? That was Brooks. That was not President Sunday. That was Brooks. I don't know. I think that what Brooks said is pretty legit. Now listen, there's worse news. The worst news is that Akira Toriyama is dead. No more Akira Toriyama. The creator of Dragon Ball is dead.
Was correct. Okay, thank you. I think there's 2 or 3. I think in the last show that I did with Chris Williamson, there's got to be like a formal, there's got to be like a psychology model.
We're gonna watch some of it and then we're gonna finish because I need to do some things. There are some things that I need to do. A lot of them actually.
For this stuff, I talked about a little bit of this yesterday. There's a few things that I've identified, and I'm trying to get these models in my head so that I can better understand how to navigate conversations, how to understand communities, how to understand people. I try to the modeling is important so that I can predict and understand. Well, the understanding is important.
Jesus, that was a really weird way to phrase it, but damn, models so that I can predict and okay, all right, oh sure. Build your prediction models. Build your prediction models. Sure, why not?
Once you can predict. That's why understanding is important. All understanding is for, I guess for recreation if it's fiction, but
That was Brooks, not President Sunday.
all understanding is essentially for predictions. The more you know something, the more you can predict something, and then you can effect outcomes that make you happy or feel good, right? One thing that I've talked about a lot before, also I'm pretty sure everything I'm talking about, there's probably a more formal psych concept that underlines it, I just don't know what it is. But there is, something that I talk about is there is a, I talk about this as the constellation of beliefs. I've brought this up a few times. To where the beliefs that you get, you know, how do I feel about climate change? How do I feel about Palestine? How do I feel about trans people? All of these things are just constellations, I think, that you more or less inherit these from whatever particular group that you belong to. So as soon as you join a group...
But that makes... I mean... But there was no group. When I was discovering what transness was, there was no group to join. So my sort of beliefs on transness and trans people could not have been formed based on what group I joined, because there was no group back then. In Poland? No. No.
You get all these beliefs, and you can't really change any of them that much. It's very, 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 very hard to, because all of these beliefs kind of like come together to form the constellation. You can't, like, you're generally not going to find a big pro-Trump guy who thinks that Andrew Tate was wronged in Romania, who thinks that we should get out of Ukraine because we're just sending Ukrainian men to die, and who thinks the border is in crisis. You're not going to find a guy that believes all of those things, but is also like pro-vaccine. He thinks the mRNA vaccines were, you know, a scientific breakthrough, huge discovery, you know, helped all of mankind, that we should support. You're not going to find that person generally. There's going to be these pretty rigid, I think, constellations of beliefs that people tend to inherit when they're in certain social groups. And the constellation here is like required, I think, to be a part of these social groups, at least for the very broad national ones. I think on more localized levels, you can find a little bit more nuance. So in like in Nebraska or Iowa, you might find conservatives that aren't, like in Omaha, you might find a conservative that's not as extreme, or in a rural place, you might find a Democrat that's not like...
I mean, I guess those things do go in sets, but...
super anti-gun and super anti whatever, right? But on the broad national level, it feels like you have these constellations where everybody has to pretty rigidly adhere to it. And the issue is that this is one thing. So when somebody like Mr. Beat is part of like that certain online social group, it kind of demands conformity to any of these things. And one of these things is Israel-Palestine. You have to have a certain take on Israel-Palestine. You're never going to actually be able to enunciate like the from foundation to applied. You're not going to be able to go all the way from here to here and explain why you might agree or disagree with somebody's takes. There's just going to be like a set of, for every given star on this constellation, there's going to be there's just going to be like a set of talking points that you kind of have to know. And there's no...
A set of talking points.
Wandering from these talking points.
Okay.
So, you know, it'll be like, there's a genocide, there's apartheid, there's...
I mean, there's a genocide. Is it a talking point? There are certain very clear indicators that a genocide is happening. We can look at those indicators, we can analyze them, we can see if there's... Oh, it's a bit more... Okay.
Concentration camps. There's indiscriminate bombing.
Like, those things can be objectively analyzed. They can be checked. Like, it's not a matter of belief whether or not a genocide is happening. It's whether or not the things that you sort of see are enough of evidence to demonstrate that if there is a genocide or not happening.
There's Netanyahu funded Hamas, I guess.
I mean, is it a talking point? I mean, I guess, what do you mean by talking point? If it actually happened, then would you consider it just a talking point? He did sort of
something about colonial settlerism or imperialism or westernism or whatever the fuck.
What is the point of this list?
So you've got your constellations, and then you've got your talking points, and these talking points will always come from social media. So it'll be in the form of TikTok videos, Twitter headlines, YouTube videos, or whatever. Usually without...
Always. From social media. Does this count as social media? It's 700 pages thick. Does this count as social media in your world?
Any good analysis backing them up. YouTube, TikTok, X, Twitter.
Okay. So it's just repeating stuff, even if it's, regardless of whether or not the claim is true, it's just repeating things without having any deeper understanding of the things that people are saying. I guess I can see that. I guess I can see it.
This is, I think this is unfortunate. I think it might be necessary because like humans have social groups and we value our conformity in our social groups because it makes us feel welcome and it gives us groups of friends to talk to. I'm very critical of people that do this, but I have a couple of advantages in that allow me not to be part of the constellations because one, I'm a big content creator, so I make enough money that I can be relatively insulated from it. I don't feel the pressure to conform for views because I already get enough views.
Wait, hold on. Fame and money was not the reasons that you just gave for the constellation. Wait.
Two, I don't feel the pressure to conform because one, but to talk to conformity in our social groups because it makes us feel welcome and it gives
us feel welcome and it gives us friends. There's nothing to do with money status or anything.
Groups of friends to talk to.
Friends, yeah. How does being a big content creator isolate you from wanting friends or what?
Critical of people that do this.
I guess maybe that will be point number 2.
But I have a couple of advantages in that allow me not to be part of the constellations because one, I'm a big content creator, so I make enough money that I can be relatively insulated from it. I don't feel the pressure to conform for views because I already get enough views. Two, I'm pretty okay with being on my own. I don't care if I burn bridges or if I'm not part of a social group or friend group. That's fine. Don't give a fuck. So I'm relatively insulated there. Three is I live my life in an insulated way. I'm not going to school. I'm not part of a fraternity. I'm not like in a job place, like a place of employment where there's a certain conformity demanded. So I have a lot of freedom to navigate away from the constellation systems in a way that a lot of people don't. So I might be really critical of a person for being part of a
Or so you believe. Or so you believe.
Constellation, but they might have a family who's deeply conservative, or they might be part of a school, a college where the student body is incredibly progressive, and it's harder for them to break away from the constellation. This is like one. We're gonna call this constellation theory, okay? Yes, yeah. I'll make my own Mr. Girl manifesto on these.
Oh my god.
And then there's a second thing that I think happens. I'm trying to figure out, there's a concept that is a thing called the bigotry of small differences. Wait, is it the narcissism of small differences? Oh, fuck. I f***ed this up on the podcast then.
Well done.
Do you disagree with Mr. Beats' take on Nancy Pelosi's insider trading? Nothing from Congress has been proven for insider trading, so if he thinks that, I probably would. In psychoanalysis, the narcissism of small differences is the idea that the more a relationship or community shares commonalities, the more likely the people in it are to engage in interpersonal feuds and mutual ridicule because of hypersensitivity to minor differences. So I've been aware of like this concept for a while. So for instance, like you're really likely to infight, but you might get along with somebody with vastly different political beliefs than you, which is kind of hard to understand. Like, why can I get along with conservatives, but I have so much trouble getting along with leftists? And I think I have like a idea in my head now for why this is the case. Destiny, that's not true. Do you want me to show you evidence? Yeah, sure, if you have any.
What?
So I think the reason why it kind of ties into that constellation idea.
There's a problem here, Destiny. Your differences with the people that you can get along with are not minor. These are not minor differences. No.
But I think that what happens is in a perfect world, you've got some sort of, I'm just going to call this investigation, okay? Some sort of investigation.
Mm-hmm.
And then this investigation leads to we'll say this investigation leads to some sort of belief, and then we'll say that this belief leads to some sort of applied position, okay?
Applied position, huh?
Are there two P's in applied? Yes.
Two P's in applied.
That doesn't look right. I think there are. Applied. Yeah, there are. My handwriting's just horrible.
It is. Actually,
so in an ideal world, you know, we start with some moral foundation, and then from this moral foundation, we might like do a little bit of investigation over a particular issue. We'll say Israel-Palestine, okay? Mm-hmm. And we'll say, oh, well, you know, is the bombing wrong, or is the bombing right? Is the bombing wrong? Let's say that we do a little bit of investigation. We find out, wow, there's a lot of civilians dying. You know, I don't like that. I think that's bad. So we start off with this kind of like moral position. We do a little bit of investigation, and then after some investigation, we're like, okay, well, I think that the bombing in Israel is bad. And then our applied position then is like, okay, well, Israel needs to stop bombing, okay? This is like the ideal way that somebody would reason this out, okay? Unfortunately, though, I don't think this is what happens. I don't think we go through this whole process. Instead, what happens is you just inherit an applied position, and this implied position is tied to some value. So instead, what happens is, because you're part of the constellation, you get an applied position, and that's Israel needs to stop bombing Palestine. And it's like, oh, well, why? Well, because we don't want innocent people to die, and that's bad, and apartheid, and that's it. And then you get this sort of connection that happens here. And what happens is anytime somebody expresses any sort of applied proposition, like Israel is genocidal, Israel is apartheid, Israel is whatever, they're not actually expressing this chain of causality. They're not expressing that they've given this some thought and they've gone from here to here and this to that. What they're actually doing is they're just expressing a value that they have. When they say Israel bombing bad, need to stop, what they're saying is, I don't like civilians to be killed for no reason. That's what they're actually saying. And the problem with this then is that when you fight against this applied position, what you think is happening is you've done your own causal chain, and either your investigation was different or you came to a different belief about a thing, and then your applied position is different, and now you're going to fight over the applied stuff. And what you really want to do is go back and challenge the belief or challenge the investigation. You're not actually getting to challenge the belief or the investigation. What they think you're challenging is the value. That's what they think is happening. So for instance, you haven't seen this yet because I'm going to come out, but Muin asked me, he said, in my Finkelstein debate, he said, I saw in your stream that you were doing research and you said that Jim Crow probably wasn't apartheid. And I said, well, no, I don't think it was. Now, in my mind...
Fred Main. What brought you to this beautiful stream? Hello. That's right. Akira Toriyama is dead. Damn. Sad, sad times.
I've done the causal chain, right? Well, I know what apartheid is. I know roughly what Jim Crow was. I did some investigation. My belief is I don't think Jim Crow is apartheid. So my applied position is I wouldn't say Jim Crow is apartheid. But for Muin, Jim Crow just means racism bad, okay? Apartheid means racism bad. And when I fight on the, well, I don't think Jim Crow was apartheid, he's hearing, oh, you don't think Jim Crow was racism. You don't think racism is bad. You think racism good. Which is why when I asked him afterwards, I was like, do you think that I supported Jim Crow laws or that I would support Jim Crow laws? He didn't answer. He didn't have an answer. Because in his mind, this short circuit is happening, right? Where the applied position is actually just inextricably tied.
I would actually be curious to hear why Jim Crow was not apartheid. Am I understanding the term apartheid incorrectly? Hold on. Am I misunderstanding the term? Let's go to the English wiki. Was a system of institutionalized racial segregation that existed in South Africa and Southwest Africa. Apartheid was characterized by an authoritarian political culture based on Baskap, which ensured that South Africa was dominated politically, socially, and economically by nation's minority white population. In this minoritarian system, there was social stratification, where white citizens had the highest status, followed by Indians and coloreds, then black Africans. So don't the Jim Crow laws fall under that? Interesting. I would like to hear the rationale as to why Jim Crow's not apartheid, but
intrinsically to a value. And the proposition that you're expressing is really only in a non-cognitivist sort of way, okay, to use our wash words, you're just expressing a feeling about a thing, basically. You're expressing a value and then a feeling about a thing.
Okay.
And yeah, this is annoying to say the least, I think. This is annoying because then when somebody asks a question about, say, like, oh, how do you feel about genocide? And I say, well, I don't think that, or when they say, like, do you think a genocide? I don't think a genocide is happening right now in Palestine. Genocide is tied to the
Why not? Why do you not think so?
Value of not wanting civilians to die. So what they hear is, so you think the bombing is fine. You think murdering civilians is okay. That's what they hear and that's what they argue against. And it's very, 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 very frustrating to do that.
Okay. What would you argue? Why is there no genocide happening in your mind in Gaza?
It's called emotivism. I thought it was called ethical. I thought this was the anti-realist branch of moral non-cognitivism. Maybe emotivism is another word for it, or maybe I just don't know any psych terms because or philosophy terms.
Psych terms?
Emotivism is a meta-ethical view that claims that ethical sentences do not express propositions but emotional attitudes. I thought that this was a normative ethical position. Emotivism versus anti-realist non-cognitivism. This is so cringe.
True.
Non-cognitivist and anti-realist theory 1, emotivism. According to emotivism, the moral statement that murder is wrong is simply an expression of emotion against the act of murdering. Wait, what is the difference then? I don't know. Who cares? Whatever. But
sorry, what?
Against the act of realist theory. This is so cringe.
Our big brain, Stephen.
Non-cognitivist and anti-realist theory 1, emotivism. According to emotivism, the moral statement that murder is wrong is simply an expression of emotion against the act of murdering. Wait, what is the difference then? Expression of emotion, cognitivism, anti-realist theory 1, emotivism. According to emotivism, the moral statement that murder is wrong is simply an expression of emotion against the act of murdering.
Why is your resolution so low?
Wait, what is the difference then? I don't know. Who cares? Whatever. But
Steven.
Anyway, the reason why I brought this up is, what would we call this? I would probably label these differently if I thought about this more. I'll call this value confusion, I guess. I don't know.
Value
confusion theory.
What's the confusion?
Like I said, if you want to go and dig through the literature,
what is the confusion?
There's probably like actual formal psychological ways of understanding all these things. The reason why I brought up this in regards to why different people don't bother you as much is because I think that helps us. So if we take the constellations and somebody has all these beliefs, right, from the constellation, they're not actually expressing their beliefs or anything. They're just expressing the values they have with the constellation. So if I bump into a conservative, okay, let's say that I bump into a conservative and I say, I believe in a minimum wage. And the conservative says, I don't believe in a minimum wage, right? Well, in my mind, well, here, I'm sorry, we'll just take random dipshits, okay? When the conservative says, I don't believe in minimum wage, the conservative is really saying, he's making a statement about what he believes like the role of government should be in jobs. He's not actually, hasn't done like an analysis of the minimum wage impact on the economy. And like he might think he does or pretend he does, but he doesn't actually, right? He's just saying like, oh, you know, I think that minimum wage is bad, right? And so that the minimum wage position is tied to this value of, you know, small government, we'll say. Minimum wage, and we'll say it's tied to small government. Okay, that's what he's expressing here. And then when the progressive says, well, I think we should have actually a $45 an hour minimum wage. The progressive hasn't done the analysis to know that if this is helping anybody, if it's good for the economy, whatever. They don't care. They're expressing the viewpoint of like welfare supporting like poor people, right? That's essentially, they're expressing some kind of like government intervention to help poor people.
Damn it, you're right.
Now, when the progressive and the conservative bump heads on this, they don't really care about their difference in belief here because I think they know that they're not actually expressing or if they don't know it, they intuitively feel it. They're not actually expressing a position on minimum wage. What they're expressing is this value. But this is a progressive and this is a conservative. They know that they're supposed to disagree on values. They don't care if they disagree on values. When I go up to a conservative and he says that I'm, you know, like I'm a degenerate or whatever. It's like, yeah, we disagree on everything. No shit, you think this. Like, obviously we do, right? And I think you're weird for your whole shit too. But like, why would I care? So when you're hitting people that are in completely different constellations, and you know that they're in completely different constellations, then who cares if they disagree with you? But the issue runs up when you meet people who are in similar constellations, or you think they're in a similar constellation, and then they express a position. And when they express a position and it's different than yours, the reason why there's so much trouble caused isn't because you think that you have just different disagreements about the minimum wage. The problem now is you feel like what they're going to attack you on is a fundamental disconnect in values. And this is where the big issue happens. Because if two people in a similar constellation say like, oh, like I'm supporting the minimum wage, you're like, I don't know if I support the minimum wage. The guy that attacks you for your lack of support for the minimum wage, he's not saying like, that's really interesting. You don't think minimum wage is an effective policy to help poor people? What he says is, oh, you don't support minimum wage? It's because you're a big business shill and you don't think people deserve a living wage. You want to see homelessness, right? They don't actually hit you on any of the empirical applied.
I do want to see homeless. That's true. That's my little vice. That's my little. Not many people are watching this stream right now, so I can talk freely. That's what I want.
The investigative work, none of that. They go straight for the value thing. And if they're in a constellation that's similar to you, you don't, that doesn't feel good because you're like, wait, hold on. I thought purportedly we have the same values and now you're telling me I have a totally different set of values and that's not how I view us. And I think this, I think that like these concepts, this is like the rough mapping in my head of why these things are so difficult to overcome when you're dealing with like people of similar beliefs and why people get so upset. It's because when they attack you, they're attacking you on your values, not actually on your applied positions, right? Like, nobody, if I dig through all of my tweets about like Israel-Palestine and the genocide claims I'm making, nobody, look at Noah Samson's video, right? nobody is going through
can you
my
get
stuff.
to
And then
it,
actually, Destiny,
please?
I actually super disagree with your genocide take. If you look at the
Christ, what an intro. We're gonna get to the video sooner or later. Noah Samson debates Destiny Sweets and loses. When are we gonna get to the Noah Samson crap? Are we ever?
obligations that states have under the
Man, rest in peace, Akira. Yeah. Yeah. That's right. Rebooted evil Hanji. Yeah. Very unfortunate. That came out of nowhere. Akira Toriyama is dead. Like one of the most iconic people in manga, period. And such a good artist as well. Such an inspiration for other mangakas as well. Such good handling of panels, such good handling of character design. There's a reason why Akira Toriyama stayed on top of the character design for Dragon Quest forever. Really, you know.
Genocide Convention, of which every state is a party to, right?
What? No. What do you mean? No, absolutely not. Only the states that ratified the Genocide Convention are party to the Genocide Convention. It doesn't just automatically apply to all states. You should look into it again. There's a sorry, what?
And then you look, it's have. I actually super disagree with your genocide take. If you look at the obligations that states have under the Genocide Convention, of which every state is a party to.
No, not every state is a party to it. That's actually not true. First of all, it had to ratify the convention itself, which the US did not do for a long time. And then there is also the matter of ratifying the Rome Statute, which also for many countries is not the case, which means that many countries stayed out of the jurisdiction of the ICC. So that's also not entirely correct. So not all countries are party to the Genocide Convention, actually.
Right? And then you look at the statements that a lot of Israeli leaders have made, and then you factor in the fact that, I don't know what other intent things you could find, but like we'll compare these to statements that were submitted to, you know,
I guess you could look through intent through action as well. You could look at certain actions done by Israel, and you could ask yourself, does this sort of meet the criteria of the intent of destroying this group in part or in whole? That is a thing you could do, even though it's not really bulletproof, because it just sort of interpretation can always be flawed. But it is one of ways of identifying intent, certainly, even if it's not perfect.
The 90s, the Tribunal on Yugoslavia or Myanmar, and the Gambia, and we compare these, we actually said that the intentionality statements made by a lot of Israeli leaders were actually pretty similar to the intentionality statements made by other people who have been declared in the ICJ as being genocidal. And that's why I think Destiny...
ICJ? Wait. Maybe I'll watch some more of it after all.
He's wrong. Other people who have been declared in the ICJ as being genocidal. And that...
ICJ? I feel dumb right now. What is the... Okay. ICJ ruling on Gaza. Hold on. Something's wrong here. Huh. I would think that it would be more under the jurisdiction of the ICC, but
That's why I think Destiny's wrong on this, right? That would be an applied position attacking an applied position, and then I could deal with that argument. It's like, okay, well, let's chat about that. By the way, because I could be wrong, but that's never the case. Instead, what it is Destiny's pro-genocide. Destiny hates Palestinians. He wants Israeli people to murder as many people as possible. He doesn't care if innocent civilians are murdered. He supports war crimes. He wants them all to get raped and killed. It's like that's the attack because it just comes to it's just values clashing and no actual thoughtful analysis done on the.
Why do you want people to get raped, Destiny? Why do you want people to get raped?
On the words themselves. One of the bad things I think one of the bad things about this is there's a lot of bad things about this. Oh. I think there's a lot of bad things about this.
Oh.
One of the bad things about using the big words, though, is
the big words.
There's an optical illusion with colors to where I think is it rods? Are rods the things in your eyes that see color or cones? Rods or cones for color?
Jesus Christ.
No, cones. The cones in your eyes can only get hit by the same color so much before they start to fatigue and they are less receptive to it. And I think they start to compensate for it to kind of erase it from your image. This is why, for instance, you have blind spots in both of your eyes. Even if you close an eye, you can't actually perceive your blind spot because your brain and your eyes work together to kind of like edit that image out.
There's a thing you can do when you can look at a certain direction, and when you slowly will move your finger at a certain angle before your face, your finger at one point will disappear because you will hit that blind spot.
There's a whole bunch of blood vessels that are running directly over your retina? Is that what's in the back? Yeah. Or I should know these.
You can actually perceive that blind spot. There are ways to. I've done it. There are ways to perceive that blind spot.
Camera. Thing in back of eye that sees images. It is retina. You've got a ton of blood vessels, I think, that go over that. And there's a trick that you can use where you take like a piece of, I think, clear white paper, and then you put your eyes up and you shake it back and forth. And for 20 or 30 seconds, you can actually see all of the blood vessels. But ordinarily, your eyes just kind of like filter it all out because you know. And the same thing happens with colors. I think we can all do this if you want. Stare at this for, I think, 30 seconds, okay? And eventually, not even 30 seconds, I'm sorry, it takes like 10 seconds. After about 10 seconds, it just looks white. Everything has disappeared, right?
It's been more than 10 seconds and it's still not white to me.
And I think there's a similar thing that happens with, by the way, this is completely my conjecture. This is not scientifically backed, so now I'm just like extrapolating and conjecturing because I don't actually know. But I feel like this happens with everything in your life. It might be a noise that you start to hear less of. Maybe it's black women and fire alarms. Maybe it's insert white person stereotype in school shooters. They don't hear me. I don't know. Maybe it's whatever. Like you stop paying attention to certain things and you just don't notice them anymore. Maybe it's girls with bangs that are in front of their eyes that you never get used to. For me, it's like having hair in my ears drives me crazy. Once it gets to a certain length, then I forget about it, etc. You become desensitized to it. And I think the issue you run into is when we get on this treadmill where you have to use the worst word ever to describe things, you start to become disconnected from reality and you lose the ability to bring in this word when you really need it. You want to be able to bring this in, but you can't do it. Okay?
I mean, genocide is not a cool word that you want to bring in when you really need it. Genocide is the word that you want to bring in when a genocide is happening, not when you really need it. A genocide is just a word that you want to bring in when all signs, all sort of evidence points to the fact that the label genocide fits. That's it. What are you saying here? What do you mean when you really need it? I don't know what that means when you really need it. When you really need it for what? For a pump? For a oomph? For a punch? What does that mean when you really need it? When you really need it.
Civilian deaths are tragic. That sucks, right? Indiscriminate bombing is worse. That's really bad.
Pretty
okay?
bad.
We don't want that. Targeting civilians this is a step.
All those things can be part of genocide, by the way. Like, also, wait, hold on.
Above that is our civilian deaths is worse.
Deaths
That's
can
really
be part
bad.
of
Okay,
indiscriminate
we don't
bombing.
want that.
That's a weird, really weird list. It's a really weird list that tells me nothing about anything.
Targeting civilians this is a step above both of these things. That's really bad. This is a war crime.
Indiscriminate bombing can be part of targeting civilians as well. No?
I think indiscriminate bombing might also be a war crime. At the very least, it's a
Can it now? Are you sure?
Intervention of several international laws in terms of law of armed conflict. So this is super bad. This is incredibly bad. Prosecutable in the ICC. And then you might see like
ICC. Yeah, there's the
mass population, attacks, like famines or whatever. And then you hit this on the bottom here, where like you're genociding somebody, right? I know I said this doesn't exist on a spectrum because it doesn't technically, but
yeah, it does. Okay, so that's good. That's good that you said it. That is good.
In terms of moral gravity, like this is kind of our chain right now. And the issue is once you've evoked this word, I don't really care anymore. And by the way, neither do you. The people.
What? What? Excuse. What? What do you? I don't. Mamma mia. Once I've invoked this word, I don't care anymore. Okay.
People that use genocide and the people that use apartheid don't actually give a because
don't they?
If there was a genocide going on right now,
yeah,
okay, between Israel and Palestine, we should probably militarily intervene.
There were many genocides during which there was no military intervention. And yet, And yet those genocides happened. And yet those genocides were a thing. So I'm not sure if a lack of military intervention is a clear-cut indicator that a genocide is absolutely not happening in a place. I'm not sure that is the standard that I would like to adapt and adopt.
Like, sanctions and holding back of aid would be way down the list of crucial things that need to be done. It would probably be military intervention immediately. Yeah.
And yet, oftentimes, states don't do military interventions immediately, even though genocides are happening. We can list example after example of historical genocides where, including the Holocaust, by the way. Damn.
Like, we're on such an insane level, but because we've used this word so many times, like, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't really carry the same weight. Like, genocide just...
Okay. So, I guess my question would be, can you list the times when this word was used incorrectly? And also, the word genocide is not about carrying some weight. It's about meeting specific criteria. If a thing meets this specific criteria, which is already butchered under the UN Convention, if it meets those criteria, it's a genocide. It's as simple as. It's not about carrying weight. It's about meeting specifically the definition, the things that make genocide a genocide. Hello everybody. We're watching a Steven video. I thought I'd not be watching much of it, but then Steven went into the topic that is my right now main topic of interest that I've been studying, genocide. So I have a lot to say, as it turns out. I thought I wouldn't, but here we are. As it turns out, I do. Toriyama, yeah. Akira Toriyama died, yeah. The creator of Dragon Ball. A pretty sad thing. It came out of nowhere as well. He died on the 1st. I think it was due to some sort of bleeding in the brain. Sad. Destiny, yeah. We're watching Destiny. Talk about genocide. And why genocide was used so many times by lefties that it doesn't mean anything anymore. But my point is that the word genocide isn't a cool word that you invoke to put weight on a thing that's happening. Genocide is a specific... Thank you for the subscription. Genocide is a very specific word that sort of is linked to a specific set of circumstances. And if those circumstances are met, you are dealing with a genocide. Nothing more, nothing less. It's not about effect. It's not about oomph. Either something is genocide or it's not. If the word is used incorrectly, you point out that the word is used incorrectly. You point out why. You discuss why. But you don't say the word was used so many times that it's meaningless now because it doesn't have the, the power behind it. That makes no sense. That makes no sense because we have quite specific criteria as to what makes genocide a genocide. I guess that could be the case. You know what? I'll rewind a bit so that you can hear what the argument was, what I'm even responding to. Let's hold on.
Mean, like we would probably be military intervention.
I already responded.
If there were people that eat more, and by this is like this is kind of our chain right now.
So he sort of established a chain of bad things in a hierarchy, which he himself admitted that you shouldn't really do because it doesn't work like this. And
the issue is once you've evoked this word,
once you've evoked the word genocide, which makes no sense. If you observe a thing, if you see that in your mind, there is intent, there is in your mind an attempt to destroy a group in whole or in part, if you can see and identify those things, then of course you are going to use the word that is definitionally the thing that you observe, genocide, yes? And then it is up to the person that disagrees to be like, wait, can we really establish intent? Is intent really there? Is etc., etc.? But you don't really invoke the word for the sake of invoking the word. You observe what is happening and you see if these things that are happening are meeting the criteria of genocide, yes? And if your judgment they do, then you use the word, I guess.
I don't really care anymore. And
I
by
don't really care anymore.
the way, neither do you. The people that
So I've learned today that when I invoke the word genocide, I just don't care anymore.
use genocide and the people that use apartheid don't actually give a because like if there was a genocide going on right now, okay, between Israel and Palestine, we should probably militarily intervene.
And again, I've commented on this as well, that historically there have been a lot of genocides that we accept as genocides. We actually totally accept that they were genocides. They are classified as genocides, but these genocides were not militarily intervened on. Just because a genocide is not militarily intervened on, it doesn't mean that it's evidence of a genocide not happening. That's not exactly how that works, unfortunately. You could argue that the Holocaust, one of the most well-known genocides in history, was not, technically speaking, ever directly militarily intervened on. There was a war going on, sure. There was a war against the Nazis. But there was never a direct military intervention sort of that was aimed at ending the Holocaust in particular. You're right, but people don't know the exact meaning, but people know genocide equals bad. I guess there's something to it. I'm not sure if the lack of military intervention is a qualifier as to whether or not something is or is not genocide. Technically speaking, regular just war crimes should be intervened on as well, no? Oh, it's not a genocide, it's just mass murder and war crimes. Guess we're not intervening on that one. If it only was genocide, then we could intervene. But if it's just horrible war crimes, then do we really intervene? Do we really? Rwandan genocide wasn't militarily intervened on, even though people were very well aware that it was. Yeah, exactly. It's just in Rwanda the Rwanda genocide was the one with the machetes, right?
Sanctions and holding back of aid would be way down the list of crucial things that need to be done. It would probably be military intervention immediately.
I mean, whether or not something is a genocide and what should be done about it are two separate questions, not really linked together.
Yeah. Like we're on such an insane level, but because we've used this word so many times, like it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't really carry the same weight. Like genocide just means
like, come on, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't carry the same. It does, and yes, it does. We still have the convention. We still have specific definitions of what makes genocide a genocide. It didn't lose any of its meaning, actually.
Remember, going back to the constellations and to the value statements, genocide just means that, like, oh, civilian death bad. I don't like it when civilians die. And if you disagree on
there's more to it than that. That's in the situation of Gaza. If it were just civilian death bad, there would not be an ongoing case against Israel, would it? Would there? I don't think I don't think the international court is operating on the premise of civilian death simply bad. Therefore, we're going to do a whole case against Israel. No.
Civilian on the genocide thing. Well, I mean, yeah.
I'm pretty sure there is a bit more to this than that.
Do you disagree? You think civilians should die? You've lost the value here, and for a real life.
I mean, I can understand what he's saying here. That people use this word without really engaging in this sort of thing. They just see civilians dying and say it must be a genocide. But is that really what people who claim that there is a genocide in Gaza saying? Is that really what people that claim that there is a genocide in Gaza, the thought process that they operate on? Insane to me that someone who considers himself well-read on politics assumes that acknowledging something as genocide guarantees international intervention. Yeah, I know. I know. That is a pretty interesting concept to, I don't know, think about, isn't it? Like, I would say that more genocides, which we do recognize which are officially recognized as genocides, were not intervened on than the ones that were. But again, whether or not something is a genocide and what should be done about it are two separate questions.
For a real life example of this, I didn't make this statement on Finkelstein and Rabbani, although now I think I should have, but I'm so scared that there's something I'm missing. My understanding, and I think
missing something is always a fear that I have.
That this would blow most people's minds. My understanding.
Oh, okay. I'm prepared to have my mind blown. That is a pretty nice screensaver.
Is prior to October 7th, I don't know if there was a single death due to starvation in the entire Gaza Strip in the history of the Gaza Strip.
I don't know. I would have to check that. I have no idea. I have no idea, actually. What do you mean by,
single death due to starvation in the entire Gaza Strip in the history of the Gaza Strip.
In the history of Gaza Strip? Mind you, the history of the Gaza Strip is pretty long, so there might have been a death or two from starvation.
I looked around for stories about that. I tried to find news. I tried to find information. I couldn't find.
I mean, there were many wars in the Gaza Strip in its entirety of its existence. The Gaza Strip has a pretty long history. There were wars. There must have been starvation. Come on. Even when it was open and not isolated, war causes starvation. Because it causes poverty, and poverty causes starvation. No? I don't
find a single example. But despite the fact that there has been zero deaths due to starvation
in the entirety of its existence
in the Gaza Strip, zero, okay? Despite that fact, I can find UN statements all the way back to 2008 saying that the Gaza Strip is unlivable. Unlivable.
UN statements. Maybe the UN, have you considered, Stephen, that the UN possesses sources and information that are not accessible with a simple Google check? Have you considered that possibility that the UN might just be in possession of information that you don't? Like this, it is a little bit silly to say, I tried looking but I couldn't find anything, therefore the UN is wrong. No, that's a little bit of a silly thing to say. I think.
Livable. It will become unlivable in 5 years. It's already unlivable. 97% toxic water, caloric restrictions, mass famine, and no starvation deaths? Not a single one? Not even one.
I mean, can you really say that just because you couldn't find it, it doesn't...
In one death to starvation? Ugh. So now, and the reason why I say this now is because past October 7th, okay?
The UN also usually gives sources to statements like this. I would assume so. Israel declaring both the political party Hamas and Gaza itself a hostile entity, moved to set in place a blockade, economic sanctions, and restrictions which aimed to weaken Hamas's rule in the Gaza Strip. Dov Weisglass explained, "We have to make them much thinner, but not enough to die." The idea being to put the Palestinians on a diet, but not to make them die of hunger. Destiny just framed the conflict as Israel versus Palestine. There's no really Palestine state. There are Gaza and West Bank Palestinians. His agreement implies functioning sovereign Palestinian state. Yeah. I mean, if you go, like, if you accept that there is no Palestinian state, then even calling it a war becomes a stretch. Like, you calling the situation right now a war is, in my opinion, it's a stretch. Because a war implies sort of two sides that, like, two states that are waging war. I guess I'd have to see if there were reports of deaths before the whole current situation.
In Gaza, an ungodly amount of people have been moved in this conflict. Over 1 million people, I think, have been displaced. And now you're hitting an area where, with all these people displaced and with aid being rationed because either accusations of Israel blocking the trucks or the UN not feeling safe enough to drive the trucks in, now you might actually hit an area where you could run into famine level or starvation level events. But who's going to care? You've been saying...
How could you marry such a dumb person, Lucy? Love is blind, maybe, but it seems in that case it's also deaf and dull. It's a counter... I mean, you cannot choose who you love. Listen, you cannot choose who you love.
Saying that the people in this area have been starving to death for 20 years? A 30% obesity rate? A human development index that basically ranks them in the green almost? That's like 200ths away from ranking them in the green on the HDMI? Child mortality rates, under 5 mortality rates, all of these things that are about in line with the entirety of the region? No actual discernible deaths due to malnutrition, due to starvation. Why should anybody believe? Did I say HDMI? HDI, human development.
HDMI. Wasn't Hamas the administrator elected democratically? Sort of, but it was a long time ago. And many of the Palestinians are kids that cannot vote. It's not like Hamas can also be elected out of power, right? It's a bit more complicated.
Index, sorry, HDMI, whatever. They need HDMI TVs.
ADHD.
Yeah, but like you've lost the ability to use these words to mean anything because you've overused them so much that our eyes are no longer seeing it because it's like, yeah.
I mean, those are not magical words that carry power. They have certain things. They have certain content behind them, right? and you can discuss if the events happening meet the criteria of that label. It's just silly to say that words lose their meaning because people use it too much. You just demonstrate that it's being used incorrectly then. Done deal. Thank you.
I guess famine, who cares? And yeah, that's like the whole my whole chain of irritation when people like Noah.
It is not really a functioning state. There is no really a functioning state of Palestine.
Samson make videos
like, even if you would say that even if you could make a case that it's a state, it is certainly not a sovereign state. And that is the key here. A sovereign state. It is absolutely not. Like, by that logic, I guess the Congress Kingdom of Poland before World War I was also a state, quote unquote, because it had a government. But it was, for all intents and purposes, just part of the Russian Empire. You understand?
There's virtue signaling about, like, you don't think there's genocide? Ah!
Damn. Is that how I act? Maybe I should get on this and be like, you don't think there's a genocide? Ugh. Wasn't half the population of Gaza under 18. I wonder why he thinks that was.
It's like, why not just like, let's talk about what's actually happening so that we can do things to hold both sides to account rather than having fantasy conversations about the most insane
fantasy conversations, fantasy football or whatever
possible words that we could ever fucking use, you know?
Damning words from Steven.
Destiny, we're on day 204 of Gaza only having 48 hours left until all water, food, and electricity completely run out. Yes, I know. Yeah, Jesus. I also read at least one of those starvations were very specific because it was about cerebral palsy guy could only, yeah. The reason why I didn't bring it up too is because the day of the debate, I think that day, Al Jazeera reported 6 deaths due to starvation, and then Al Jazeera reported 2 deaths the day before. I don't know if those were true or not. I didn't have time to look into it, but Destiny, if they didn't dilute the word over the last N years, would we do anything different now? I don't know. I mean, like, the humanitarian situation in South Gaza, my understanding is it's pretty severe. That's a lot of people who are super displaced in an area that was already
super displaced as opposed to regular displaced.
Like developing, like kind of unstable, who are having issues getting food in and out now. But there's a couple things that are going on. One is the language that we've used internationally has deadened our senses.
What? This is not a serious conversation. I'm sorry. The language that was internationally used has deadened our senses. This is not serious.
To actually being able to understand what's going on. And then 2,
you don't understand what's going on simply through the language that is used. You understand the situation through analyzing the information that is given about the thing that is happening. You don't understand the situation through slogans. That makes no... Okay.
the only side that has the obligation is apparently Israel. Nobody holds Hamas responsible, not even for the...
I mean, the reason for that is that Israel is in the position to do a lot more than Hamas. Yes? That's 1. 2, there is no obligation. I mean, there is obligation on Hamas. It's just that the international community recognizes that Hamas will just ignore it, right? Hamas is not a state agent equivalent to the government of Israel. The types of talks that will be done with Israel and Hamas, and the amount of accountability and the amount of responsibility will be different. I would hope that would be understood. Is that not? Am I being unreasonable here?
October 7th attacks, fuck that. Forget even the October 7th attacks. They don't hold them responsible for being an administrator in the region at all. Why not?
Because they don't really have sovereignty, right? What good is being the administrator in the region if the region has no sovereignty whatsoever?
Like, you can build all those tunnels. You can build all those miles of underground tunnels. You can't build bomb shelters for your people. You can spend all that fuel, all that money on thousands of rockets on October 7th and then complain that your hospitals are running out of...
Be it as it may, it's not exactly the Gazans' fault that Hamas doesn't care about them. Is it? And we sort of place a bigger sort of burden of responsibility, sort of burden of making sure that the hostages are not overly harmed on the body that actually has the means to ensure that does not happen. Israel, yes?
Feel? You can shut down MRIs and these giant fucking, hospital rooms and make them inoperable because you want to store weapons in them? Like, there has to be some responsibility, and according to international law, there has to be some responsibility on, Israel to, or not on Israel, on Hamas to...
I mean, yeah, there has to be some responsibility on Israel. That's right, yeah.
Administer to the region. Like... And then also, and then what I said before about everything being blackpilling. So I've gone back and forth on the Great March of Return 4 times, okay? When I first read about the Great March of Return, it seemed like a peaceful protest, and I don't know why Israel shot and killed so many people. Then when I read a little bit more about it, it seemed like, oh, well, no, there were some terrorists there that were trying to do bad things. And then I saw a UN report. I think this might have even been mentioned in the...
I thought you didn't trust the UN. You just bashed the UN for complaining about starvation.
Wikipedia.
That's pretty selective trust in UN.
The UN did an investigation on this. Bro, I hate this topic. I'm so unhappy that I ever got involved in this stupid Israel-Palestine bullshit.
You can always walk away. The world will keep spinning if you just walk away from this topic. I can assure you. The world will go round and round just as it had before. You can simply choose to walk away.
I'm not going to be able to find it. The UN did an investigation, and the UN said that of the 200 people that Israel shot and killed, only one of those was justified. And then when I read that, I was like, oof.
One moment, I'll go to the toilet real quick. Don't go anywhere. I'm toileting, and then we're going to watch some more. And then I'm going to, Apologies. I had to get something to eat. It's 7 a.m. Wow, that the acts like there are only two possible options for Israel. Either it isn't allowed to do anything, or it has completely free reign to do what it will against Palestinian people. That's true. You can always walk away from a topic when you're sick of it. That is an option that is always available to you. Just walking away.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
Maybe maybe that's not okay then. Can anybody find the report that I'm talking about? I'm not gonna be able to find it. But basically the
archive your stuff.
The UN comes to the conclusion that I think it was either one or two of the deaths that happened were actually justified. I read this a long time ago, but now that I was all vivanced up, I actually read through, I think it might have been this report. And do you know how the UN comes to that one or two death number?
I don't know. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. We should play Drakengard. I promise. I will play it today. Okay? Next stream, Friday stream, I'm going to play Drakengard. I'm gonna finish it. Thank you for reminding me. I am reading side chat, yeah. I always read the side chat.
The way that they do it is their form of analysis of that conflict. The way that they justify it is they say, we chose to analyze this conflict not under the rules of international or even within country armed conflict. They analyzed it as a policing event. And then their rules were in policing events, the only time a police officer is allowed to kill somebody is if there's a direct threat to their life. But that would mean under that form of analysis that the UN engaged in, if somebody is sending like an incendiary balloon or trying to break through the wall to get over the other side of Israel or doing tunnel work, whatever, anytime a police officer kills one of those people, that's illegal. You can't do that. Police officers can't kill people. But they weren't analyzing it as a Hamas event, which a lot of it, not a lot of it, but a lot of the infiltration part was. And they were also applying very weird standards to the civilians that were taking part of that event, because if you're a civilian and you're working alongside somebody that can be identified as a member of an armed conflict, you no longer are hors de combat. You no longer have those protections as a civilian, because for the times that you engage in hostilities, you lose that. You lose your hostilities. Where is it? International law. I wish I could remember what I saw about this exactly. Persons taking no active part in hostilities, including members of armed forces who have laid down arms, blah, blah, blah. I think there's a specific rule that has to...
I mean, usually marches and protests are under the sort of... under the police, no? So I can sort of understand treating it as a police event, since it was a march, no?
To do. Oh, it's this. Participants in... Oh, wait. Oh, this actually I did... This was for the Finkelstein debate.
Hello.
Oh, and I read the response to this on the International Humanitarian Law site.
I know it's Destiny. It is. My husband.
But this guy who does an analysis here, like his response is, if some of the demonstrators can be classified as direct participants in the armed conflict that exists between Israel and the Hamas, this is certainly the case with respect to the terrorists, and the armed persons among them, two close categories also include both members of the terrorist organizations who disguise themselves as demonstrators, which happened, by the way, and also participants in the protest who agree to serve as human shields. The voluntary human shield concept also means that you lose your protections as a civilian, by the way, or that's debatable, arguable, but probably. for the terrorists hiding behind them, then the demonstrators lose the protections granted to them pursuant to the principle expressed in Article 51.3, the first additional protocol to the Geneva Convention.
Isn't that a little bit of a dangerous precedent to set? What if, for example, it could be, let's say there's a protest in Ukraine. What if then Ukraine accused some of the protesters of just being Russian agitators, Russia's having an active conflict against Ukraine? Or even Poland, the recent protest, the farmer protest. What if just people could be stated to be Russian agents, people that started fighting against the police, and ergo all the protesters that cooperated with them would just lose their protections?
Which prescribes that the protections offered to them as civilians shall be removed for such time during which they actually take a part in hostilities. In situations such as those, it is highly likely that the three-pronged criterion, which was outlined by the team of international experts that the Red Cross convened, would be fulfilled. Upon the fulfillment of the three conditions by the demonstrators, civilians who take part in hostilities lose their protections. But anyway, yeah, this is just another random. There are so many like random UN things, so many random analyses relating to Israel, where like the analysis is just insanely wrong. Like, why would you analyze this as a policing event? Fuck, I wish I could find.
Why wouldn't you?
The original.
Why would you not? I guess would be my counter question. Why would you not analyze it as a policing event? That is the usual jurisdiction of marches and protests, no?
UN report where it explains their methodology. Mm-hmm. Fuck, I'm not gonna be able to link to it. I'm not gonna be able to find it. I wish I could just so I could, yeah. At what point is it fair to become suspicious of anti-Semitism for the pro-Palestinian side? I mean, I just try not to think in those terms because it's not helpful and it's hard to prove it. And it's like just attack like the bad points. But like, I definitely understand the feeling.
That's fair.
I definitely understand the feeling.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Just echoing some thoughts of my Israeli friends, and I wonder what would be your response? A lot are talking about how the UN, ICJ, and other human rights groups abandoned us and didn't protect us when it needed to. So why should we care about what they have to say? What would be your response and thoughts? I mean, like, yeah, I mean, I understand it. Like, that was another question I think that I asked Finkelstein that he didn't respond to because he brought up, well, in 242, you're not allowed to acquire territory through conflict. And I was like, okay, well, what about in 48? And he just did the whatever. And then he tried to argue, there was another international law segment. Oh, I sound weak here. And I second guessed myself. I said, didn't they? I shouldn't have even let myself do it. But Finkeldick said, because I always bring up the point that like international law doesn't constrain your negotiations. And oftentimes they happen outside of international law. It's like, well, that's not true. When Egypt settled peace with Israel, they gave back every single inch of the Sinai. And I was like, okay, but Israel also recaptured the Gaza Strip that Israel recaptured the Gaza Strip and the Sinai that Egypt had until 67. They didn't give back the Gaza Strip, right? And then he did the smirk thing again.
At a time when Israel is killing Palestinians at unprecedented rates, at a time when Israel is bombing hospitals.
Oh, we're getting to the video of Noah Samson, are we? Technically speaking, what he said is that he understands the feeling of calling being pro-Palestine, being anti-Semitic. That is what he's referring to.
Ambulances, refugee camps, deliberately targeting journalists and their entire families. At a time when Israel has flattened most of Gaza, rendering it uninhabitable, there's a select group of individuals, we call them liberals, that aren't quite focused on that. They're more focused on making sure people don't call this genocide.
I think Israel's goal is to eliminate Hamas. I think they have the moral authority to do so. Unfortunately, there is a high cost right now of civilian casualties. I'm not sure there's any way to avoid that at the moment. I'm not sure there's any way to avoid that at the moment. I'm not sure there's any way to avoid that at the moment. I'm not sure. So when we say there's not...
I'm a bit tired of this joke of repeating someone over and over and over again. Don't insert fluff into your videos. Just get to it.
Any way to avoid the civilian casualties at the moment. The avoiding can't be never going to war. I'm sorry, like I know that, bro, I'm trying so hard not to, I understand the Israeli desire to wield the anti-Semitism card now because I think Finkelstein is anti-Semitic. I think that Moin guy was anti-Semitic. I think it's, and I'm starting to see it more, and I don't know if I'm getting mind by the Mossad, okay, if the Jewish space lasers are mind controlling me, but holy shit. I'm sorry, but when you terrorist attack a country and you kill 1,200 people and you hostage take 250 people, every single one of these things was in contravention of international law. Every single one of those stages. When you do all of those things and then the entire world says, sorry, you can't go to war with them because you might kill some civilians. That would be against the rules. That's f***ing stupid. You can't, that can't be the standard. That cannot be the
It's, I don't know. It's pretty silly.
standard.
The whole thing.
So, no, when we say, I don't know if
going to war.
There's a way to avoid that. It's,
I mean, if a serial killer, I'm gonna go with a hypothetical. If a serial killer from neighborhood X would kill a bunch of people from, I don't know, neighborhood 9, would it make sense for neighborhood Y to just wage war on the entire neighborhood of X? Or for the state to decide that a war needs to be waged against the whole neighborhood instead of trying to catch the culprits?
I don't know if there's a way to avoid that and accomplish your military goal. And the goal of killing Hamas is a worthy one. It is a totally acceptable goal from
Killing
Israel.
Hamas.
You'd be hard pressed to find anybody to say, who's not a total f***ing idiot, that that's not an acceptable goal. If there's any way to avoid that at the moment. I'm not sure if there's any way to avoid that at the moment. No other fighting force in the world does what Israel does when it comes to warning people about imminent attacks.
This guy
This is also true. Nobody else drops leaflets, makes phone calls, does roof knocking, like knocks on fucking, like nobody does all of these things. You don't have to believe me. I'm pretty sure there was an analyst for. It was that one. It was duty to warn. The IDF understands these realities and has accordingly long provided warnings before attacking targets in Gaza and elsewhere. See, for example, report on 2008 Gaza operations, blah, 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 blah. These practices have drawn a great deal of attention. For instance, an International Law Association study group in the conduct of hostilities, of which I was a member, observed in 2017 that Israel's 2014 operations in Gaza and the extensive efforts to provide such warnings have elevated the discourse on this warnings precaution to unprecedented levels. Some worry that the Israeli Defense Forces created an unrealistically high bar on when and how to provide warnings. Conversely,
I mean, one could make an argument that this is little consolation on countless of people who observe their life turn to dust before them, no? When their homes, with everything that they own, get bombed. I could make that argument.
some condemn the idea because the warnings did not produce their intended effects. Finally, some suggest that the extent of warnings were the result of policy decisions and not legal obligations. What can be said with confidence is that the IDF regularly uses a wide variety of warnings, almost certainly more than any other military. Best known are phone calls to individuals within a building to be struck and those nearby in order to gather information about the number of people there and instruct them to evacuate. As I previously explained, following a research...
So you're giving an option to lose everything, but at least keep your life. Okay.
Research trip to Israel with Colonel John Merriam at the invitation of the IDF. See his post on our findings here. To conduct the phone warnings, the IDF employs a specialized team of trained personnel who run a phone bank with the sole purpose of contacting individuals who might be affected by a strike. The calls are in some cases extremely precise. For instance, the warnings may be that a strike will occur at a specific time. Live operators make some phone warnings, while others consist of generic...
I'm not sure if this is any consolation. Hello, we're about to destroy your life and destroy everything you own. So I guess you should skedaddle.
pre-recorded messages. The personnel in the warnings cells speak Arabic fluently, have received cultural training on the civilian population in the target area, and whenever feasible, use all source-fused intelligence to focus on specific individuals who might be at risk. For example, understanding Palestinian culture and family structures, the warning cell may try to contact the head male of a family in a particular apartment building, knowing that he will effectively disseminate the warning to other family members. If a minor or a female answers the phone call, the warning cell attempts to speak to the head of the family. When several buildings in a particular area are targeted, the warning cell may also contact a local official, a local civilian official, or an...
I'm not sure how these warnings make it any better.
Formal community leader who will also try to spread the warning effectively and insist on obedience. The IDF conveys warnings by many other means, such as leaflets, social media, text messages, and radio and television broadcasts, and it regularly monitors the area to assess whether civilians have heeded the warnings. For instance, the IDF has been harvesting data from mobile phones in Gaza to give it a real-time picture of where Gazans are located, following its warnings to evacuate the north. So yes, my understanding is, and if anybody wants to provide an actual counter, not just soy over, death figures, I don't think any other military in the world... wait, look up the word gold standard, Mark. Does somebody else? Without more facts, it is too early to say whether the IDF has complied with the obligation to warn in every case. However, there's no question that the IDF's warning practice in general is the gold standard. Indeed, as a matter of policy, the IDF typically exceeds what the law requires. It is likewise clear that that its warnings to evacuate northern Gaza constitutes an effective warning, as that concept is understood in international humanitarian law. This is in sharp contrast to Hamas's failure to provide any warnings to the civilian population of Gaza and its efforts to neutralize the effectiveness of the IDS. That Hamas has violated its own warning obligation under IHL is simply indisputable. IHL meaning international humanitarian law. Yo, was the discussion with Jordan Peterson get recorded? Yes, F me for being continually online. Sorry I haven't been here. I don't know what you're talking about. I just showed up. I love you, G. Take care. It should be released sometime soon. Thank you for $100. Love you, Zachary. Yeah, so I don't know, like, you can quote me and
Have
then...
I mentioned that Akira Toriyama is dead? That's... damn. That is an era gone.
Like, laugh and look at the camera and do, like, your soy posting, but, I mean, give me an example. Give me an argument. That at the moment, I'm not sure if there's any way to avoid that at the moment. No other fighting force in the world does what Israel does when it comes to warning people about imminent attacks.
This guy is, what's his name, Destiny, I think? Yeah, he's like some type of influencer, internet guy. He is one of the loudest of such liberals that really...
I mean, there are louder people that say dumb things, such as Hassan Piker. His point is that Russia doesn't do this for Ukraine. I mean, that's great and all, but Russia versus Ukraine, and those are incomparable situations. That's silly. It's silly to do these sorts of comparisons, and I hate it when it happens.
You just
totally
don't like
different situations, totally different circumstances, totally different everything.
Hearing the G word when we're talking about what Israel is doing right now. Destiny went on a Twitter storm the other day. We're going to read these tweets. We're going to see how he justifies this assertion. And yeah, that's today's video, and hope you enjoy. If Israel wanted to genocide Palestinians, then they would only exist in the history books.
Okay, I have a quote here from a book, because this is excellent that this was said. It is excellent that this is a book about genocide. Excellent that it was said. It got wet, so it's in a pretty bad state now, but I've just, wow. There's a thing here that I really want to read, because it's, there you go. So in other words, the appearance of the Armenian political committees were the reason for which there was no peace, not an effect of it. And because in Turkey there are still Christians that are alive, that is evidence that the Muslims are not encouraging Christians to be murdered. Because if Muslims would encourage Christians to be murdered, then all Christians would have been murdered. The argument that the victim is guilty because the victim defended themselves, and not murdering all of the victims, is evidence of the innocence of the perpetrators. This line of logic will repeat itself again and again as an excuse of people perpetuating genocide, and it will happen with a very depressing regularity. Just saying that the argument of we did not kill them all, so it could not have been a genocide, is an argument apparently invoked very frequently by those who perpetuate genocide. What a shocker. What a shocker.
Okay, this is a tweet. It's not technically a good argument against genocide, though, because again, you could act in a way where one...
There you go. I'm glad Destiny can sort of recognize that it's not a good argument. Okay.
1,000 Palestinians are killed and it's genocidal. Or you can act in a way where you literally nuke the entire Gaza Strip and it's not genocidal. So it's not actually an argument in favor. It's just it's a tweet. But also, I've had hours and hours of conversation on this. Why you?
It's yeah. Okay, I guess I'll get off the tweet since he himself said that it was not a good argument, which is not. It's not. It's not.
Debating tweets of mine.
We're gonna destroy your home. Please leave immediately.
Okay, yeah, so we see what's going on there. So because Israel hasn't wiped all Palestinians off the face of the earth, then they have yet to commit a genocide. That's what's being expressed here, right? If you read the UN's definition of genocide, any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group as such. Killing members of the group, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction, in whole or in part, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group. There's no requirement or stipulation for total annihilation. If that births within the group, forcibly...
Well, that's true. A, B, C.
Yeah, I guess that takes the whole the destroying the group in whole or in part.
C, D, and E. None of these actually mattered that much. Like they're part of genocide, but the most.
I mean, the most thing that matters to that whole tweet is the destruction of a group in whole or in part.
Important part is the intent to destroy, because you can do almost all of these other things and it not be genocide. If, for instance, in the nuking of Hiroshima, you've killed members of the group, obviously. Yeah. You've caused serious bodily and mental harm to members of the group, obviously. You're deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, obviously. Imposing measures intended to prevent births, maybe not. And forcibly transferring children.
I mean, radiation poisoning is a thing, although I'm not sure how well observed and tested it was at the time of the Hiroshima bombing, but
maybe not.
Prevention of birth. Many children were sort of stillborn, or died after birth after the Hiroshima.
So maybe not D and E, but like again, the matter here is the intent, the special intent. That's what makes it.
That's true. Yeah, the intent is the most important thing that is focused on, especially in the UN definition. Yeah, that's true. You have to be able to establish intent, yeah. That is pretty crucial.
Genocide.
Transferring children of the group to another group.
Oh, but these people...
Didn't they bomb it before the word existed? Yeah. Well, Lemkin was already When Hiroshima was bombed, Lemkin was already working on the crime that was later called genocide. And what he called it at the time was, he already started working on it like as he learned about the Armenian genocide. The crime that he, genocide, the word genocide, he used the word barbarism. The word he used for the crime that he was Lemkin was developing new crimes. One of them was the crime of barbarism, which basically met all the criteria of genocide. One of them was the crime of vandalism, which was the destruction of cultural heritage, cultural art, and other sort of things that make culture. And after the war, after the Holocaust, the crime of barbarism was sort of then renamed by Lemkin to the crime of genocide. But Lemkin has been working on the whole thing for a while.
People probably think the atomic bombings were genocidal. Maybe, yeah.
There's no requirement or stipulation for total annihilation. If that were the case, a lot of genocides, most genocides would not meet the definition. A notable one being the Holocaust. Yeah. The logic in this tweet implies that because some Jews survived the Holocaust, the Nazis must not have wanted it that bad, because if they had, they would have succeeded. Anybody else sense that? There's Hitler particles emanating from this tweet? Journalists.
It's also doesn't...
I mean, it's just a bad argument. Let's not get overboard with the whole Hitler particles. It's just a bad article. I mean, those who perpetuate genocide also use it, but I guess it's just a convenient argument for those who do genocide to use, but it's not a good argument.
It doesn't make much sense to use that comparison because Germany did try to kill every single Jew that they had or could get their hands on. Sometimes even to the detriment of the military effort. I'm pretty sure when Germany was...
I mean, not sometimes. It was a detriment to the military effort, period. The construction of the camps, the construction of the gas chambers, like directing train tracks to the camps, that was all detrimental to the war effort, period, because it allocated resources to the thing needlessly, one could argue, and I would. So it was just it wasn't sometimes detrimental to the war effort, it was detrimental to the war effort, period.
Negotiate with other countries or invading other countries. You're saying, listen, you need to kill all the Jews here. We need to ship them to the fucking camps that we set up in Poland. We need to do like
setting up the camps themselves was detrimental to the war effort because it diverted, resources that could have been used for the war effort.
Yeah, that was an obsessive war aim of Hitler. By the way, people that didn't even pose a military threat to the country, right? It's not like the Jews were rising up and fighting against fucking Hitler, in the beginning stages of fucking World War II.
That's true.
The Jews represent, right?
Or even in the later stages, many people did not fight.
They were just fucking Holocaust. It was part of his fucking idea. Yeah, they started to fight later on when they were being mass executed in death camps, but there was clearly not a military aim here.
Some started to fight, but many didn't. Many just... It was a big, complicated situation.
For the genocides that were committed in Germany. And you couldn't even think of a military aim. It wouldn't even make sense to try to think of a military aim.
Mehdi Hassan responded to that last tweet from Destiny, writing, per this argument, China isn't guilty of genocide in Xinjiang because the Uyghurs still exist. Same with Russia in Ukraine. Destiny quote tweeted this, writing, argument, China isn't guilty of genocide in Xinjiang because the Uyghurs still exist. Same with Russia in Ukraine. Destiny quote tweeted this, writing, China is guilty of genocide because they are intentionally trying to eliminate a group of people, and it shows. There is no evidence of Israel doing this to Palestinians today. No evidence. Just, there's nothing. It's like...
Intentional.
I mean, we could debate intent when it comes to the Gaza Strip. That's a thing that can be discussed, certainly.
I need to highlight the intent part, but nobody actually even cares about it. Nobody cares about intent for anything, to be fair, I guess.
Oh, okay. I guess we're not gonna discuss it because I don't care. I guess. Okay. Never mind. I'm sorry. I apologize. I guess I don't care. Damn.
It's like it doesn't matter.
Oh, shoot. Okay. It feels weird. Everyone's like really up in arms about what's going on. Are they just making it up? Oh, hold on. Hold the fort. I just found something on my computer. It's an 84-page document submitted to the International Court of Justice that outlines in detail.
You should go. This will take maybe like an hour and a half to read. It's a really easy document to read, and it's really stupid.
With citations, the plethora of
Do you think this guy would ever talk to you? No, he literally says at the end that he doesn't want to talk to me. Yeah.
Evidence of Israel's genocidal actions and intent. Chat, is this real? Is this a thing?
Just fast reader. I don't read 80 pages in 1 hour. Damn. I would not read 80 pages in 1 hour. I'm a slow reader. I'm a slow reader.
To preface this document,
wouldn't his point imply?
What's part of the Nazis' war goals? So I don't know if you could call it detrimental from those perspectives in that sense. You could make that argument, but it was detrimental to the actual, I would assume, primary war goal of not losing the war. To that goal, it was very much detrimental, no matter how you slice it. Setting up camp instead of diverting resources into actually winning against your enemies, that's sort of detrimental, yeah.
imply that he thinks that Israelis are killing people in Gaza, not over territory, but over the fact that they are Palestinian? Yes, that is the implication, which is where I wonder, and it's really hard not to see it.
Really hard.
If the anti-Semitic shit, this was another point that came up in the Twinkle Dick and the Moon debate, because they ended up bringing up the IDF killing 4 Palestinian children.
So why was this censored now? He said it before and it wasn't censored.
The beach next to all the reporters in the Gaza Strip, and I don't remember if it was a debate with Lycan, but I'm very familiar with this case. I was like, oh, hold on, they didn't just kill 4 boys. They couldn't tell that they were boys, but they shot and killed them, or they attacked them with a drone because they were literally playing in a place that had been identified as a Hamas compound. That's what happened. And they were like, oh no, you really think that's realistic? And then my counter question was, okay, well, hold on. This was a drone strike, meaning it wasn't just a single soldier. You're telling me that multiple levels of commanders, of intelligence, of everybody involved in this strike cell or whatever, all of these people said, we're just going to kill 4 Palestinian children today for the lulz, because it would be fun to kill four Palestinian children. And both of them were like, yes. And I'm like, what? What an unhinged statement. What an unhinged statement to make.
I guess I would say, I don't know. I don't know what the commanders intended. I don't know. But the fact is that the children were killed, no? I don't know if they did it for the lulz. I can't know, I guess. Wouldn't that be the answer? Is it even significant if they did it for the lulz? Keep in mind, genocides are not things that are done for the lulz or out of want to kill. They are acts committed because you want to get rid of a group. Get rid of a group to facilitate a better future for your group, right? Which means that genocide is not something that you do for the lulz or because you want to kill 4 children that day. It's because you want to facilitate a future without a group, even if you have to do gruesome, horrible, unpleasant things that you don't like doing, that you don't want to do, like killing children, for example. But it has to be done. It has to be done for that better future. So, wanting to kill children for the lulz, it's irrelevant to the question on whether or not something was genocide.
An application is pretty unprecedented. The ICJ is the UN's highest court. It's the world court, basically. And after hearing South Africa's case against Israel, they ended up ruling that Israel is plausibly committing genocide. They fell short of calling for a ceasefire, but they did order, with near unanimous approval, that Israel must...
Don't say they fell short of they didn't fall...
Okay, so what the court actually said, what the court acknowledged is that there is a possibility of genocide happening. That is actually what the court ruling was. So, and then the ruling is there is a possibility of, there is enough for us to rule that there is a possibility of genocide happening here. And now we have to review the evidence to see if there is actual evidence happening, actual genocide happening here. That is what's happening at the court, from my understanding. I mean, keep in mind, Gabriel Cinemajig, Germany was low on resources. One of the main problems of Germany during World War II was that it was low on resources and it didn't have many sources of resources to continue its war effort. Among other things, Germany attacked the USSR for resources. So any resources diverted out of the war effort were, in fact, enough to hamper the war effort, because Germany was suffering from a shortage of resources to begin with. Oh, that's so sad.
short of calling a ceasefire. They didn't even consider the ceasefire. They didn't even write anything at all, even considering the ceasefire, because it was a ridiculous fucking ask. They didn't even consider it. They didn't fall short. Like, they were just like, what?
Halt any actions in Gaza
I'm not
that
going to talk about the ceasefire thing because
could constitute genocide,
I'm not sure what the court's actual attitude towards that was.
which, according to the ICJ, they are.
What I do know is that the ruling was that there is a possibility of a genocide happening.
Currently plausibly undertaking. There is no evidence that Israel has changed anything about their rhetoric or military strategy in the months since this ruling. So
remember, plausible just means it's the lowest standard to even consider to hear a case.
It means that it's possible, basically. Plausible, for all intents and purposes, means possible.
It doesn't mean that there's like a good chance of that. They weren't asked to.
It doesn't speak anything to the chances of. It says it's possible, and that evidence has to be reviewed. It doesn't say the chances are small. It doesn't say the chances are big. It says there is a possibility of it happening. Yeah.
Role in the merits or the well-founded claims of South Africa, just to say like, well,
oil. Well, oil was a big thing that they were, yeah.
All these facts, if they're true, yeah, I guess maybe.
By the court's logic, the final verdict should be obvious, but unfortunately, we likely won't see that conclusion.
I wouldn't go as. I mean, the evidence will be reviewed. That the court doesn't have some anti-Palestine bias, I assume.
Conclusion for at least another few years because we live in hell. Okay,
I like how it's obvious that they're committing. The court should be obvious.
Has changed anything about their rhetoric or military strategy in the months since this ruling. So, by the court's logic, the final verdict should be.
It says the chances are higher than zero, which is something, if not much. Yeah, it's a recognition that this case is serious enough for us to investigate, and that's not nothing. Like, it's not fun and games. It's not that you just throw in any sort of accusation on a whim and the international court just says, oh yeah, we'll look into it. It has to be serious enough for the court to decide, yeah, there's merit to this. We have to investigate this.
Obvious, but unfortunately, we likely won't see that conclusion for at least another few years because we live in hell. Okay, enough yapping. We're starting on page 30, section C. Genocidal acts committed against the Palestinian people. This section provides an overview of the acts in which Israel is engaged that are genocidal in character, having regard to their nature, scope, and...
When you say that's the lowest standard, does that mean there's an array of standards? Sure, you've got like, I think, I don't know if everybody uses it the same way as they do in the United States, but you've got like probable cause, you've got a balance of, what is the 51%?
I mean, when it comes to genocide, the only definition that holds any water, that holds any power in law is the UN definition. And it treats intent as the main thing that you look at and not much else. The intent is the main thing that is treated in law as the thing that you have to establish.
Sense called on the balance of probabilities. You've got beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah, you've got different standards in law.
Context. These acts are ongoing and ongoing in a conflict context where Israel is deliberately...
Does the ICJ use these though? Yes. I will reread the quote. Yes, the judges literally say that they are not asked. The court is not asked in this present phase of the proceedings to determine whether South Africa's allegations of genocide are well-founded. They're not even determining if the allegations are well-founded. Another judge, Judge Nolte, went on to say...
But they have said that the case is legitimate enough to warrant an investigation.
The information provided by South Africa regarding Israel's military operation is not comparable to the evidence before the court in the Gambia versus Myanmar in 2020. While the applicant cannot now be expected to provide the court with detailed reports of an international...
I mean, the evidence is still being reviewed. The evidence has not been reviewed.
Fact-finding mission, it is not sufficient for South Africa...
Yeah.
We're going to point to the terrible death and destruction that Israel's military...
I agree. It's thin imaging.
operation has brought about and is continuing to bring about. The applicant must be expected to engage not only with the stated purpose of the operation, namely to destroy Hamas and to liberate the hostages, but also with other manifest circumstances, such as the calls to the civilian population to evacuate, an official policy and orders to soldiers not to target civilians, the way in which the opposing forces are confronting each other on the ground, that means Hamas using human shields, as well as the enabling of the delivery of a certain amount of humanitarian aid, all of which may give rise to other plausible inferences from an alleged pattern of conduct than genocidal intent. Rather, these measures by Israel, while not conclusive, make it at least plausible that its military operation is not being conducted with genocidal intent. South Africa has not called these underlying circumstances into question and has, in my view, not sufficiently engaged with their implications for the plausibility of the rights of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip deriving from the Genocide Convention. And then here, Genocide Convention. Implication has not called these plausible that it's genocidal, and all of which may give rise to shields, civilians, the way in which the opposing forces are confronting each other on the ground, that means Hamas using human shields, as well as the enabling of the delivery of a certain amount of humanitarian aid, all of which may give rise to other plausible inferences from an alleged pattern of conduct than genocidal intent.
May give rise. So genocidal intent is still not out of the question. This is, you have to pay attention here, right? May give rise to alternative explanation.
Rather, these measures by Israel, while not conclusive, make it at least plausible that its military operation is not being conducted with genocidal intent.
Plausible. Which you yourself said that it's the lowest possible threshold. Plausible. So genocide is not off the table either.
South Africa has not called these underlying circumstances into question and has, in my view, not sufficiently engaged with their implications for the plausibility of the rights of Palestinians in the Gaza Strip deriving from the Genocide Convention. And then earlier quote from the same judge. The court must remain conscious that the Genocide Convention is not designed to regulate armed conflict as such, even if they are conducted with an excessive use of force and result.
That's true. It's not. It's designed to either prevent or punish genocide. That is what the convention is. Yes.
And mass casualties.
Imposing telecommunications blackouts on
It's a tool. The Genocide Convention is a tool that is created for a very specific purpose. Correct. Yes.
Gaza, restricting access by fact-finding bodies and international media. Section 1 outlines the actions defined as killing Palestinians in Gaza. It goes over the death toll, which is actually out of date. Currently, it's sitting at 28,000, not 21,000. The percentage of women and children killed, which is 70. The 15,000 people forming.
It's all just like
immediate risk.
Quoting.
Were dropped on the refugee camp. And articles on the Gaza.
Like.
Started banging. Civilians in certain areas of Gaza leave their homes for other areas. The first of which they need to purge. Since early, at least 8,606 students and 209 teachers. Exam grades in the whole of Palestine killed with multiple.
Like it's just like people killed. It's just like going over a bunch of news articles of like people getting killed, which sucks. But it's war. But
that's so weird. But it's war. Yeah.
It sucks, but it's war. It's not necessarily genocide just because it sucks. Beanpod, thanks for the 5 gifted memberships.
Why the laugh?
Remember, everything that sucks is not genocide.
That's not the. That is not the claim, though, is it? And the court also has not ruled out genocide. It said that other explanations are plausible, and the case is still being looked into.
Members of her family in a strike on Al-Nusra giving birth.
There were actual cases of intervention. There were actual cases of people being tried for genocide. So it's not that it's completely ineffective, but in many cases, unfortunately, the Genocide Convention's power is severely diminished. Like in the case of the genocide and the genocide in China that is ongoing. So unfortunate, but the Genocide Convention and the International Criminal Court do not have one jurisdiction everywhere, and unfortunately sometimes it's just very hard or impossible to intervene and try. But there were cases of perpetrators of genocide being actually tried for genocide. That has happened.
Is to undergo a hysterectomy in order for their lives. Amalek by the Israelites. That was the deputy speaker of the Knesset. We assume that some of the Hamas fighters and future.
And
we should want to push for a world in which genocide can be tried, that there are no countries that can just shield themselves behind their, I don't know, nuclear power status or behind having a lot of trade relations like China.
עם ידיים, משהו כזה. לא לקחתי שבויים. אם היה עומדת כיתה של זה עם ידיים למעלה, אז באותו יום הייתי רואה אותי, הייתי קוצר את כולם, עד כדי כך. כמה אתה חושב אנשים הרגת ככה? לא ספרתי. לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע. לא ספרתי. לא יכול לדעת בחיי. היה לי מקלע.
The humor.
This is not base, but...
Thank you for at least saying that.
Anytime, I haven't done the research. Anytime you get these interviews with one person, always look up, like, who is the interviewer, who's talking, what the fuck is this even about? Because I don't trust any of this shit now, but...
This list goes on and on and on.
That's a good question. Who was this person?
And I hope by now, at least some of you are able to look at this and say, you know, maybe there's some evidence in there. I don't know what better evidence you can have of genocidal intent than looking into the camera and saying, I want to do a genocide. We want to do a genocide. We want to kill everybody. We want to do it right now as soon as we can. And then immediately taking actions over and over and over again that are meant to achieve that goal. How much clearer does it get, man? We're going to return now.
Like, really?
To a few more of Destiny's tweets because, you know, that's the point of this video, to look at an influencer's tweets and call him dumb, not use drama farming as a Trojan horse to read the ICJ application that lays out a pretty compelling case that Israel's committing genocide. That's not the point of this video. We're here to farm. Omar Badar is another person who responded to that initial tweet from Destiny. He wrote, your obsession with litigating the applicability of the word genocide here without adequate legal background is getting in the way of a bigger point. Genocide or not, there is no dispute that Israel is committing horrific war crimes in its deliberate war on Palestinians.
But this...
I mean, war crimes is a different crime. Although one could argue that war crimes is treated like a pretty insignificant thing now by many people.
This is the problem. We're not talking about this now. Now we're talking about the ICJ case with the genocide shit. That's the issue. It's your fault for bringing up these heavy legal terms. If you want to talk about the horrendous things that are happening right with the war, then just talk about the horrendous things happening in the course of the war. They are horrendous, and it's sad. And there are a lot of Palestinians on the course of famine, real famine. Not the famine that the UN, and not the famine that Finkeldick, and not the famine that everybody else has been talking about that has apparently been going on in Gaza for 20 years, but an actual real famine where people might actually start dying of starvation if they haven't already, depending if you believe Al Jazeera reporting or not. Like, let's talk about that, not apartheid, not genocide, not like all the other weird fucking buzzwords that we want to throw around, because just talking about the actual facts.
There's an actual ongoing case, Stephen. It's like just because they said that it's plausible that different explanations could be the case, it doesn't change the fact that the court is still looking into the evidence and still sort of evaluating if it's a genocide or not. It's not just a buzzword. There's a serious court case happening trying to determine whether or not it is fake famine.
On the ground are too boring, I guess.
Civilians. Destiny responded, writing, I mean, it's possible that the IDF is, but the other side is committing a fuck ton of war crimes for sure. It's possible. It's possible. Aside from the fucking CEO of the Israeli War Crimes Institute for Defending War Crimes College, Destiny is the only guy casting doubt on the assertion that Israel is committing war crimes. They're on video. When it comes to Hamas's war crimes, it's...
I mean, there is no doubt that Israel is committing war crimes. That's beyond doubt, actually, at this point.
For sure.
What do you mean? He doesn't even know. He doesn't know what they are. I don't care. Zachary, thanks for the $100.
Someone should give me $100. I'm not begging for money, but you know, I'm your favorite streamer. You could give me some money. Oh yeah.
Oh, you're retarded.
Very sure about that when it comes to Israel's. You know, maybe. I don't know. Who's to say? The other absurd part about this tweet is...
should debate Destiny.
Him saying that no one cares about holding Hamas responsible.
My brother in Christ playing Drakengard too, because by the time I get a hold on Destiny, I'll be playing the second game, not the first. Although I do have to get all the endings, so Who knows? Maybe I'll be playing Dragon Guard while debating the Yankee Tanky on the 12th. Getting all those endings.
What do you think Israel thinks it's doing? Literally only
Yeah, and what is the point of like the entire rest of the world telling Israel to stop doing it? I mean, like that's the whole point, right?
reason this genocide is still going on is because Israel is saying that they are, quote unquote, large quotes, holding Hamas responsible. Also, you know, the United States, virtually every Western media apparatus, that's why every major interview has to start off with 12 minutes of the host telling the guest to condemn Hamas, condemn Hamas, condemn Hamas. Come on, do you condemn Hamas? Another person responded to that tweet writing, since when does death toll in an active war not count? Destiny replied saying, question mark, question mark, question mark, going to war is not genocide. People die in war, that doesn't make it genocide. Civilians die in war, that doesn't make it genocide. Even if you...
I mean, targeting civilians in a war is a war crime.
Commit war crimes and target civilians, that's not genocide. So
like that's... yeah, civilians dying at a crossfire, that happens, but consciously targeting civilians is a war crime, no? It's not an acceptable thing to just say, oh, so whole cities are being killed. It's just war. It's cool.
Sirius is just sort of milking the one thing he's been technically correct on, which is that death tolls alone are not the same thing as genocide. They're not, but also no qualified commentator in this discussion is saying that. I personally don't consider a random 700-follower Twitter user to be a qualified commentator, but that's just me personally, I guess. He likes to do this thing. He does a few other tweets. Somebody wrote, paraphrasing him, if you commit war crimes and target civilians, that's not genocide. Lamau. He responded writing, how stupid are people? Hey, come on, man.
Well, I like how he just admits in the whole past, like, 40 minutes of the video that I was correct. Okay, thank you. But, okay. I like...
war crimes and target civilians, that's not genocide. Lamau. He responded writing, how fucking stupid are people? Hey, come on, man. Relax. Jesus. Yes, why would you think you're making a point here? What do you even think genocide is? Just killing civilians? Once again, the original statement taken on its own as a tweet is technically incorrect. You know, war crimes and civilian targeting usually are a part of genocide. Actually using the term requires other factors. But also, he here took an incomplete version of this person's argument. A minute after that first tweet, they replied to their own tweet writing, there's actually a wealth of evidence that Israeli forces are committing genocide. All of it was used and quoted in the ICJ. The war crimes and civilian targeting in the original tweet are clearly referencing a specific application, which...
I don't see, bro, if I click quote tweets on my tweet, I don't see all of the replies that they're making under their own tweet. I don't like. It's not like I can. It's not like I'm clicking through and reading every other thing they put underneath it. Like,
does display genocide. He didn't respond to that original tweet. You can see why, right? The tweet makes his big epic dunk a moot point. Here, you might say, well, no, he maybe just didn't see that second tweet, and it's like maybe, but also, you know, it was tweeted a minute after, and the first thing you see when you click on a tweet is replies from the original author. I think
that's like.
Stephen. What is he? Oh, is he gonna open X now to see if that's true? Is he gonna fact check?
This is normally how I quote tweet.
Is he gonna fact check Noah
So if I bring
Samson?
up a tweet, I can click the things and I can view quotes, and then I usually just quote from here.
Okay.
Bro is still sore. A British twink sees his means of reproduction. Nice. Oh, and then this racist subhuman fuck. And then I do this, and then I quote. I don't know what else they're fucking tweeting underneath here. For me to actually see what's underneath the tweet, I would have to like click through and then actually like look for more responses. But I just quote tweet from here. Like, does he even use Twitter? Like, why the implication that I'm ignoring, especially a tweet that would be so easily visible if I was ignoring it?
You can see why, right? The tweet makes his big epic dunk a moot point. Here, you might say, well, no, he maybe just didn't see that second tweet, and it's like maybe, but also, you know, it was tweeted a minute after, and the first thing you see when you click on a tweet is replies from the original author. I think the more likely explanation is just that it's easier to pick incomplete criticism to dunk on. It's just you want to win. You win that point. You win that point in response. Congratulations.
Or I've just got hundreds of people that are quote tweeting and responding to me, and I don't have time to go through every single one of their tweets. Like. Destiny, is there any genocide that looks even remotely similar to this current war? I don't know of a single known genocide where there wasn't mass reports of shit like massacres, rounding up people for execution or deportation, in which I'm not sure actually. Maybe we should go through the ones that the ICJ has litigated. Like look at what actually was happening in Bosnia. Look at what the Myanmar Rohingya stuff like actually looks like, and then go through it and actually see it maybe. Yeah, I don't know.
Myanmar.
But you won in the most annoying and inconsequential way possible. One wonders how someone like this ends up getting divorced very publicly and then making hours and hours of content talking about his ex-wife.
Oh, come on. Ugh, I hate this. People just... This is why these things should be private.
I mean, it's just, you know, normal
period.
Stuff.
What is the weird personal attacks here from...
I don't know. Relationships or whatever else should be private. Things like that. Intimacy should be left intimate, as in private. Jesus. Okay.
from a guy. What the fuck? It's such a random, bizarro ad-hom. Holy shit.
Cool stuff. Another response to that first tweet was someone saying, if Nazi Germany wanted to genocide all the Jews, then they would only exist in the history books, Destiny circa 1943. And he's just quoting the logic back. We did that earlier, you know? How does
I mean, technically speaking, from the point of view of the Nazi Germany, Destiny tax. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Technically speaking, from the perspective of Nazi Germany sort of failed, but succeeded enough that the Polish Jewish community basically ceased to exist. So
Destiny respond to this? Well, he does it by doing a sneaky little switcheroo. The Jewish population still hasn't recovered from the Holocaust, a genocide lasting a few years that's some 80 years old.
What was the percentage of Jews that were killed in Germany and Poland? I guess percentage of
in Germany, the German Jewish population wasn't even all that big in Germany, and the Nazis were never tried for killing German Jewish people, just so you know. And there is a reason for that. But why German, and Polish in particular? Why German? The German Jewish population was not that huge, ironically enough.
Jewish people.
Oh, thank you, Drakengard tax. Thank you for the $10. Although it would be best for you to donate on the page, because that would give me the full $10. And like this, YouTube takes a cut. But thank you very much. It's called a hype train, is it? Dono train. But thank you so much. Thank you very much. The first donos of the day in the 8th hour of the stream. Had to do it.
In Germany, Poland killed World War II. Because didn't some of the death camps have literally like 97, 98, 99% kill rates? Wasn't it?
Oh God, that's so depressing. I've already had a little bit of a going through the going through Warsaw every day, knowing that there are tons of bones buried not so deep underground, is already pretty depressing.
Like an insane number of people. Like somebody put in YouTube chat earlier that it was like in the Treblinka one or whatever the fuck, or Auschwitz or whatever, that like 37 Jews were pulled out of this camp afterwards, and 1 million had been killed there.
Yeah, most of Polish.
I wonder if there's anything that lists like the total.
About 3 million Polish Jewish people were killed out of 3.5 million.
Yeah. The total number of people. Is there like a total number of Jews that were inside of like German conquered areas that got? I'm trying to find that. The guy in the YouTube chat was saying. So maybe a third of Austrian Jews were killed. A fourth of Belgium Jews. That's enough.
Of Poland, it was more than that.
Down here, what is this, like a 2/3 of Czechoslovakian Jews?
It's okay. Thank you for the donation either way. Thank you very much.
What is this, like 65% of Bohemia, Moravian Jews? Oh no, I'm sorry. This is all under Czechoslovakia. These are different
Czech Poland.
areas in Czechoslovakia, I guess?
Czech Poland. Czech Poland.
In Germany, it was over 50%.
Poland. Czech Poland.
By the way, none of this also technically matters. Like, this doesn't necessarily make it a genocide. I think the fact that there was no conceivable military reason to do this is probably one of the big things that makes it a genocide. But Jesus.
Well, Israel has been continually genociding Palestinians for decades, and yet their population continues
supposed to check Poland
to grow every single day. The first tweet stipulated total annihilation, remember? That was the definition he used. But when someone responds doing the same thing, he does a switcheroo. He backpedals from a population that only exists in the history books to a population that has not recovered in growth. That's not what you said, bro. Normal stuff, cool stuff. In the future, when the dust settles about what's going on right now, what's happening to Palestinians, insofar as
Jesus, Jewish population in Poland, 3.
There you go. Thank you. It's as if he heard me. It's as if he heard me and came back to check. That's why we're married. Said, there you go. You asked before, why are we married? That's why. I said check Poland, check Poland. He clicked off. Check Poland. Oh, I'm checking Poland. There you go. It's a soulmate thing. You wouldn't understand.
3.5 million deaths, 2.77 million to 3 million. Holy.
Yep. 3.5 million population, 3 million give or take killed.
Shit.
Yep. One of the second biggest Jewish community in the world, I believe, before the war. Yep. The entire Jewish community gone. Just like that.
Needs to settle. I think anyone paying attention, there's no dust. I do wonder what guys like this will be up to, you know? Like his grandkid, Beyonce Jr. comes up to him at the cabin, sits up on his knee and says, hey, Pup, where were you during the Palestinian genocide? And he'll be like, well, kiddo, I was in my gamer chair trying to convince everybody that it wasn't happening. And then Beyonce Jr. will say, why'd you do that? What the fuck, man? And he'll say, because I didn't want to be wrong. So also it helped me pull 20 million views a month. So there's that. It'll be fine though, you know, big fan base, following the pathway of warmongering liberalism. Every lib journalist that foamed at the mouth to invade Iraq, they're like tenured professors and they work at the Washington Post and write op-eds for that War Crime College Institute place we talked about earlier. No, I'm not coming on your stream. I don't want to get destroyed in the marketplace of ideas. But also that's probably a good thing. The last guy debated live on stream ended up having animated child porn on his computer. I don't think anyone.
Jesus Christ.
Wants to be exposed for that. So lose the battle, win the war, so they say. Anyways, see you guys. Have a good one. Bye.
That is okay. That is a bit cowardly. I'm not gonna lie.
Remember, the big issue is that when you focus on these stupid words like apartheid and genocide and all these other things, you never actually have conversations about what's actually happening. Same thing with.
I mean, I'm gonna use the word genocide, and I'm more than willing to have an actual conversation as to what's going on. So, yeah, I'm willing. I'm ready and willing.
Everything today, right? When you focus on mRNA vaccines and the extra death that's being caused by the sneaky string demons that are being introduced into your blood.
String demons. There's a joke to be made.
Bloodstream. Well, we don't get to have actual interesting conversations on what makes an effective vaccine, when should they be mandated. You know, when you focus on the fact that vaccine passports were created or social distancing was made just so that, I guess, Bill Gates could laugh at how much of a loser he made all.
I still have a scar from a vaccine. Measles. Here, I have a scar.
All of us look, you don't have an interesting conversation like, well, what actually is effective when it comes to social distancing? Did any of these measures actually help? Like, you don't get to have any of the interesting conversations. All you do is you obsess all day over whether
You're
or not
welcome to have an interesting conversation with me, Stephen.
You're hitting these precise international definitions. And insofar as this conflict in general, or I'm sorry, this conflict narrowly is concerned, when you say things like Palestinians are being subjected to apartheid, genocide, and concentration camp conditions, you also further make the conflict intractable, because why the fuck would you negotiate with somebody who's genociding you? Why the fuck would Palestinians want to negotiate with a person who's engaged in a apartheid, genocidal, concentration campian campaign?
But there is a possibility that it's happening. That is a good question. Why would you negotiate with someone who's genociding you? But what if there is a genocide happening? Like, the court has not ruled it out yet. So you cannot just set this... You actually cannot set this question aside. Why would you negotiate with someone that's genociding you? That is a legitimate question to ask, considering that the thing is still being investigated, no?
Pain against you, you're not. You would have no desire to. Not only would you have no desire to, you'd feel righteous in that lack of desire to.
I mean, those are legitimate concerns you're sort of pointing to here. Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
negotiate with people genociding me. I'm going to wait for the world to come save me, which is what the Palestinians have been doing forever. And now it's like it just further makes everything fucked. Did you touch on this with Lex? I think I did a little bit, but...
Lex? Who's Lex?
Finkel Smirk just did a stupid fucking look and stared off into the ceiling while he shook his head and the pachinko machine of his brain cells tried to...
Maybe I should do that when I speak to Steven in the future. Like, I will do one more. I'll go one step further. I'll do the Edgeworth. I'll do the you know, from Phoenix Wright. I'm gonna do the Edgeworth. I'll do that. I will do that.
Funnel down into making a coherent thought. They just ended up in him either calling me a motor mouth or saying I read Wikipedia, even though I'm literally quoting like ICJ judges and UN reports at him, but you know.
Wikipedia warrior.
One thing about Israel that I've never seen Destiny address is that it seems like laws that heavily favor Jewish citizens over Arab citizens, Arabs live in Israel, I've never heard of those. I haven't seen that ever. There's like probably some level of discrimination or whatever that happens, but I've never seen good justification for the inside Israel apartheid arguments. Was Norm like no bullshit levels bad? Yes. But hey, listen, the conversation will come out. You can watch it, make up your own minds. Did you all discuss solutions? Yes. I didn't get to express my disgust at this statement, which was very frustrating. But Ween and Finkeldick both said that there were no solutions, that this conflict was over, that there was no hope for anything.
Jesus.
That was both their points.
That is
and then
so
Finkelstein
negative.
went on to talk about some other stupid fucking book that he'd read about how I think that it's really important that we're documenting the memories of the Palestinians, and that's what we're doing. We're documenting their memory. And I'm like,
Jesus.
I didn't even get a chance because these were like the final words, and I didn't even. And it's like, bro, you're already writing these people all off as basically being dead. Like, you know that they're still alive. You know that they're still there, right? Like he literally reminded.
That's a bit. Damn. It's over. It's over. There's no solution. We just have to collect their memories. Jesus. That is. Wow. I see.
Reminded me of the
I see.
What's the name of that dumb fuck loser who thought his son was dead and he was about to set him on fire, and he's like talking about how sad he is that his son is dead even though he's still alive, and the hobbits have to go in and tell him to fuck off. Like, it was literally that scene.
Okay, that's over.
Destiny is a relative.
Who is this? Okay, we're not watching another Destiny video. That's done. So I guess we've been streaming for... I'm gonna tell you how long we've been streaming. How long this stream has been. Oh. 9 hours, 22 minutes. Okay, I guess it's time to end the stream. After 9 hours, 20 minutes, I think it's time. I think it's time to finish. Damn. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for the kind words, for the nice emotes. Thank you all for all the love. I'll be seeing you today actually, when we will be discussing homelessness as a systemic issues. We'll be having a special guest, and we'll be discussing the pitfalls and traps that people that discuss homelessness can fall into, which is a pretty important thing in my opinion. So we'll be having a very substantial and nice stream. Also, we'll be playing Drakengard, as I promised. So, bye-bye. I'll see you. See you later. Alligator. See you later. Alligator.